Hey everyone, how are y'all? Mandy May, how are you? Hey Justine, how are you? Sally Mae, how are you tonight? Avani, how are you? Hey Sweet Misery, how are you? King Scarlet, how are you? How was your vacation? Lady V, are you feeling better? And Lady V, I sent you an email last night. We were worried about you. You fell off the chat or off the panel, and we didn't know what happened to you. All right, emails at the top of the chat. Hey, sweet Melissa, how are you? Excuse me. Okay, y'all make sure that your chat is on live chat and that y'all hit the thumbs up on your way in. Family and friends, how are you? And I don't know if he provided an alibi. From my understanding, if he does provide an alibi, it would be served straight to the state and it would not be served to the court. So, therefore, it wouldn't be put on the website. Stacy, how are you? Sandra, how are you? So, I don't know if he provided one or not, but that is what I am hearing. And where did I just see that? Just and you saw that he has until midnight? Because I've been seeing that he had till 5 o'clock this afternoon, Pacific time. Hey Courtney, how are you? Betty Joe, how are you? Betty Joe, I honestly don't think you did either, but maybe they'll come out with some documents tomorrow. I don't know. Sandra, I'm doing okay. Hey William, how are you? So I actually got to go live early tonight, y'all. I don't know how to act. I haven't been on at 10:30 my time in like forever. Hey Vix, how are you? Dreamcatcher, how are you? William, I'm doing good, thank you. See, it's nothing for. I think they're just trying to stop people from calling. Yeah, just saying. Hopefully, something will pop up on the website tomorrow. Stardust, hey, how are you? And I'm doing good, thank you. The amazing Tiff, how are you? Check your email. Okay, let me check my email real quick. What? My lord. Hold on. Hold on just 1 second. Hoping for answers. How are you? All right, Lady V, I just wrote you back. And Big Al, if you want to drop your thing back, your link back in the chat for people to vote, that you're more than welcome to. Excuse me. Sally Mae, thank you so much for gifting us memberships. That was very nice of you. See, Stacy, Scott, Jerry, Crimson Tide, and Oh Snap Sharon were all gifted memberships. That was very nice, Sally. Thank you. Hey, Willie, how are you? All right, so Big Al has dropped a link in the chat. If everybody wants to click on that link and go and vote for his bar and grill, I think there's, what is it, Big Al, like 3 or 4, 5 different categories. Crimson Tide, how are you? All right, so there's 5 categories. So best bar, best Bloody Mary, best burger, best wings. Hey, Glowbug, how are you? Y'all don't forget to hit the thumbs up on your way in as well. Just Ann, thank you so much for gifting that membership. That was very nice of you. Thank you. And hoping for answers, got that one. Don F, how are you? Anybody who is like the new members who got memberships tonight or who have just not had a chance to join, if you're a member here and you want to join the members only Facebook group, please send me an email. I have my email pinned to the top of the chat. And also, please include your um, YouTube name in the email, and I will send you the link. Wait, it's showing y'all one away from 5,000? It's showing me 8. Hey, Riddler, how are you? Sitting at work waiting for a call. Glowbug, that sounds like so much fun. Hey, Tony, how are you? Yeah, on my studio, it says, hold on, let me pull it back up. It says 4,992. So hopefully we will hit 5 tonight. Julie, how are you? Riddler, I'm doing good, thank you. Melissa Moon, how are you? Okay, 1 second, Lady V. Okay, 1 second, y'all. Really, no one needs an ambulance tonight. Well, hey, Glowbug, that's a good thing. All right, so I do want to address one thing real quick. Um, from now on, I would like to keep the chat, like any type of sexual talk or anything like that, out of chat. If y'all don't mind, please. And there is one other thing that I will address if a certain someone comes into chat tonight. Talk to my patients about this case all night. Melissa, this case is crazy, honestly. All right, let me round robin. How are you? Melissa, it is me too. I'm telling you, for the sake of my insanity, I need the case to start, the trial to start in October. Oh, okay. Hold on, brother. Let me check it. Okay, I got it, Riddler. Thank you. Oh, good Lord, I didn't click. What the heck? You're good, K-Braz. How are y'all?
What's up?
Doing
Hey,
fine.
Riddler. Hey, Big Al. Hey, Scarlet.
Lady V, how are you?
Big out,
I'm still on
ladies.
a lot of pain. Yes, Riddler.
Okay,
Good evening.
give me 1 second, y'all. I'm trying to make sure that I'm not clicking out the wrong stuff here. Okay. All right. Hey, Callie, how are you?
Hey, Willie.
Hey
Willie,
y'all.
how are you?
Hi, Willie.
Good, how are you?
Willie.
Yo yo.
Good.
There's somebody here
Tired.
named Crimson Tide.
Yes, in chat.
That's awesome.
Do you know them? Because I don't think they've been in here before.
No, but we're best friends already.
Oh,
That's a
okay.
cool name.
Cool.
Cool name. Cool name.
Damn right.
I was already crazy before it came. Sally Mae. Daddy Joe, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I
Hey,
feel like I've been ran over by a Mack truck, but other than that, I'm good.
why?
Because my son came home from work last night with a cough. Hey, Tyler, how are you? And I think he passed it off to me, and I've been coughing like all day, and I just haven't
Oh,
felt good. But
Oh, jeez.
I took medicine for the cough, so hopefully I'm not coughing in everybody's ear tonight.
did you get to finish moving yet?
Oh no, we're still cleaning.
Oh, my goodness. How
Yes.
dirty is that house?
Well, it was somebody had recently moved out of it, and you know how some people, whenever they move out of a house, they want to be like just leave all of their trash.
Yep. We have
So
properties. I get it.
yeah, so that's what we're. And my daughter is like one of these people that everything in the house has to be bleached before she can move in.
Yeah.
How are you feeling, lady?
I don't blame her.
I'm hurting, but I'll be fine and just slowly getting better.
Did it give you anything for the pain or no?
I have stuff, but it doesn't really seem to be touching it right now.
Well, hopefully you get to feeling better soon.
Yeah.
It goes away.
It's a bummer.
Because it's been what, almost a week now since that happened?
Yeah. But it's just mainly, it's like my whole back feels like somebody just hit me with a 2x4.
Oh. Well, hopefully it gets Better. Hey, Sasha, how are you?
Oh,
Stevie, how are
Alexa.
you? Let's see. Wait, I've always been in here for every night for over a year. I just don't chat. I believe Crimson and Roll Tide at Willie. I have noticed your Bama shirt and hat. Well, Crimson Tide, we're glad that you joined us in chat.
Oh yeah, man. For her.
Lady V, Tyler Feller said that he is praying for you.
I've
Oh,
been
thank
talking
you,
to somebody
Tyler.
in a different chat for like I don't know how long now, and I always thought it was a guy. Turned out it was a girl. And like
Yeah,
Oh,
it's hard to tell with the
yeah,
name,
well, I
with
tried to
some of
go
the
by the
names.
words, but I was completely fooled.
I believe in that, Tyler. Very much so. So I appreciate every prayer.
hey, Liza. Jean, how are you?
Were you
Well, I
talking
fully
to
expected to wake up to an alibi this morning. I don't know about everybody else, but I was.
I haven't heard anything.
I know,
I
right?
Well, what the
let
hell's
me
going
tell you,
on?
I have stalked the website today, but I got on formerly Twitter, now known as X. I don't know why it got switched from Twitter to X, but uh,
Has it
one,
changed?
yes, it changed over today,
Wow.
What?
and yeah, the bird's gone and everything, so it's got a big X on it now.
I have
God.
to try.
Mine still has the bird.
Hey, Sunflower Dragon, how are you? Have you updated it, like refreshed it or whatever while you're on it?
Nope.
No, that's what I'm doing now.
Oh,
I
okay, because
haven't taken notice.
that's what I had to do for mine to change over. But it was either Sarah Azari or oh, Big Al. What is the other lawyer lady that's on Twitter? You know who I'm talking about.
Um,
Oh,
you're putting me on the spot.
Emily Baker.
who
Emily.
lady? No,
Emily.
it's not Emily Baker.
I
I
love
can't remember her
Um,
name.
oh crap! Oh, who is it? Andrea Burkhart.
Yeah, she's all over Nerdy's posts.
Yes, it's. I believe it was one of those two that had posted that based off of Idaho Code 19-519, it says that the defendant will have to serve the alibi to the prosecuting attorney. So there won't be, more than likely, it won't be put on, because it's not being before the court, it won't be put on the website.
What?
I've never heard of that. I
So
thought it went to the prosecution and the judge.
that's what I would have thought too, but according to the Idaho Code, that's what they're saying.
Can you
So,
say that again? If it what?
that if the defendant produces an alibi, then it would be sent to the prosecuting attorney, because they're saying it's part of discovery. It would be sent to them and all that. King Scarlet said, I heard that's wrong 100%. It's filed with the clerk of court. See, that's what I thought. And somebody even brought up about Lori Vallow's thing, because hers was put on the website, on the same website that Brian's is. So I've been stalking the website all day today, and
So
there's nothing.
if he has an alibi, they're not going to post it.
Did they ask for an extension? A stay?
They
Alibi?
well, they
Not
you know
for the alibi.
they did in June, because originally it was supposed to be turned in June.
Right.
She asked for the extension. They gave her till today. Now,
Yeah,
unless
at 5 o'clock.
she went in and asked for another one, but they haven't posted anything on that website in 7 days.
Most judges will give you 2 stays. And after that, they're going, now I want to know why. I've given you 2. Now you give me 2 good excuses why you need me to give you a number 3 stay.
Right.
Well, they've asked for one. So,
but wouldn't it be on the website if they did ask for a stay?
That's what.
Well, you would think so.
They're keeping everything off.
The first one was on there.
No more website.
Maybe they're on. Maybe the web person's on vacation.
It works in the defense's favor, because they can say, "Hey, we asked for a stay. We about had it, and then the judge said no, so we decided not just to turn one in."
I don't think he was going to give one to begin with, but
I don't think so
I don't either.
Well, it'll be real Manila if they give one. It'd be very generic.
Right.
I think it's just stalling.
family and friends. The family and friends said, I hope Kohberger kept his receipt from the 7-Eleven.
Oh God, I was gonna say I'm in pain from 7-Eleven right now.
Let's see, it might post tomorrow. King Scarlet, hopefully so, because I figured maybe if it came out today, they just didn't have time to put it on the website, and it'll come out tomorrow, which is going to be my luck because I'm not even going to be home tomorrow, and I'm just going to have to be remotely stalking the website.
You're going to have to stalk it from your phone.
Yeah, and I have to go to town tomorrow, and I'm not going to have good signal, which is going to suck.
I was looking all day long, man.
Oh, I've had it pulled up. I've had one screen dedicated to that website all day today. That way, all I've got to do is just hit the refresh button to see if it dropped. And nothing has dropped in 7 days.
That's weird.
Wow.
But they have been having, I guess, maintenance issues because, like I said, over the weekend, I wasn't able to see it. It kept telling me that it was unavailable. The website was and all that. So maybe they were working on it. I don't know. Liza, you're welcome.
If AWS is their web host, then there likely could be that problem because they've been having issues for the last week.
Yeah, there was a couple channels that were trying to get it.
Yeah, and it's in this website,
up.
from what I understand, it has been going on for probably the last week where they've been having issues.
There's probably stuff going on we don't know about.
Yeah.
It all drop at once.
Exactly. It's going to be
probably
so
have a big, huge document dump and all that. Well, hopefully, though, something will come out tomorrow because I know everybody's eager to know if he provided an alibi or, like Riddler said, if they came in and asked for another extension, which he gave them one in June. So they could have given them another one.
Yeah.
I guarantee you, after all these high-profile cases, they're going to be looking for a budget increase for their website.
Oh, you know that website. This is probably
bandwidth is going to kill them.
Yeah, between this case and Lori Vallow's case.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Lori and Chad's is both on there also, and then you got the Major John Kaler's is on there too, which isn't. I don't think that one's getting as much popularity as what Bryan and Vallow Daybells is getting, but
it's still the last 2 years is more than they've probably ever seen collectively.
Oh yeah.
Did you watch any of the Taylor Shabusiness?
I watched. I forgot all about it starting today, but I believe it was Law and Order had did like a small. I think it was like an 8-minute clip where it showed the body cam footage from where the officer was on the stand or whatever, and it had showed the body cam footage when they found what they found in the bucket.
Yeah,
pretty harsh.
I didn't get to see all of it. I didn't see that part, but yeah, it was crazy. The part I watched.
And there was another thing where people were talking about like her facial expressions and
terrible
facial expressions and all that.
Oh, by the way, I looked into that case, Scarlet. That's a crock of shit. They gotta do some investigation or something.
Which the Kylie Rodney one?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Oh well, yeah, we've been.
That's been a shit show since day one.
Well, I watched the divers and stuff go like. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We told you last night.
That passenger window being down bothers me.
Yeah. Well, Troll is still gonna send you. He told me last night after I ended the live that he has everything in a file on his phone for that case, and he'll send you some stuff about it.
Yeah, the overhead drone footage, Willie, is awesome. If you look at the drone footage, like days before they found her, you'll see that the vehicle's not there.
There's no car, man. You would have been able to see it.
That's what her father said when because the divers told the father first before they called 911, and he said right away, he was like, "How the hell did they miss that?"
Yeah, it would be virtually impossible.
14 feet of water, right? Somewhere around there.
Even with the amount that the reservoir went down in that day period, those day periods, it still would have been visible from a drone.
Yeah, especially in that area too, where they like where you're gonna search. It's a what is it? The boat launch?
It's a boat ramp. Yeah, it's a boat ramp.
Yeah, like come on, everybody.
So don't tell me that you didn't drive over that. It was something with sonar that went bing. Because you drive over something that big with sonar, especially a good sonar,
and
the whole screen's going to turn colors.
How far, like the car was from the shore is kind of odd too. It's pretty damn far.
Also, it's sketch. Everything about that case is sketch. Kids interviewing kids without adults present, and
I don't know.
The whole thing is sketch.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got to do something.
Screaming about that since the very beginning.
I wonder if they're like, just gathering information or like what they're doing right now about it.
I don't know.
Is it open? Is it an open investigation or no?
Yeah.
No.
It's still open.
Is
yeah,
it?
Yeah.
yes, it is. It is because of
Wow.
the accident.
Yep.
Because of the car. That's the only reason it's still open. If they had it their way, they'd have it completely closed.
John Podesta's up there, right?
Oh, they're all up there. They're all up there.
Yeah. I think
did
that
not
has
see
a
the
lot
video
to do
yet.
with it.
Of the car going in the water though.
But don't waste your time.
Oh Lord.
It's
Really?
totally fake. It's totally fake.
It's fake.
It is.
The car had to have been flying.
It was totally fake.
It was
Like-
fake.
I don't know.
I talked to one of the engineers at the university that oversees the microwave towers that feed those cameras,
Mhm.
and it was totally fake.
Yeah.
I talked to the guy for an hour on the phone.
So what? Somebody leak it or something?
No, somebody pulled it off the internet because it's public view.
Yeah, there's a
And
website.
altered the shit out of it and
Yeah.
released it just like they keep doing with all this other stuff.
What was the website?
I have
It was
the
Fire.
folder
It was
somewhere.
that fire.
It's the Fire Network that there's like 1,300 people that have access to that website,
Yeah,
to those
and
cameras.
you can go to the one that's that points towards the lake. I forgot what the name of it. Is it something Hill?
I got it written. I got it all written down.
Yeah,
somewhere.
I mean, the only thing that makes me think that they actually did miss the vehicle is because of the growth that it had on it. So I don't think that the vehicle got there I don't know, and that it was only there for a few days. I'm assuming because it had a bunch of growth on it. They said.
Yeah, it wasn't there very long.
Yeah, that's what they said.
Oh
They
yeah.
flew the drones. They flew the drones right over the top of that boat launch every day for like the first.
Well, no. I'm talking about
weeks.
the guys who actually found like they
Yeah.
can see the growth with their little machine that they have. And when the guy went down there, you could see the growth on the car. So I don't know.
Okay, it's called the fire cam that you can see the lake is called Alder Hill. It's the Alder Hill fire cam.
Have we heard any more about the leader of that group? What's
Sammy?
going on with any?
She was the leader.
Last thing I heard, she's in college.
No, I meant about oh my gosh, I forgot his name. The guy with all this stuff with his sisters and all of that.
You're talking about the guy with that ran.
Yeah.
God, I can't think of the name of the thing now.
Wait,
I can't either.
Talking about Jared?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh.
that's what I thought it was.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't
heard anything about that.
I don't. There's a couple guys that Josh Cantu split off. They all left him.
yeah.
Yeah, they all have.
Everybody quit.
Doug did
And Josh
too,
Cantu's out there doing videos now. I just saw something on my YouTube feed. The other day.
Actually, him and
Bishop.
Doug Bishop they've been working together.
Yeah,
Doug's got a new thing going.
Yeah.
The stories they put out about what he was doing and how much money that channel was making is just crazy.
Yeah, but it was supposed to be nonprofit.
Yeah, it wasn't even close to nonprofit. He was lying in his
Yeah.
pockets.
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
And all the people that worked for him got scraps.
Yep, they didn't even know about it.
No, he was using every tire, every flat tire they had. They said the tire was paid for like 1,000 times over. Because they'd go on YouTube and be like, "We need help," and people would just donate. You know, so every time they had anything go wrong, they made sure they did a live. He made sure they put out a live about it so they could grift more money from people.
I honestly think that's the whole reason they did Kylie's. Because I knew he knew it was a high profile case and he would make more money. And then, of course, the vehicle broke down on the way there. And like,
Hey, Elton, how are you? Tony, thank you so much for that super chat. He said because eyebrows don't grow on trees. Yeah, Tony and his super chats about the eyebrows are priceless. Seriously.
Well, yeah. Anyway, Willie. Yeah, it's worth looking into if you want to be pissed off.
Yeah.
Well, I just watched it, and I don't understand how that's
Just
a
wait
piss
till you-
poor. That's a piss poor quality video.
Wait till you watch the interviews that Sammy does.
Yeah,
yeah.
you'll be screaming
That's
at the
really
monitor.
gonna make you
once Troll has a kidney stone right now, but he said as soon as he gets to feeling better, he will get some stuff sent over to you
Oh,
about
Troll,
it for you to
feel better,
watch.
bro.
All right,
Oh
cool.
man.
Yeah,
That
Yeah,
sucks.
he's been working a shutdown, and he has a kidney stone. So
Oh man.
God.
busy, but
I
in
heard
pain.
that was like pissing a Volkswagen or something.
Yeah, I'm like having cringy pain right now. Sorry, Troll. I hope you feel better soon.
Oh,
Scarlett, the
Uh-huh.
lady,
my mother had a couple.
that came up missing in Alabama, I think Birmingham or
You
Hoover.
talking about Carly?
Oh, Carly Russell.
Has she come up with a new alibi? Speaking of alibis, has she come up with a new one?
Well, there was a thing that came out today, a press conference, and her attorney spoke on her
Yeah.
behalf, and she said that she didn't see a baby walking down the interstate. She was not abducted. She had no help, and from my understanding, she was in the area when they were looking for her.
Yeah.
So the whole thing was,
She just hasn't said where in the area.
yeah. So
Yes.
and there's
And
a,
they had another, let's see, they went to was it Reno, and then they had this huge party for her also this
oh
week.
yeah, for her birthday.
Parents
Yeah.
threw a birthday bash.
Yeah.
She should have to repay
Candy
every
girl.
penny of every resource used to
Yep.
try and find her.
Well,
Yep.
they're saying that charges could be coming up.
Charges, marges, and
Oh,
she
no.
should have to repay every penny.
And
Oh,
there,
she
there
will.
was
Croc.
$63,000 raised for her by Crime Stoppers
Yep,
to
she
help
didn't get
look
that.
for her. No, she's not going to get that. They were supposed to refund that back, but I guess now they're not going to refund it back to the people. But I don't know what they're going to do with it either. So
after these few weeks with Boone and that lady and what's his name's mom, I'm staying single for a while.
Yeah.
now, didn't
been-
somebody
it's
say
been
that
a
Sarah
crazy
Boone's
couple
trial?
weeks.
Didn't somebody say Sarah Boone's trial starts October the
October.
2nd?
October
Okay.
2nd. But she's writing letters and stuff, so who knows what's gonna happen.
Yeah. Okay, because I was trying to make a note of that earlier today because we've got Bryan's in October, then hers starting the same day, and it seems like there was someone else that was supposed to be starting in October also, but I can't remember who that is.
I don't know.
Oh,
I've lost track.
it's too many.
Was it Leilani's? No.
I haven't heard when hers is
She's
supposed
still
to
trying to
come
get
on.
the charge dropped.
She's
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm for sure if they allow us to watch Bryan's, I'm gonna stream it.
oh yay.
But I kind of want to stream, so I may have to do Sarah's on my other channel.
Oh yay.
Just run both of them at the same
I am
time.
back and forth.
definitely gonna be watching that one. That woman is
I'm gonna have
insane.
to have another TV.
And
I
just
wanna see.
I'm gonna have to do it both of them at the same time. But I for sure Bryan's, if they allow us to, I will be streaming it because we're all too invested in that case right now. Not to.
Oh
Avery,
yeah.
how are you?
Hey, you guys, I got to tell you something really, really
Uh-oh.
important.
There we go.
JLR is within minutes of me.
Oh yeah, he's down. I seen where he's down there in Alabama. He actually, I believe,
my
left
God.
from Idaho.
But
He was up in Moscow, and
I heard
then
him ask a question.
he was at the press conference asking.
yeah.
Well,
I didn't
what?
watch the press conference. I just seen what somebody had posted, what the attorney had said. But I did see a picture that he had posted where he was there.
Yeah, he asked a question. And
Mhm.
so, you guys, you know how, like, I sit outside when I'm listening to you, but I have the woods behind me, so I'm
Uh-huh.
whispering because he
Uh-oh.
could be in my woods again.
What do you mean
He
again?
didn't play.
Because, you know, he was in the woods the other day, so,
He was in
like,
tunnels and everything.
tracking Carly's path, and
But
he was
not
in the tunnels and
but not by you.
not too far from me.
Hey, you never know.
Holy cow.
I'm just kidding, but he is within minutes of me.
Hey, Fancy, how are you?
That's kind of weird.
He's flying all over the joint.
He's just like
You have to give him credit though, y'all.
Absolutely.
It's everywhere,
He's-
man.
A lot of people don't like him, and that's fine. But the dude is like all over everything.
Yeah, he is. He's
So-
everywhere.
I don't
you know
if people
what I
don't like
said.
him.
when I was watching him go through the woods and the tunnels and stuff, I said he really puts investigates into his title, JLR,
Yeah,
investigate.
He does.
Let me
He
ask you a
gets out
question.
there.
Would you walk through a tunnel with a flashlight in the pitch black? Because I'm not.
No.
And this
Well,
dude just prancing
I
around.
would only in snake-proof water,
Snake
snake-proof
chaps.
proof.
rain boots. I would.
Yeah, you had to have snake chaps
Snake
on in
proof.
I
That's
Alabama.
do
funny.
give him credit because he does it by himself. He don't have none of them other special
Right.
ed.
He works his butt off, that's for
Yeah,
sure.
He
I
really
give him
does.
credit.
And they
I mean,
let him in because he had a press hat. And like this is Alabama. They're not checking credentials or anything, but
He had that
everybody is.
media hat on.
But he's like hanging out in the area, and everybody's like, "That YouTube dude is here."
yeah,
Well,
but he's everywhere.
That media hat will get you anywhere.
well, and then was it her lawyer said something about we're hoping this will take care of some of the online questions or something. I don't remember exactly what.
He said he called us web sleuths.
Yes, web sleuths.
He didn't even know he had the web sleuth standing right in front of him. And,
Asking questions.
yeah, but I think she is going to get charges.
Oh
She should,
yeah.
Yeah, I believe she is.
for real. So,
Well, the
Um,
web sleuths are now dictating the news. You can
oh
see
yeah,
that.
they take it over.
yeah.
The news media's been wanting us to be like mushrooms, dumb and in the dark,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
we have to take whatever they give us, and that's the news. And it's amazing. The same thing you see on Fox, same things on CNN, ABC, CBS.
And they
They're
all say
in
the
it
same thing.
together.
Yeah.
Right. They just got a different twist on it.
I've noticed like there was something, the article that I read last night on here about Bryan, and it was talking about that the defense is claiming that the sheath was planet, and they're like emphasizing the word planet when we all know that that's not what they said. Hey, Beckles, how are you? Cujo, how are you? That the defense said that it was placed.
Placed, yeah.
Well, now I've noticed it's almost like whenever the first people come out with an article regarding Bryan and his case, then everybody else piggybacks off of that article, and they'll switch up a couple of words in the title, but the rest of the article is about the same. And there may be 100 articles that come out, but they're all saying the same thing.
Yep.
I've noticed
Hey,
that.
Scarlett, are you going to cover the Adam Montgomery trial?
Is that the one in October too?
I think his is November. And then there's also and I can never say the name. Marie Holland. Her trial is coming up. That's the little girl that was like about 30 minutes from my house, and her mom sold her to the guy for drugs, and then he brought her over into the Alabama border and did bad things to her and then unalived her.
Oh, I don't guess I've heard of that one. I
But
might
I'm
go
hoping
over
you're
a little
gonna.
bit.
I'm hoping you're gonna cover Adam.
I might go over a little bit of it.
Scarlett, that house 1122. Is there carpet in any of the rooms?
Not that I know.
No.
I don't even think they had rugs.
No, the only thing I ever seen on any of the floors in there was that hardwood looking linoleum.
That's got me puzzled about that footprint now. In front
I'm
of
telling you, that footprint, that footprint, y'all, has bothered me since the beginning.
That chemical only picks up red fluid.
Right.
And they had to do it twice to see it.
Well, I think they caught it the second time around.
Okay, second time around.
Yeah, whenever during the second processing of the scene, but yeah, they still had to use it.
You would think that they would be able to see that with the naked eye. Let's see, what is that? 8 hours after, 8.5 hours after the crime. You can see that with the naked. I mean, how does that? Is he dragging a towel behind him?
Well, let's not forget that. I mean, this could be somebody dropped a coffee mug 9 months ago and bled.
What?
I mean,
Did he
And it was
just because they found blood doesn't necessarily mean it came from this crime.
We're talking about
Just
the
saying.
latent shoe print.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It could
Well,
have
they
been
used that-
if you couldn't
well, they
see it
used
with your
that-
own eyes.
Well, they used
I
that to
understand.
corroborate
They
her
found
story,
blood.
though.
Well, I don't.
Yeah, so I don't. It could have come from a different time than the night
That's
of the
what I'm
murders.
saying.
That's what I mean.
Well, I'm
so
hoping also that they did a
That's weird.
DNA on that red
Yeah.
fluid. Now they
Mhm.
say, "Hey, this is Maddie," and you know what I'm saying. This is
Right.
one of these two girls, or this is the boy and the girl.
Or it's
across the
completely
hallway.
unrelated.
Right.
Or like you say, God, this is one of those. See, that's what I'm thinking. This is
That's
one
what
of those
jumps out at me, Riddler.
DNAs that we don't have.
Well, what jumps out at me is that if you, like you said, they should have been able to see it with their naked eye. If
Yep.
they couldn't, that's what makes me think. Well, how long was
Someone-
it there?
Right.
Someone, I mean, either way, it had to have been cleaned up if it was latent.
Right.
But if it's cleaned up, then how could they tell what type of shoe it was? Like the
Yep.
sole and all that? Because if you're cleaning it up, it seems like it's going to smear.
But why weren't there more? How's there just one?
Exactly.
Unless there
Because,
is more
like
and they
you
just
said-
put the one, but it doesn't make sense why they would only put one in the PCA.
Yeah.
but
No,
like you
it
said,
doesn't.
it could have been there for forever. And
So
then
why are they
cleaning
using
the
it then
house,
to
Yeah.
corroborate a witness's story? You know, that
then
he
cleaning
went
the
this way.
house, just
Only
If that's
thing
the
I
only
can think of
evidence
is
they
they're
have
showing
on the way that
they're
he
showing
exited, that's crazy.
they're just
Yeah.
showing that somebody walked by her.
Yeah.
right.
That's
They're
what
just
they're
showing
trying to
there
plant in
was
our
a,
heads.
Yeah, because that's basically all I was doing is corroborating with her story of somebody, of this person clad in black with this face mask on, bushy eyebrows. She's saying walk past her going towards the back sliding door, and then the shoe print is there to corroborate her story of that.
Well, if they use it in court, then we know it was part of the.
Yeah, I'd just be like, listen,
Yeah.
you know, the people, the jury, my client has 2 legs. Let him,
I do
you know,
tend-
let him walk.
I do tend to believe that expression clad in black
Mhm.
came from one of the officers, an older person, because I can't think of very many,
Look
20-year-olds.
up the definition of what clad means.
Yeah, I can't think of very many 20-year-olds that would use that word. And so
Sounds like an AC/DC
Especially
song.
when frozen
Right.
Scott phase.
the new Idaho documentary will be out in 3 weeks. It'll be on Fox.
Oh boy.
Tony. Tony, thank you for that super chat. He said camels have bushy eyebrow.
Oh my lord.
Hey,
Tony,
it's
that was very nice
part
of
of the
you.
money,
Thank you.
man.
Hey, so does certain dogs that have bushy eyebrows too.
Y'all, do y'all remember me telling y'all about this certain person that keeps sending me and other creators emails?
Nope.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I got one too.
Well, this person he's sending me, he sent, I believe Harsh Reality has gotten the email. I can see all the different creators that they're sending emails to,
Oh boy.
because they're sending all of it is one email to each one, or to all of us.
Mhm.
And I got two, when I got off my live last night, I had 2 or 3 sitting in my inbox. And they are just going on with like a bunch of, a whole lot of hot mess.
Like
honestly.
what?
Just,
Ooh, I like hot mess. What kind of hot mess?
it's just like some crazy off the wall stuff about that. There's all these different people and they're naming these different people that was in the house, but Bryan's not the one that did it. And
Oh god.
and I'm
Oh,
not
that's
going.
not the one I got.
Oh,
I'm
there's
not,
a new one. His name is Charlie.
yeah, that name was brought up too, and I'm not going to mention the names that they said in the email because I don't know if these people had anything to do with it or not. But just
Right.
just a whole lot of hot mess, and saying that the boy over that was that got caught over in the Banfield, by the cop or whatever. And remember, he had his hand in his Lord Jesus, not his phone in his hand, and his screen was on. And they're saying that you could see the scenes from the murder on his phone,
Oh
and
my
he was showing the
God.
cop, and that
Oh,
Oh,
god.
it was
Lord.
the whole thing was live streamed as it was happening,
Oh.
and just all kind of bullshit that these people are putting out.
Yeah.
What the
Live
hell?
streamed.
Yeah, that's what
Wow.
the
Well,
thing.
I have to ask one question for what I keep seeing pop up and what I keep getting emails on is, Willie, are you BK's best friend, dude?
Who?
Oh Lord.
No, and Willie, you haven't sent me that video. But
Oh, yeah, I
yeah,
sent it to you.
word on the
Hold on a
street.
second. Was that a question?
Yes.
Word in the
Let's
underground
flush.
streets
She was
that
asking if I was best friend.
Willie knows
Let's
Bryan.
let's
Hold on,
just
one at a time.
let's
Yeah,
just
for real.
flush it, okay? Because in chats, and I've gotten 2 or 3 emails saying that you are BK's best friend.
He's not his
So
best friend, but he knew him or he knows him.
yeah,
Oh
he
my
knows him.
Lord. I'm
So
his
All
best
right,
if you want to
friend.
quash
good.
that one now, it'd be a good time.
I've
Since
been
we're
told
Yeah,
the story.
it's been crushed
I've
for
been
like 2
told the
weeks.
story, but it's not my story to tell. It's Willie's story. I haven't repeated what Willie told me. If he wants to put it out there,
Where's everybody been? Is my question. Oh my Lord. So I was 2 years above him, and I knew of him.
Willie, you're breaking up.
I'm breaking up.
Yeah.
no,
Oh, he sounds fine to
Yeah.
me.
Oh,
Every time he talks, he breaks. He's got static.
yeah. So well, first let me ask you a question. Who said I was his best friend?
well,
Lady.
maybe it wasn't best friend. Maybe it's just you knew
Okay,
him.
yeah. So
I'm sorry.
here's where the here's where the whole issue started is when I called into T-Rev, because when this first happened, I knew a little bit about him. I don't know like all the personal details and stuff to really go into who he was. I know some people that were friends with him throughout high school and then throughout college, and I'm trying to get to come talk about him because they're getting bombarded by the media and they don't want to speak to the news. But so anyway, so I called into a certain channel and I kind of just gave my recollection on what I remembered, and that turned into taking that, going to the news and saying
Oh,
Bryan Kohberger's friend called into
that was
the show where I'm.
you. Oh, okay.
So
I
again,
know
Well,
what
it's a game of
that-
telephone. Is what
Yeah.
it is.
what do you recollect? I
Well, that's
want
the
to
thing.
know.
That there's a whole like stream. I've talked about it like a couple times, and that's the whole reason why I came back as Willie, because I didn't feel like answering 1,000 questions, because again, I can't answer the questions that everybody like really wants to know, but I know people that can, and I'm just trying to get them comfortable enough to come on here. But you see what people do
Well,
to
just
people involved with this stuff. I mean, they
Ooh, I have money. Bribe them.
no, it's not even
Oh,
about bribing them.
Lord.
It's about bringing them on a
no.
platform and then people going
Offer
after
them
them, and
money.
I thought that was going to be a quick laughing and done, but you don't need to go any farther.
Who, me?
And yeah,
Oh,
and
Oh no,
I'm
I
nosy.
don't mind. Listen, I don't care.
I'm just getting tired of getting the emails. I'm like, just address it and get it over with. Just
That's what I mean. Listen, if anybody like just asked me, I at least
So you were
tell them
2
straight
years.
up.
I did.
You were 2 years ahead of him in high school. Did you ever see him? Like talk to him, pass him?
Yeah. I saw him, and that's what I mean. I thought you guys would have heard, because when I was streaming in a couple of days, I was going over what I remember of him. But yeah, he was he'd walk around with like a couple people in a certain clique in high school, and he lost a lot of weight from like grade school to high school, and it wasn't, again, at that point, it wasn't from any kind of like drugs or anything like that, because those kind of drugs weren't in the area around that time. So he kind of like went on like a health kick,
What kind of clique was he in?
like the smart crew.
So he
kinda-
had friends.
Yeah.
And Mikey, thank you so much for becoming a member and welcome to the family.
Yeah, I mean, you
Okay,
saw Rich talk about him. You saw Skylar Jacobson. You saw Casey Arns. I mean, again, people, he had friends.
Well, I
I mean,
don't know. I
did
When
he
I
don't
ever
say
bring
he
a
didn't have,
girlfriend?
I meant he didn't have friends in Washington.
Yeah, I don't know.
didn't-
Like I said, I can't recollect anything after 2011 when I graduated, because I got the hell out of that area. So
Well, I don't know what
Hold
the
on, y'all.
big deal is. It's not like you're the first person we ever had anybody that knew
He
people.
knew somebody.
that's
Yeah.
what I mean.
Yeah.
I've been on like a bunch of different panels talking about this. So it's not like anybody who says, oh, like they're very, very late to the party. Because I was on Dago, I was on Titanium when
I'm very
you know.
late.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I guess I missed all of those.
I
Did you
started
ever
work and don't get around as much as I used
Oh,
Actually,
yeah.
did you ever know
actually,
him to
Willie,
have a girlfriend?
And see, that's why I never brought it up because like I said, he told me his story. It
Oh, I
was
brought it up.
his
Yeah.
story to tell,
right,
and
right.
Yeah.
so
I
Yeah,
was
like I
watching.
said, and I just don't like when stuff's spun out of control. I'll set the record
right.
straight.
Well, I
Did
That's
you
don't either.
did
That's
you
why
ever
Well,
know him to
I
have a girlfriend?
well, so what I said again when I called in, and what I remember is he walked around with like a couple like girls, but I don't know if, again, I wasn't close enough with him to know if they were dating or any of that nature.
right.
I was in a completely different like clique. But again, when he got into high school and started losing weight, he started hanging out with like kids that I knew, but I never really directly was friends with him to know what they know, because I know a couple people who were friends with him after high school when he came home from college and stuff like that. And again, I'm trying to get them to come on and talk about it, but again, I see what's people who interject
Exactly.
themselves that know things come on here and then they get attacked by people and then they don't want to
Yep.
come on anymore. So
Right.
why
Well,
am I
can
going to
you
subject
tell
people that I know to that? You know what I mean?
Right.
could you tell us this much? The people who don't want to come on, were
Well, they
they
don't want to talk to the
shocked?
media. They don't want to talk to the media. So once I
I
feel
don't blame them. I
comfortable
wouldn't
enough bringing them on to talk about it, then I'll pull that trigger. But until I see, I mean, if I keep seeing people attacking people and people getting
Well,
upset and
yeah, I
this and
get
that,
all
I mean,
that.
Well,
it's not
yeah.
really a
But
point.
were they shocked to find
Yeah, yeah,
to learn
everybody
it
was.
was Bryan?
Yeah, everybody was shocked.
Oh wow.
And then of course, yeah, he was just like I said, he was just a smart kid in school. It wasn't,
So
you know.
there wasn't anybody that you've talked to who was like, oh, I'm not surprised he was a creep. Nobody
Oh
has
no,
said anything like that.
no,
Wow.
Wasn't it
he
Pleasant Valley
he
High
wasn't a
School?
creep. He wasn't. He didn't. He was. His
He
mom
was
worked. His mom worked at
he
the
was
school.
he was quiet back then. He kept to himself.
No, yeah,
Wow.
he ran with he ran
Right.
with like a
He hung
couple
out
people.
with people, but he just kept he
Yeah,
didn't.
Okay, so
I know what
wasn't it Pleasant Valley High School that he went to?
100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Somebody was asking in the chat. I just want to make sure that I had that correct.
That's
And
it.
hey Willie,
Yep.
I watched that when you called in the T-Rev, I was
Mhm.
watching. I wasn't chatting,
Yeah, I
but
did
was watching.
too.
Yeah.
I had no idea that was you.
Oh yeah,
Look,
I got very
never
very
watched
distinct voice.
T-Rev.
I knew about it, and I didn't say anything because it's not like I said. It's your story.
Oh yeah, I don't mind. Like I
Yeah.
said, I thought I figure everybody watch other streams, so everybody knew. But yeah, I don't. I
Yeah,
can
no,
answer
since I
questions. I
started.
just can't. I just really can't answer like the
Right.
like the deep ones that I want everybody to know as well. Because I haven't really asked. To be honest with you, I haven't asked his friends like deep questions and stuff like that. I don't want to bother them. You know what I mean? I'd rather, because like I said, they're getting bombarded right now by the media. Like you can't even
Sure.
imagine. I mean,
So the
20
whole
phone
thing
calls a
about
day.
Yeah.
him being a loner and not having friends in high school. So that's BS.
100%.
Wow.
Bunch of bullcrap, man.
Okay, real quick. I got to cut you off for like 2 seconds. Everybody, it shows that we have 215 people in here watching. We have 95 likes. If you haven't hit the thumbs up, please do. If you're just watching and you're not subscribed, please sub up to the channel because we're literally just like 7 away from 5,000.
Yay!
Oh,
Hey,
shit.
Willie.
Yeah.
What
Well,
about
that
his
explains
are
a lot.
either of his sisters your age?
So this thing, I wasn't close enough with him enough to like know about any of his siblings or any of
Oh.
that. I
I
just knew
think
his mom because he
I think
worked
the
at
youngest
school.
sister is like, if I'm not mistaken, like 8 years older than him.
Yeah, they're
Oh, that's a big difference.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, or either, or maybe it's the older one. I can't remember. I just know one of them. It seems like is like 8 years older
Yeah.
than he is. And you're
Well,
what? Really, just like 2 years older than him.
Yeah, I was two grades.
So
yeah. Since I started working, I haven't been able to be in as many, but that explains a lot. I wasn't trying to be nosy. I was trying to quash some, just like getting
Oh
it
yeah,
over.
no, that's
Tired of getting
Yeah,
emails.
I'm trying to be
I
nosy.
find that stuff funny.
Uh,
I'm
Jetta
so
from
happy.
Texas. As of right now, we don't know anything about the alibi. They have not posted anything on the website today. So hopefully tomorrow something will come out about it. And Jenna, thank you so much. So hopefully tomorrow we'll know something, or at
I
least this
hope.
week we'll know
I'd be willing
something.
to bet that there was no alibi turned in.
Yeah,
I'm
That's what
thinking
I'm
there's not
thinking.
either.
Probably not.
I'm thinking he didn't turn
Willie,
in.
Hey, Brad.
Willie, do you know where Northampton County is?
Yeah, I went
In
to. Yeah,
Pennsylvania?
I said the other.
Uh,
I think I said last night that I went to Northampton Community College. That's
Yeah,
how I
we were
know. That's
talking
how I
about
know
it.
there's. That's how I know
So
there's
is
dorms there.
is that in Northampton County?
Yeah, it's in
Yeah.
Bethlehem.
Okay. That's where my family is originally from.
Mhm.
And I have like, so me and my sisters, we have like we don't own land there, but we own mineral rights. And
Okay.
it has like these deep well diggers on it. It's
Yeah.
but it's in Northampton County, and one of these days I'm planning to come by there and see what it looks like now.
Yeah. I mean, Northampton County is pretty big.
I used to
But
go to the Poconos all the time when we were little.
yeah.
Oh,
Well,
you've seen Niagara Falls?
we're at.
Isn't Niagara Falls the American side near the Poconos?
Oh, you're talking about Hawk Falls or
Yeah.
Bushkill Falls. One of
Yeah.
them. Yeah.
Niagara Falls up in New
New
York.
York, that's what I
Yeah,
thought.
New York.
Oh,
I've been to
wait, what am
I
Niagara
think
I
you're
Falls
talking
thinking
too.
of?
about our Niagara Falls in the sticks.
What
I've been to Niagara Falls too.
what's the name of the falls? It's near the Poconos.
Is it Beaver
Bushkill.
Falls?
Bisco?
Bushkill. Bushkill.
Bush
Yeah.
Cow.
I have no idea. Never been there. I have no idea.
Yeah, I grew up. Like I said, I got
Wasn't
out
Joe
of the Poconos.
Namath from around that area, Willie?
Who?
Joe Namath. He quarterbacked at Alabama.
Oh, I like him.
Yeah, he was in. I think
Him and his nylons.
what's his name's from Scranton. I think our president.
Lady Week.
Scranton, Pennsylvania.
He used to sell nylons, man.
Scranton has a lot of boxers too, don't it?
Do you know where Freeport is?
Where?
Freeport.
No.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and put it out there.
Go ahead.
Willie has told his story about what he knows regarding Bryan. And you said, Willie, that it is on other channels, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So if anybody wants to know anything, he has talked about it on other channels.
So just back off and leave him alone now.
Yeah, because we're not going to pick on Willie.
No way.
Again, I just can't answer. Like again, I understand people have questions. And it sucks that I can't answer them, but I'm not going to pretend to know stuff that I don't. And that's why I said before, I'm being 100% honest when I say I don't give a shit if he did it or not. I didn't know him like that. You know what I mean? Like just because I knew of him doesn't mean that. Again, I'm not sending emails to creators, saying this person did it. It's weird as hell to hear that, Scarlett. I'm not going to lie to you. And I don't know who else would go out of their way other than friends or family. So it's kind of weird to hear people are going to those lengths. So. Because there's nobody like that I know that knew him that would even do any of that, to be honest with you. So you can cross that off the board. So it has to be some kind of creator or somebody wanting attention or something.
It's probably somebody on YouTube.
Well, I tell you what, okay, so I'm assuming it's about 10 years since you've been out of high school or more.
Hold on, let me do the math.
All right, while he's figuring up the math, Mikey S., thank you so much for the super chat. He says, congrats, Uncle Chili.
Uncle Chili.
Who is Uncle Chili?
Uncle Chili
I'm
heard the
confused.
news.
He said, heard the news, bro.
Maybe my Uncle Willie. Oh, my sister. Yeah, my sister had a baby 2 days ago.
Oh, okay. So, Mikey, are you talking about Willie?
Oh,
anyway.
Chili. I don't know.
Oh, wait. He's been keeping his secret forever. It's why I call him Chili. That's what Mikey S. said.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Mikey.
But, okay, But even if it had been 5 years since forget it. Even if it had been 2 years after I graduated from high school, I wouldn't have known what anybody was doing. I've seen one person the whole time, and it's been like
Yeah, that's what I mean.
40
I moved out of
years.
that area when I turned 18, so it's been 12 years since.
Yeah.
That's me. I can't.
I don't
I
You're
can't
not
talk
gonna keep
on.
up with all that stuff when you have real life going on anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah, my
Exactly.
husband, he sees his classmates all the time because we live in the same town he grew up in, but I don't see anybody ever.
That's
Yeah.
how me and Troll are. Everybody that we went to school with, high school and junior high, we still see them because we still live in the same
Yeah,
area.
but here's the crazy thing, because even the people you don't see, you still somewhat remember in your brain, because if something were to happen to them or they did something, like, stuff comes back to you so
Right.
quick. It's
Yeah.
very weird. It's very weird,
I'm
to be
good at
honest.
erasing things from my brain. I don't.
Wait, who's that music?
Not me.
Okay, who had music?
I think it was Big Al.
It was me, and it was less than 15 seconds. So
Okay.
you're fine. And it's
Okay.
congratulations on your 5K.
Yay!
You made it.
Oh, here we go.
Did I really?
Yes, you did.
Congratulations.
Hold on.
Yay!
Is this
Right,
not
that's my
show?
lucky
Oh,
number,
damn!
too.
I got
5.
5,004. Thank you.
Happy, happy,
Congratulations.
joy, joy! Yay!
Thank you.
I made sure I kept it under 15 seconds. Don't worry.
Okay.
Is that
Making
copyright?
Not
sure
gonna
I
get
was.
demonetized. Congratulations, you
Wait,
made 5K.
Avery, can you unmute yourself? Because I was going through muting everybody. I didn't know whether. Okay, she can unmute herself. Riddler, can you unmute yourself? Okay, I just want to make sure that I didn't still have everybody muted. I was going through mute.
On the
everybody.
road to 6 now.
Yes.
Scarlett, first of all, congratulations on your
Thank
5K there.
Thank
I was
you.
going to ask you, if you could look at all the evidence, but can only pick out of 3 categories, one of the 3 categories, would it be the DNA, the phone pings, and what was the other category we have there?
DNA, phone, pings,
the
cameras.
videotapes of all of his traveling, where he's seen turning and backing out and all this other stuff. Which one would you want to look at? The DNA, the videotapes, or the phone pings?
And Mikey, thank you for gifting that membership. That's very nice of you.
Wait, what were the options again?
Okay, you get to pick one of 3 categories.
Oh, damn, I can only do one.
And you get to
Right.
see everything that the police have, law enforcement has. So do you want to see all the DNA that was reported? Or do you want to see all the phone pings that are reported? Or do you want to see all the videotape they have?
I would have to go with videotape.
I would have to go with DNA because the rest is trash.
DNA.
The
I would
pings
have
are
to put
phones
all
off
of it.
and the video.
Crime
is even
Solver,
clearer.
thank you
Mine's
so much for that
DNA.
super chat. That was very nice of you. Thank you.
I want to know
And thank you
all
to
the
everybody
DNA
who
they
is
have.
saying congratulations in the chat. Thank you all. The channel would not be where it is without all of you. Everybody in here is awesome.
Oh yeah, congratulations. I'm sorry, I had my mouth full. Congratulations. Woo!
Thank you.
Because here's the thing, Riddler. If you take that touch DNA out of the equation, right? He's not in jail right now.
I mean, I would want to see the cameras because they're claiming that they have this car. I need to see him in the car. And I need to see him in this car pulling up to this house and him getting out of the car and going into the house and then coming back out, getting back in this car and leaving at a high rate of speed at 4:20 in the morning.
I wish they would take the gag order off.
But if they didn't have it for weeks, what makes everybody think they just magically had it now? Because
hold on, I got another question about the camera. Hold on, let me grab this one real quick. Lady V, thank you so much for that super sticker. That was very nice of you.
My pleasure.
And Stevie, thank you so much for that super chat. He says 5K. Thank you. That is very nice of you.
Willie, I agree with you because the touch DNA is the only thing that puts him in that house.
That's it.
Well, that's why I have more DNA than
that was his fifth charge. That was his fifth charge, burglary.
If the DNA was on that sheath before, he went before it entered the home, that means that there's no DNA putting him in the home.
I have a question for you guys.
DNA on an object.
But does touch DNA put you at the crime of the scene?
I mean,
Shit, a scene of a crime, y'all.
200 other people were at the scene of the crime. Then, if that's the case, and 200 other people were at the scene of the crime.
Because you can very easily touch something that someone else has in their possession and then bring it with you to a crime scene. So that doesn't that touch DNA doesn't put him in the house.
No, it does not. That's why I want to see the rest of the DNA.
So where is this strong ass case they have? Everybody thinks.
I don't know.
We don't know.
I'm trying to see it though. I would love.
I don't think from what we can see anything's strong.
Yeah.
Can I ask my question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I'm trying to think how I wanted to word it. Okay. This is for all of you on the panel.
Okay.
If it's not Bryan who committed the crime and there's no one else that helped Bryan commit the crime, then why did Papa Rogers post that he was in the Poconos before we even knew who he was?
Well, wait, didn't he say that he's in a shithole something in Pennsylvania, come find him? Or was there another one that said Poconos?
It said Poconos.
Yeah, he had Poconos.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not sure what.
Okay, could that be someone else involved and they knew that he went to the Poconos because that's where he's from and kind of ratting him out a little bit or trying to make it look like it was him?
Or maybe he is the one that did it.
Papa Rogers could be Bryan Kohberger. Who knows?
Or it might not be. It could be somebody else that did it.
Where did Papa Rogers originate from?
Was it 4chan?
Was it 4chan or was it Reddit?
Either of which are such reputable sources.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was on Facebook too, but I don't remember which one.
I think it was. I'm pretty sure it was 4chan.
I don't know.
I don't remember which one it was that he popped up on first. I just know that, like, what was it, the day before he was arrested? Like, he got kicked out of one of the Facebook groups or something like that.
It disappeared.
4chan is the shit stick that stirs pots.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I went there one time. I will never go back.
I don't know nothing about it.
You're not missing anything, I can tell you.
Nope.
I think I went there one time too, and that was the reason I went there, because I wanted to see what the Papa Rogers thing was.
It's all trolls. It's all trolls.
It's like I don't know if I believe anything coming out of that place.
No.
See, this is again why I think he wanted to get caught, because to me, that's just another breadcrumb. Like, who else would know that he was near the Poconos?
Yeah.
He could have mentioned it to God knows how many people at the college, saying, "Hey, well, I'm going to the Poconos this weekend," or whatever.
But how would they? But that was way before he got arrested.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, he could have mentioned it to the kids in the class. He could have said, "Well, I'll see you guys next week. I'm going to the Poconos."
Yeah, it could have been brought up in a general conversation in class. Like, they could have been like, what's everybody going to do for Christmas break?
Yeah, the problem is there's a lot of reasonable doubt.
But wasn't he fired before he went back home?
But they fired him after he was arrested.
It doesn't matter if he was or not. It doesn't make any difference if he was or not. I mean, he could have mentioned it to somebody.
Well, an article that Riddler sent to me just a little while ago says that he was terminated from his teaching assistant position on December the 19th.
Yeah, after.
So it was just.
And that's the day they got his name.
It's the day they got his name. Imagine that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but he had problems before they even got his name.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
He had problems with his professors.
So many coincidences in this case.
There was a couple of things that him and his professor wasn't getting along with each other, and I believe they had some type of they had a plan in place that was supposed to help him. And he didn't follow along with the plan.
And then you would think, he would carry out something towards his professor.
Well, I'm not saying he carried out the.
No, but I'm just saying he carried this out on a random house with random people that he just chose to do it to. Not his professor, not anybody in his class. Like, that's what's so odd to me.
If he didn't get arrested, he might have.
Plus,
That's
like
a
we
lot.
spoke yesterday, he if his phone was off during the whole process of all this, then he wasn't sitting there tracking them, following them like we all thought he was. So I'm still trying to figure out how he knew to leave when he left.
Right.
I'm
Okay,
stuck.
so
Maybe
I have
he's
a
got another phone, like a
But
burner
see,
phone.
you also gotta think you're not in the mind of a psychopath that's out to unalive people.
No, but you still have to
Right.
know when to leave and go to
No,
somewhere to
not
do
you
this.
can just do it on a. If you're a psychopath, you're going to do it on a whim. You're
do you
just going to
think
do it.
do you think that maybe he was thinking, okay, well maybe if the later I go, the better chance it is that they're asleep?
Yeah, that's when
Oh,
you're
Saturday
Could that
night,
be
that's
it?
crazy.
Because it just seems weird that the neighbors have said that all these other weekends, like there are always parties, but that night was there was
that
no
night they went
party.
to a football game.
Yeah, and there was no party.
I
Then they
mean, I
went
don't know
to
what about. I mean, there. It's not out of the realm of possibility. You got, Ted Bundy just walked by, saw these girls, and boom, that was
right.
it. I mean, there's no
They
plan.
they
He
just
didn't
do it
know
on a
him.
whim. They don't
He
just
didn't stalk him. It was just like there's something that clicked with them, and bam.
yeah.
Jesus.
I mean,
Does
you're
anybody know if
Makes
his
no
car
sense.
had Wi-Fi?
It doesn't make sense. It
We
that's what
won't
we're
lost
make
saying,
sense.
Willie. It's not going to make sense to any of us because we're not that type of person.
Well, again, a jury's going to have to sit there and listen to it, so it has to make sense to them.
Does anybody know if his car had Wi-Fi?
No,
We
he
don't
didn't have
know.
the
No.
souped up version of the car, so he didn't have the GPS capability either.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
His car was way before Wi-Fi.
I think his car
Yeah.
was just a bland
like
model.
just a regular one or whatever.
Huh.
Excuse me. Okay, so I have a question. All right, so you know how they're claiming that they have him on camera leaving WSU that morning, the morning of the 13th at like 2 something, right?
Right.
Yeah.
All
It was
right, they,
like what was it, like 2:48 or something like that?
yeah, something like that. Okay, but they've got him on camera. They've got him on camera in Moscow around the girl's house, and then they've got him back on camera at WSU when he's coming home. Hey, Power Split, how are you? And then they're claiming that the next, like later on in the morning, he leaves his house at 9 o'clock, and he goes back to the area of the house, and then he returns back home at 9:32. Why wasn't it put in the PCA that they have him on camera at any time at 9 o'clock, between 9 and 9:30, leaving his apartment, going back to the area of the girl's house, and then going back home? Because if they would have had him on camera during that time, they would have had a clear shot of his car and more than likely his plates, because it's during daylight hours.
Right.
They possibly could have had him in the car on camera, but they
Maybe
don't
they
mention. They
I
don't
did not think
mention
of that.
any of that in the PCA.
Wait, they
maybe
don't
they
mention him
did
on
and just
video?
didn't put it in the PCA.
They never
No,
mentioned.
they
They never
never
mentioned having him on camera anywhere. All they have
No.
is this car, this white Hyundai Elantra. But if it would have been during the daylight hours, they would
We
have
would
had
have
a
hit all
better
the same
chance.
cameras. Yeah.
Exactly.
But I'm
So,
saying, what if they did and just didn't put it in the PCA?
Oh, they
but
put
wouldn't it
everything
have
else in the
made
PCA.
I mean, yeah, it would have made more sense to put it there. Yeah.
it would have made that PCA just that it would have been better evidence than
Yeah,
a
I
dreamy
agree.
looking nighttime picture of a car that they're claiming had unknown plates.
Yeah, I agree.
That's
I don't
crazy. I
know.
didn't think of
I don't
that.
know why.
Yeah, I've never heard of them having him anywhere on camera at all.
During the
I,
day.
I haven't heard that either. Only just a white car. I know the FBI was working on enhancing the footage that they have. So maybe by this point they've been able to clear it up.
But all the cameras that he had to have passed.
Hmm.
I mean, we can't go anywhere here without,
Well,
Exactly.
I guess we'll find
Right.
out.
red
Scarlett,
light, traffic camera,
Right.
all
have
kinds.
you
Because
ever
that's what
did
I'm
like a
saying.
Google Earth or Google thing where you could like follow the road to see if there's cameras with Google Earth or no?
You can look around on it.
Yeah, you can just follow
Well, no,
like
I mean
the
like
street view or
taking
whatever.
like the routes like the route that he took to get there, and then how he got home. Like following that route on Google Earth to see if there's traffic cameras on the lights or what's
I
going
did
on.
that.
Yes, they have a site in Moscow that shows all their traffic cameras.
Didn't
Did he-
El Guapo do that?
Do you know how many
I
he did,
I
Riddler?
think so.
Does his car have like a I don't know, like a black box like an airplane does where they can go back and tell like
No.
No.
His
where
is
It
just a
doesn't have GPS.
no.
Let's
don't laugh
let's
at me.
can we just put the whole black box thing to bed? I'm so sick and tired of hearing about
What
it.
is
He's
the
just
black?
got the basic model. It wouldn't
Yeah,
have
his-
it.
Even if he didn't have a basic model, this
There better not be black
idea
boxes.
that these black boxes are in these vehicles now, prior to 2015, for surely not.
Okay,
After
so is there
2015, you might see it in a Mercedes, a BMW, a Land Rover, something like that, high-end Lexus.
Yeah.
You know, that might
so is
store your
there
location.
so is there anything in his vehicle that could show the path he took and where he may have stopped?
Probably
phone.
not. His
Probably,
phone.
yeah, probably not.
Just his phone, but they're claiming that it wasn't on or it was in airplane mode at the time, and the street cameras.
But see, if
And
it was
Willie, I can't believe you
mode,
laughed at me.
Huh?
We're not laughing at you.
Yeah, I'm not
I've
laughing
just
at
talked
you.
about this so many times on so many different cases now that
Yeah, it was like a huge thing with Kylie's case.
that's how
Oh,
I
really?
ended up in.
Was.
That's how I ended up in this space, was because people were given wrong information about GPS tracking systems, and that's what I did for 15 years.
I quit watching the Kylie Rodney case because people were just, I don't know, it got a little too crazy for me.
For
I don't
15
know.
years, I worked to basically integrate GPS tracking systems with vehicle computers. That's what I did.
Oh, okay.
Willie, in the back chat, I put a site up, shows all the traffic cams in Moscow,
Oh,
Idaho.
thanks, man.
I was just thinking it would be so nice if they could, because then if he stopped somewhere, they could possibly go look for the knife. But if you guys are saying there's nothing in his car that would track his movements, then never mind.
Now,
I
when
don't
you
know
talk
that
about
much about
OnStar, there are capabilities that can be used from within that system, whether it's active or not. But I have not seen anything to show me that it actually stores your location data, unless they're asking it to. It costs a lot of money to store data.
Oh. Okay, you guys don't laugh at me now, but do
Not laughing at you.
2015s have OnStar?
They have something like it. It's called Blue Link.
Blue Link.
Oh, Blue Link. Okay. Interesting. I don't know anything about cars. I just drive them.
And see, that's what I'm saying as far as like the daytime surveillance footage. It seems to me they would have been able to get a picture on that license plate. And then they would have knew exactly who the car belonged to. They could have went straight to this person's house and been like, okay, we have your car in the area the night of the murders. We need to talk.
Listen, that car is on camera. If they're saying
It's
it went
got
back to
to
the
be somewhere.
scene, it's on camera somewhere.
It's
It's on
got
the
to be.
same camera that picked them up leaving the same night.
That's what I thought.
So, what's it going to show? Is it going to show tints? Is it going to show something that's, not relevant to his car? Like, why wouldn't they?
I just don't understand why they wouldn't put it in the PCA, because to me that would have been better information to put, hey, YOLO, in a PCA, daylight surveillance footage along with the nighttime surveillance footage
Right.
of him coming back to the scene the next morning. It would have made it stronger.
Yeah, and you can
I
probably see the big
don't
ass head in
think-
the car.
They were just
Yeah.
putting as little as they could to get that warrant.
Well,
a
I believe
silly
that. I
statement.
just
Yeah, I
don't
believe that
see
too.
how on earth he cannot be in a camera somewhere along that route.
But really, how much do you think they had to put in there? I mean, it's the home team. It's the
I mean, they put a lot in there because it wasn't
It
that
was-
strong.
Yeah, it was a lot.
So 11
you got
pages
the
of
Mos-
pings.
You got the Moscow Police Department, the Moscow judge, the Moscow town's in an uproar. There's 4 people. There's panic in the town. How do we calm this down? We got our man.
Yeah.
On the 19th, bang.
We'll
Yep.
find out.
Just think, 51 terabytes. What all could that possibly be?
It could be just a bunch of white noise.
Be a
I
bunch of
doubt that.
video.
Yeah, just like, who knows?
How many terabytes does a video? Okay, I don't know anything about this kind of stuff either,
You'll have
but
to ask Big Al.
Too many
Big Al,
variables. Too many
say,
Yeah,
variables.
it depends on what
Okay.
type of video, what
How much they
say
take.
what
I
format, all
say
that.
I take a video with my Nikon camera, an hour-long video. How many terabytes would that be?
It would
It's
depend
not
on. It
That'd
would
be
depend on
gigabytes.
what.
Is it 4K?
the quality.
Yeah, is it 4K? Is it 720? What resolution are you shooting in?
Oh,
But it
Everything.
wouldn't take up that much.
well, say it's 4K.
You're looking at probably 5 to 10 gigabytes of data.
Yeah, and hardly nothing.
And how
Does it
many
have sound?
and how many gigabytes are in a terabyte?
1,000.
1,240.
Yeah, so it's not
Oh,
that
wow, look
many.
at you, Lady V.
Yeah.
1,240. Okay.
Now, realistically, if you're looking at like regular DVR camera setups on offices and buildings and still images from the red light cameras, if they had them, or intersection cameras, whatever they were, it's not going to be 4K.
Just Avery, just think about your phone, okay? How
For-
many gigs or how many I mean, now they've got like the 1 terabyte iPhone. I mean,
I don't even know what my phone has.
do you know how much? I mean, okay, you don't know, but how much stuff do you have on that phone between pictures, videos, short videos, long videos?
I know I have enough that if I ever got in trouble, the police would be airing out my Google history and stuff on my phone.
Exactly.
That I would
Oh
need
my
you guys
God.
to step up and say, "Hey, she's a true crime enthusiast."
Right.
Because I
Yup,
would be. They
mine's
would
the
probably
way.
think I was a
I've
spy.
I've probably got over 3,000 screenshots just from Kylie Rodney's case sitting on my phone right now.
Oh, I know. It's ridiculous. I mean, and the thing of it is, I mean,
See, I don't
okay,
search
so
none of that
the new
stuff.
iPhones are 1 gig. I don't know about these new ones, but the 14 is 1 gig.
They put people in the
That's
pool.
51 of them full.
Wait, you mean 1 terabyte?
I mean, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
1 terabyte. I'm sorry.
Well,
1 terabyte.
I got over 1,000
Ooh.
pictures of my granddaughter, and like over 30 videos of her.
Oh Jesus! I've got
My
thousands.
storage is full.
See, I'm OCD. I can't keep things on my phone. Like it will bother me. I'm very, very OCD. So like screenshots that I don't need, I have to delete them. Videos
I
that
have to
I
keep
don't.
everything. How do you get
Huh?
rid of stuff? How do you get rid of stuff on your phone?
Well, I delete it and then I go to my trash can and delete that. I know how to do that.
No, I mean like I never
Why?
delete any
Well,
kind
you
of
can
picture.
take your pictures from your phone and your videos from your phone and put it on a
Cloud or something.
what is it, like a flash drive or whatever. And
Oh
then
heck, I don't know how to do anything like that.
well, that's what I want to do. I want to take it from my phone and put it on my laptop.
Do you
I'm
have
Here's
an
what
so
you do. You
Avery?
email yourself all the pictures, and then you always have them.
Avery,
That's
do
a good
you have
idea.
an iPhone?
No, I have Android. I had an iPhone. I couldn't understand the damn
Do
thing.
you have Google Photos?
I have a gallery.
With an Android, all you got to do is plug it into your computer and open your DCIM
Yeah,
folder,
that's it.
and you can
Okay.
drag and drop whatever you want onto your computer, off your phone, off your
Put it
computer,
on
onto your phone.
Yeah, you can put it on a CD.
Well,
or
see, I've been
DVD too.
every time I would use like screenshots that I had on my phone, I would just email them to myself and then pull them up at night
Yeah.
for the lives.
Yeah.
Let's see, I got so many emails in my thing that's probably spam, but I can't see to clear them, and I don't
Right.
want to clear something important,
Right.
so I
Hey,
don't even
Roger.
bother with them.
Like I'm so OCD that I went to Spectrum and made them take my phone and turn off all my notifications because I knew I was starting back work this week. And if I even see like a text message lit up with a number 1 or a Facebook Messenger with a number 1, it will drive me insane until I open it and clear it. So I didn't know how to turn off my notifications, so I had to go over to Spectrum and have them do it for me. Now I can't see anybody's YouTube videos. I don't know when people are live.
Scarlett, I want to,
Uh
if we can get back to the BK case,
huh.
being the bouncer here. I was going to ask you. The other night, I made a statement that the police said, and I've got news articles backing that up, that the
Okay.
crime happened between 3 and 4.
Right.
But another young lady on here, I forgot who it was. Was it Tofo Cat or something like that?
Oh, Fofa.
Yeah, Fofa said that. No, that was the media saying that. The police never said that.
Okay.
Well, I'm thinking I heard a press conference where he said from 3 to 4, we believe. And I know that was in the early stages.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of it. Let me go back to the press releases. Because I want to say that it was either Chief Fry or what's the guy that kind of looks like Chief Fry? Is it Lanier? Was that his name? Roger Lanier. It was. I want to say one of them two that said it. Because that was like, oh God, in the very beginning, they came out and said that.
I would have bought that too, between 3 and 4.
Because, they said between 3 and 4, and then the guy on Linda Lane came out with and said that he watched his video footage from that one camera that points down Linda Lane to Taylor Avenue, and he turned in the video footage from 2:45 to 3:15, showing the white car that goes in towards King Road, but it doesn't come back out. And that's when we were all thinking, okay, that possibly could have been the car. And then come to find out, the PCA comes out and they're saying between 4 and 5. And I just kept thinking to myself, well, if they would have told people in the very beginning between 4 and 5, which they should have known that before the arrest happened, then people could have been looking at their cameras between 4 and 5, not just between 3 and 4.
Right.
I'll have to go back through. I want to say, though, Riddler, it was on a press conference and not a press release where they said that.
That's what I want to think. And I think at that same press conference is where he talked about the phone call, the 911. And he said, I didn't say who made the 911 call. I said it was made on a roommate's telephone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because you remember that was like a huge thing too. It had came out that the girls had ran outside. Dylan and Bethany had ran outside and they were screaming, and one of the neighbors was walking by and came up and they had the phone and they ended up calling 911 and
passed out in the yard.
Right. Well, they had on some of the press releases that they were putting out daily that they had a spot in there that was they called it rumor control, because there was also a rumor going around that Lil Murphy, Kaylee's little dog, was running loose all over the neighborhood and all that, and they had to call animal control to come get him. So they made this rumor control thing and put in there that the victims had not been gagged or tied, because that was also something that was going around. That Lil Murphy was not found outside, that he was actually found in a room, and that the 911 call had been made from inside the house, from one of the roommates' cell phones. But they never, to this day, it's never been identified from law enforcement who made the 911 call.
No. And they won't tell. They said they're not going to tell.
And the law enforcement still doesn't know how many people came into that house between 4:30 a.m. and 11:58 a.m. Do they?
Well, they better.
Unless they can get it off of the that camera. But
across the street.
Yeah, because we don't even know if the camera's pointing right at the house or not. We don't even know where exactly it's pointing.
Unless you have Dylan calling somebody and then you check that person's phone to see who they called, and run down all of that would be another way.
Yeah.
But there had to be some kind of a camera that picked up the girls coming home that night. The two.
It did.
I would think, yeah, because Kaylee's sister Olivia got that. That's how she knew that the girls got home at 1:56 instead of 1:45.
Right.
So I'm thinking
yeah.
that would possibly be the only camera, unless there's another one that's pointing at the house. That would maybe the only one that could tell who all was at the house that morning before
And where
police
did
arrived.
law enforcement get the idea, or what testimony that 1:45 the girls arrived at home?
I don't know where they got that from. I don't know if it's because that's the time that Ethan and Xana got home, so they just assumed that Kaylee and Maddie did too, or if Dylan and Bethany gave them that time, or what?
Well, but then we got the Twitch video too that we can kind of guesstimate when they got home from the time that they had to leave that.
But wasn't
And
they?
it was a call.
I'm trying to. They were still at the grub truck at 1:40. Or did they leave at 1:40?
They were.
I think they were picked up at 1:40.
Okay, and then they got home at 1:56.
So it took them 16 minutes to get home.
It don't seem like
What
it
is that
would've-
about? 3
It
miles,
wouldn't
5
take-
miles down
yeah,
the
it
road?
wouldn't take that long.
I don't think it would have taken that long though. So I'm wondering, did they stop off somewhere else?
Well, I mean, the driver could have stopped and said, I'm gonna stop by and get a cigarette. Girls, y'all want anything?
Well,
That's
that,
possibly.
or
Hey, Baker, how are you?
maybe the time was off a little bit.
I just think that it's messed up though.
40
That
something.
I think it's messed up that a victim's family member had to go figure
Yeah,
out the actual
definitely.
timeline of when they got home instead of police.
Seriously.
So
Yeah,
that same
exactly.
camera that picked the girls being dropped off,
Mm-hmm.
that should be the same camera that's going to pick up a DoorDash.
A
delivery.
DoorDash.
Yep. And
That's
all
gonna
the
be
kids coming the
same
next
camera.
day.
Yep, all the
That's going
kids
to be the
coming.
same camera that shows why that door is wide open at
Mhm.
8:30
Right.
in the morning or 9:30,
Yeah.
whatever it was.
Exactly.
Boy,
I
what
was
door
gonna
was
say,
always
I
wide
think
open?
they've
The
got to
front or the
have-
back?
Well, okay,
Front
but
door
that's
was
a
left
Glass
open.
door was.
What?
Yeah,
That's
the front
weird.
door is left wide open, according to
yeah.
a witness.
And then what was
The
it? Chief
police-
Fry came out and
yeah.
said that the back door was open too.
Oh,
The
Yeah.
back
God.
slider door. I think Chief Fry is the one that said that.
Yeah, the sliding door was open, and one of the neighbors said that he walks his dog and he's seen the door open.
Well,
And
Mhm.
But see, that's all
and
he
Remember-
said.
Bethany
You can't.
and they didn't feel that it was cold in the house.
and then
People's ass
remember
at.
when this first started, they had said that somebody reported somebody laying in the street or something out cold at the
Oh, I don't
very,
know.
very beginning.
Oh yes, I remember that too.
Oh my lord!
But there's been a lot of rumors since
Exactly.
this case
Oh,
started.
Yeah, but then all the rumors came out, that one of them passed out, but the other one was running out of hysterical. But
Right. We don't know any of that.
Yeah,
To
I
be
don't
true.
hear that. Sounds like a show.
All right, Summer says she has a question, so I'm waiting on her to ask her question. Or I even asked her if she wanted to come up on panel. Okay, she says, which LE was driving the U-Haul? That would have been Chief Fry, Summer, if you're talking about the guy who was trying to back the U-Haul truck up into the driveway.
With all the snow.
Yeah, and he couldn't get it up into the driveway up close enough to the house. That was Chief Fry.
Yeah, that's funny.
it is kind of funny.
Well, Moscow did the right thing. They got in touch with the FBI to come in to help. Now, the FBI will still work under the will and pleasure of the sheriff. It's not a federal investigation. They're just assisting whatever way they can.
Mhm.
But that was a big, big help for them because I'm going to tell you, they would have been lost if there's just been
Yeah.
up to their
Well, yeah,
three-
Yeah,
'cause they're
the
saying-
resources alone that the FBI brings to the table are just incredible
Yeah.
compared to what they have on a state level.
Yes, King Scarlet. I remember that too. That somebody had said that there was a white car in the area that was driving with what looked like plastic on the passenger side of the car, and that it was covering the front the windshield on the driver's. I mean, I'm sorry, not the driver, but the passenger side.
I remember that too.
Yeah. Do y'all remember that the law enforcement was out in front of the house taking pictures of what they said was tire marks?
Yeah.
But I haven't heard anything else about that either. We saw pictures of them out there taking pictures of it, but nothing else was ever said about that either.
Mm-mm.
So I wonder if those tire marks that they took pictures of, if they match Bryan's car.
So, Willie, have you been following this from the very beginning? Where did you come in at?
Not really. I came in. Well, again, at first I was kind of saying what everybody was saying, that he was guilty and this, that, and the third, until the PCA came out, and then I saw something was kind of off. But I stepped away for like, I don't know, 4 or 5 months, and then I figured something was going to come out or something. You figure something fizzles away, but then I came back and everybody was still talking about it, so I was like, Jesus.
You may not have heard some of this then at the very beginning.
Yeah, people are going to be talking about this all the way until a verdict is reached.
Yeah,
and
probably
then,
after.
And then once the sentencing happens, if there is a guilty verdict, people are going to they're going to continue talking about it until the sentencing happens. And then 10 years down the road, people are still going to be talking about it.
Until they put, yep.
Kelly P, let me see if I can find. It's King Scarlet. Do you remember where that was posted at? Let me see if I can find something on Google.
But yeah, that PCA came out. I thought the complete opposite of what I think now. So that's the only thing that got me to sway my opinion on this is their own words is the reason I'm thinking like this.
Well, it sure puts what you have said in a different light to me. I mean, I didn't mean to.
Well, no, girl. I just found it funny that people are emailing you.
Yeah, I was like, what?
Don't email me.
But I was like, but it really does clear up a lot of things in my mind of why you say some of the things you say.
Well, yeah, because the whole incel narrative, all the incel narrative shit, like it's so, I don't know, just weird what people come up with.
Oh, I don't know. I was in on that one because I still think he might be.
Okay, so King Scarlet, you got this fresh mind from Hawaii, which I'm still majorly jealous that she went to Hawaii without me.
Man.
But
Hawaii?
Yeah, she just got home from Hawaii.
Hawaii.
So, do you remember, King Scarlet, where that was said at about the plastic in the car? Because I remember reading it, but I'm thinking
I thought it was
Facebook
just one of their little.
Was the plastic like how you replace a window that got broken out, or was plastic over the seats?
The way they explained it, somebody's claiming that they saw this car and it was like plastic on half of the windshield, like on the inside, on the, I believe, the passenger door, and like on the seats and all that.
From this case?
Yes. This was like way back in the very beginning.
I've never heard that.
When during the time, right around the time, I want to say, whenever they started putting out about the white car, helping look for the white car and all this and that.
Yeah, it was.
And that somebody claims that they had seen the car before that with the plastic, but I want to say it was on like Facebook or something like that somebody had said it.
The old fake book.
Yeah.
Another rumor mill.
Wait, I told you, Scarlett, I would take you with me. You did. Okay. I don't remember where we heard it. I just remember we talked about it, but we just tossed it to the side then. Yeah, because that was like a long time ago. Y'all, she did tell me she would take me. I offered to hop in a suitcase and.
Well, but you wouldn't have gone because your daughter's moving.
My daughter could have waited till I got back from Hawaii.
As long as she got to go to Hawaii.
I'm kind of like, no way. How can you see plastic inside of a car? Look how many times we've had to look inside of BK's car when he's pulled over and was it Indiana?
Yeah.
We keep going back and looking. What kind of,
yeah.
What are the seats made out of? Are they cloth or leather? Or?
I think they're cloth.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, we
Yeah.
had to go back and look.
Right.
How many times we had to look to see if the windows are tinted?
Several times.
If a car's flying by you by 30 miles an hour, 35, that's a blur.
And this, I want to say that it, like I said, it came out whenever they first came out asking, for the public's help and looking for the white Elantra. But these people, if I'm not mistaken, are claiming that they seen it like around the time that the murders happened, but I guess they didn't think nothing about it until
It wasn't that morning. I thought it was that next morning.
It could have been. I just remember them claiming that they seen it, this car, around the time that the murders happened, but didn't think nothing about it. And then once it came out about needing help finding the white car, then they thought about it. What state for 3 suitcases? No way, you talking about the 3 suitcases that they found a body in? I believe that was in Florida. That just recently happened, I believe, just like a few days ago.
They found one up here in a Tupperware, one of those Rubbermaid tubs.
Oh gosh.
Oh my Lord.
This one was found in one of the intercoastal, I guess, the canals down there in Florida.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah, it was 3 different suitcases. It had different body parts in them, and they were just floating.
Jesus.
People are crazy.
Welcome to 2023.
Yeah.
I don't know how, I don't know.
I mean, did you hear? I was just watching today some of the 2023 interrogations that were the most watched, and I forget this guy's name off the top of my head, but he lived in a basement apartment, and they were looking for a girl, and he had her there, and they found another one, and what he had done was like frozen them and then thawed them in the bathtub and then like put them down the drain. And they found out because somebody finally just called, because he went and called to get the drains fixed. And he's like, well, I figured, how much did you actually, and he like deboned and stuff. Yeah, it was, people are sick, man.
Oh my God. People are just crazy.
Yep.
And it's only getting worse.
Yeah, and they went to his store and he said, well, the gig's up.
Okay, let me see what this is. Hold on just a second. Okay, so I've got a picture of them taking pictures of the tire marks. Gotta get it downloaded to my computer. Let me pull it up.
Have you got a picture of people taking pictures of the people taking pictures of people taking pictures of the tire marks?
Exactly.
No, I just have a picture of people taking pictures of tire marks.
Not enough detail.
We got pictures. We got pictures of Nancy Grace sitting there with her table talking about it.
Okay, so there's when they were taking the pictures of the tire marks in front of the house. Now, those kind of look like they're coming out of the girl's driveway, but I could be wrong.
I don't know if a Hyundai Elantra is capable of that.
I mean, do they have enough power to do that?
Maybe
if it was a bit slippery,
It's a little bit slippery or wet tires, or yeah, I suppose. But that's a lot of rubber on the ground.
You need a bit of help, I'd say.
I mean, that one tire right there, you can see where it curves. That's what I'm saying. It looks like it's coming out of their driveway or turning in their driveway, or
it looks like it almost like slid.
Maybe got away from them when they were gassing on it. I don't know.
Well, in a front-wheel drive car, it's not weird when the tires are spinning for it to go right or left, and not just straight.
Right.
That short though.
I mean, if it like Eva's owner just said, if the tires were spinning and it was slick out,
it was.
you got to have some serious revolutions per minute to make marks like that on pavement.
Yeah,
that's not easy to do.
I've peeled that enough.
The tires are smoking for that to happen.
I have. I've got
not you, Lady V.
I've got a Mustang that my daddy gave me. It's 35th anniversary edition one. You got to peel out every
Oh
once.
well,
If you're
yeah.
not doing that with that car, you're doing it wrong. Atta girl.
You got a very good excuse in, Lady B.
Hell
That's
yes.
right.
So,
Lady, I
hey,
just put a
Jeremy.
video in back chat for you. It's going to be the craziest interrogation you've ever seen in your life.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
If I drop off, I'll be back.
Yeah. Good
Okay,
luck.
okay.
Good luck with it.
So I'm wondering though if this is the one that they're saying came from. Oh, yeah, and she dropped off. That's where it's coming around the curve and leaving at a high rate of speed at 420. Yeah, I'm telling you, the trial has to start in October,
Yes.
or I'm gonna go crazy.
Yes. Me too.
Seriously, because I want to know about
50-50.
all of this as well. Hey, Freya. Sarah Irish, how are you? Yeah, now I need to see a video of Lady B and her Mustang, y'all. I'm serious. Okay, give me 1 second, Sally, and I'll slow it down for you.
I'm telling y'all, if that's not the craziest interrogation you've ever seen, then I don't know what is. It's the only interrogation video where you have to like, it has like one of those warnings and stuff you have to click to actually be able to watch the video. That's how bad it is. He confesses everything, but the details are just beyond belief. Forget his name now.
Yeah, it even gives you a I wish to proceed thing on it whenever you click on the link. Yep. Okay, so Lady B, I'm fixing to put the link back in for you. Y'all just be driving wild, all y'all in the chat.
I haven't drove in 2 years.
Summertime, she burns rubber too. Okay.
Yeah, I have to watch that one later. There's another one. Oh my God, what was his name? Bryan. He's the one I kept talking to you about, Scarlett. Bryan Kohberger or something like that. That's crazy.
Yeah, I remember. I can't remember. He's got a funny last name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one's nuts too.
Lady, I promise you, I've watched hundreds. There's nothing like this one.
Well, I'll watch it.
Nothing. It is very, very, very disturbing. And the way he delivers it is just even more disturbing. It's like he's telling a bedtime story. Sicko.
I hear crickets.
It's probably my air conditioner.
No, I just said it's so quiet.
I heard a wolf.
Remember, PCA is just enough to get the arrest. They're not gonna put all of their top info in the PCA. Yeah, bullets. I agree.
That's true.
Janet Tucker said, "Worst interview than Taylor Shabusiness." Is it worse?
Oh my God! Did you ever watch her interrogation?
I haven't watched it.
That was bad.
Oh Lord!
And Janet, how are you?
Just listening to her. Oh my God!
I just watched, literally, like I said, there was like an 8-minute clip that Law and Crime had put on YouTube today, and it showed her maybe once or twice, and she had like this ridiculous look on her face, and then it showed the officer that was on the stand, and then it showed what that officer and another officer found in a bucket in the basement. And it was the boy's mama and her boyfriend that found it and had to call police. And
that was, yeah.
Other than that, I don't know a whole lot.
How'd they have her? Because remember when she attacked her lawyer?
I did see that, yes.
Well, they've got her handcuffed. They've got her cuffed down, man.
I'm wondering if they got her like shackled to the table.
They got her shackled. I don't know to the table.
Avery.
Yeah, she's
Whoa.
shackled.
Oh, wait. Avery was up here and then she dropped. Avery, hold on. I'm going to send it to you in Twitter real quick.
It's not Twitter anymore.
Oh, X.
X. That's weird.
Everybody's got to get used to that now.
Yep. I know that I follow Avery on here. I just gotta find her.
I mean, he could have been a little more creative. X, like, it's too simple.
He's not very creative.
It's not.
Avery, send me a message on Twitter. I know that I'm following you.
What are you saying? I already sent her a pic of the link of that one, if that's what you're doing.
Oh, you sent her the link that Willie posted in the back
Yeah.
chat? Okay, that's what she was wanting.
Yeah, she
Okay.
Facebook, she messengered me and I
Okay.
sent it.
Kelly P said she did not have on handcuffs. I watched the trial today on Brandy Churchwell YouTube channel. So they didn't have handcuffs on her?
Oh
She
my
said
God.
she did yesterday.
Well, they must have her. They must have her medicated.
Oh, she looks like she's bad juju, though. I'm gonna be honest.
Because
I didn't get to watch any of today's, but yesterday they had her.
they must have her on her medication. Then
I mean, not yesterday.
Okay. Glowbug, I just dropped a link in the chat for it. Okay. Let's see.
That's a true crime junkies. Yeah, I want to see that one.
I'm telling you, it's.
I've watched some pretty horrific ones.
I don't know.
You're welcome, Glowbug.
I have
Okay,
to watch
Summer.
it and tell you I might have seen it. I don't know. I haven't really looked at it much since.
Oh, the amazing tip said she could have a taser belt on. So that may be why she's.
yeah, that's possible.
But it was just day one of the trial today, so give it time. She may do something.
Did you guys hear what her husband was saying?
No, but didn't somebody say that he's in jail too and he's all over Facebook?
Oh, he's all over. Yeah, he's all over everybody telling him to leave her alone. She's the most beautiful woman. It's his wife. Better quit picking on her and all kinds of crazy stuff. And he said,
Well, he must be
at
just as
least
crazy
I'm
as her.
breathing and I have my head. He said that.
Yo, that's wrong.
Jesus.
Okay. Hold on, there was something else I was gonna ask y'all. I didn't ask that about the cameras. I had like 3 pages worth of notes.
Oh, lady, you're also going to see that the interrogator is also like very, very weird too. The whole thing is just off. The way that the interrogator acts, it's just it's sick.
Excuse me. Hey, Teresa. Shit.
Like, yeah, you know, you're supposed to like something, you know, I guess kind of, you know, be on their side for a confession, but the way that you just don't treat somebody that kindly after they tell you stuff like that.
You hear the baby?
Yeah,
That sounded like a goat.
That's what I was thinking. It was a goat.
That's my granddaughter. She's over here laughing. That's how she laughs. It's so funny.
How old is she?
3.
3.
She's a leap year baby.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So there hasn't been any explanation that's came out for the other male DNA that's found, right? Has anybody heard anything else about it?
Not yet. No.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
All right. These are just some things that I wrote down, just like going through some other stuff that I found. Has anybody seen anywhere, because this has been like a huge debate all over social media, about the DoorDash driver being cleared? I have not seen where they've been cleared. They've never been identified by LE.
I heard it,
I
but
heard
I
they cleared
never
him.
seen
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I
Okay.
heard the same thing.
I've heard that they have, but I've never seen any type of confirmation from LE that they've been cleared. And
No.
there's
I've heard on the internet, but I have not seen anything from anyone of
Right.
substance or authority,
okay.
Right.
written or otherwise.
All right.
Yeah, well, I've seen a few suspect channels framing that person, so I don't think they have anything to do with it.
Yeah, I just because they never even been identified by law enforcement.
We still don't know if it's a male or female, do we?
Nope.
The only thing we do we know that they talked to him? They
Ellie,
came forward.
yes, Ellie did say that they came forward
Right.
and said that
That's
they
the only thing
did
we
a
know.
delivery and all that. Yeah, we
Right.
do that, but they
And I
never
want to know
said.
exactly what time they were there too.
They said in the PCA approximately 4:00.
Yeah.
So
Well,
it could
But
be.
we don't know who they are,
No, we don't know if it's
whether
a
they've been cleared,
male or
nothing like that.
female. We don't know how long
I
they
know
were
what I
there.
do know,
if
though.
they were driving or anything.
I know it's another person that Ann Taylor can put at the scene. That's what I do know.
That is true. That is true. Because if they're there at 4:00 and they're claiming the murders happened between 4 and 4:25,
Reasonable doubt.
so. But yeah, I've never seen any confirmation that they've been cleared. But that has been like a huge debate. People on Facebook swearing up and down. Oh yes, I've seen it where law enforcement cleared them. Well, I've read just about everything that law enforcement's came out with, unless I've missed something.
Right.
And I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I haven't seen anywhere.
Let's see. Another thing I thought of was that Bryan didn't sell his car after the murders.
But it could have been financed and under his parents' name or something.
Well, it was in his name.
Oh, really?
His mom gave it to him, or his dad gave it to him.
Yeah, I think it was his mom's, and then she gave it to him because he wouldn't have been able to put it, like do the registration and all that if it was in somebody else's name.
Right.
Was it? Did he go in and transfer the title and register it in his name when he did that? Was it his before he got the Idaho plate or the Washington plates?
I
I
do
don't
know
know.
that his mother gave it to him.
Hold on. I
don't
want to
know.
say
Be
that
even
it
stupider
says.
if we did that.
I wonder if he said, I always thought that they kept saying it was his mother's car.
Hold on. I gotta find, because I know it says somewhere. Let me look through the PCA real quick.
Yeah, I
that
wanna
it
know
was
because I always had
registered
the
to
same
Bryan.
question, Scarlett, but everybody always, would say, "Oh, it wasn't his car. He didn't own it."
See, I heard something about his mother giving it to him
He did
because
too.
he was going to Washington for school.
Okay, so it says on November 18th of 2022, according to Washington State Licensing, Kohberger registered the 2015 white Elantra with Washington and later received a Washington plate, and it gives the Washington plate number. Prior to this time, the 2015 white Elantra was registered in Pennsylvania, which does not require the front license plate to be displayed. This was learned through communications with a Pennsylvania officer who is currently certified in the state of Pennsylvania.
So Pennsylvania plates were probably under mommy and daddy.
And he just turned around and put it.
And he
His
just transferred
name
the title
with-
and put it in
with
his
the
name
title.
when everything
Right.
ran out.
Okay, yeah,
Right.
he could have done that.
So he put the car that he took to a crime scene in his name. Jesus.
That's yeah.
Well, he
After
didn't
the
do
crime
that till
happened.
after.
Yeah, after was it
Exactly.
5 days? No, wait.
It was 5 days after.
Yes, it was on the 18th.
Well, probably
because
because his tags were about to run out and he didn't want to get pulled over with
Yeah, but it's
out of
just-
state
Right.
It's
So
just,
how
expired
did-
it's
tags.
just funny that.
Right.
It's
So how
funny
did
though.
they
Why not
do
sell
the
your car?
notary thing? How did they do the notary thing on that then?
Oh, if all your parents would have to do is sign the title
Sign
and
it.
have it. You don't even have to have
Yeah.
it notarized.
Yeah.
She could have signed the title and mailed it to
Mailed
him.
it to him.
Yep.
Huh. We
Yeah.
have to have it notarized.
Certain states you don't have to have it notarized.
I know Louisiana, if you get if somebody signs a title over to you, it has to be notarized.
In Minnesota, it
Yeah.
doesn't. And it doesn't in Washington. I know that
I
for
know
a
it
fact.
doesn't here. I know it does here in North Carolina, but in New Jersey it doesn't. And I believe in Pennsylvania it doesn't either.
I mean, because my mom and dad, they had to get it notarized when they gave me the Mustang.
There are certain states you don't have to have it notarized.
In Minnesota, you don't even need a bill of sale. You just tell them what you paid for it,
Yeah.
and they tax you. Well, I shouldn't say they tax you on that amount because they don't anymore. Now they use the book value
Yeah,
as tax.
Here they tax you on whatever it was. If it has a price on it, that's what they tax you on.
Yeah.
That's how.
Yeah, here it
that's
used to be
how
that
is
way.
in Missouri.
Well, not here.
That's how you got it cheap
I
here.
pay $500 for every car. Like every car
But
that
then
I sell.
everybody, was selling their kids, $25 for their
Yep.
car, or whatever.
That's what happened here.
It's a minimum.
My dad gave me my truck, my first truck. So
Yeah. Okay.
What other
but,
questions you got? You have good questions.
let's see. He didn't run or hide after the crime.
No,
He
No.
stayed around Washington.
That's just pure arrogance.
he didn't
Yep.
go to Africa.
He didn't take off after being pulled over twice on the way to PA either, which is crazy.
that
But
is
I
true.
guarantee this: if he wasn't arrested, he might have.
I mean, there was a rumor going around that if they would not have arrested him the day that they did, that he was supposed to be leaving the country the next day. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but that
Yeah,
was
I
a
don't-
rumor
I don't know about that, but
that he was supposed to leave the country.
Where
Okay.
people come up with this stuff?
Now he would have to have a passport to leave the
Right.
country, right?
Yep.
Was he scared
Yeah,
of flying? What the?
Yeah, they even said that he was scared of flying. That's
why-
what, whenever
why-
they
that's why I said
transferred him.
I can never understand why somebody would put out he was going to leave the country. He's scared to fly.
Y'all know how some people on social
Now,
media.
leaving the
He's
states,
not scared to fly.
He just
leaving
drove
the
the murder car
states,
across the country.
yeah.
Right. Let's see. He didn't cancel appointments. If it is true that he did go to the doctor and have the physical or whatever it was that he went to a doctor for.
Well, see, I only heard of him getting a haircut. I never heard of him going to the doctor.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the haircut.
He went everywhere, this guy.
Okay, so there's no victim's DNA in Bryan's car, house, apartment, or his office. They haven't had well, as far as we know, they don't have the murder weapon.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
Right.
I wonder why he never joined the military. Even after he got his college degree, he could have been an officer.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't seem like the type that would be able to take orders very well. But
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
was just thinking.
He would have got a dishonorable discharge.
Yeah. Let's see, and he got his registered. Okay, I catch up in chat. Hey, KK, how are you? Okay, all right? So they don't have this license plate on camera.
That we know of.
Yeah, I think it's kind of weird.
I will say this though: the quality of traffic cameras in Moscow is stellar.
How do you
The few
know
that
that?
I looked at, Riddler dropped the traffic camera link in the back chat a while ago, and I just peeped at a couple of their cameras, and they're pretty close to 4K.
Did he pass any of those or no?
I don't know.
Okay, so wait. Vapor said you don't need to fly to Canada, and Canada has a no extradition to the U.S. if it's a death penalty case.
Yep.
So yeah, I didn't think about Canada, and he was
Right. Wasn't that far from
Canada, right?
Yeah.
So,
No, I noticed something too. Now they say there's no connection to the victims, but they haven't came out and said there's no connection
to
of
the surviving
Bryan
roommates.
to the witnesses,
Mm-hmm.
which I find very strange.
Unless they're considering all of them victims. I mean, I don't know.
No.
No, because I think they usually consider Dylan and Bethany the surviving roommates? Isn't that how they've always been classified?
Well, yeah, from the police, but you know.
Yeah.
So they're saying there's no connection to the victims. I haven't seen anywhere where there's no connection to the surviving
To
roommate.
them.
Anyway,
Now
Right.
they're victims of burglary.
That is true.
true.
Yep. Because of them living in the house.
What did he steal though?
Well, he got a burglary charge because he entered the house to commit a felony.
Yep.
So whenever you do that, you
They
catch
add
that
a
burglary
burglary
charge.
charge.
Automatically, yeah.
They can't get him for breaking, but they can get him for entering.
Right.
They can't even put him in the damn house.
So, and honestly, I think that's just an extra charge they added on there just to have a charge in case for whatever other reason.
Oh yeah, they do that a lot.
Yeah. Hey,
They can
Gianna.
barely,
Yeah, they do that. They do that with all the
Just have more
burglary.
years on.
cases.
Arv, how are you? Because whenever I saw the charges when they first came out, the 4 first-degree murder charges and then the burglary, it crossed my mind. I was like, okay, he must have stole something from the house too. Maybe he took.
No, he left something.
Yeah, well, I thought maybe he stole something of the victims when
I
he
thought the
left.
same thing.
And
I thought.
when I got to read about it, in Idaho law is if you enter a dwelling to commit a felony, you get
Charged
that
with
burglary charge too. So
Well, they have to put that on there, otherwise it's going to be an embarrassment. How can he come in the house without committing burglary? So they got to put that on there.
right.
Yeah. I'm just saying they can't. Right now they can't even prove
They
burglary.
can't show him. From
Right.
what I've seen, I haven't. The only thing they're sticking with is that touch DNA on that knife sheath.
Yeah. And just that, I mean, like I said, it still don't put him in the house at all. If they're saying that it's touch DNA.
We're all going to be surprised when this trial does start.
I'm telling y'all, if it doesn't start, I'm hoping that it does, because I'm going to end up losing my damn mind. Seriously.
Yeah, I ain't going to know what to do if it don't start.
Did they confiscate any shoes, or had they described what kind of shoes
I know they took
It was
shoes from
Vans.
They took some out of his apartment.
and
do
out of his
remember
parents,
that.
right?
They took some boots out of. Hold on.
They said that the print was from Vans.
Yeah, it had a Vans
Yeah,
like.
it's a
And
diamond
it's
shoe.
like, yeah, and it's like, okay, how many college kids wear Vans?
Oh God, like every single one of them.
Every
out
single,
there.
probably every
Really?
single
Yeah.
college student
Could
there.
be anybody.
Hey, Vapor, they might have a lot more, but I'm just going by what we know right now. That's all we can go by. Right now, they can't prove it. So, it is what it is. If everybody
Knowing
wants to
what
think they have a
we
whole
know,
bunch of
they
other
can't.
stuff, that's fine. But we don't know what they have.
No, yeah,
The
knowing
defense knows.
what we know they have, we don't think they can.
They actually would have problems. That actually probably have problems proving burglary at this stage.
Exactly. You
Well,
can't
yeah,
put him in
because
the
they
house.
can't put him in the house.
The burglary is because he went in to commit a felony.
Yeah.
We
So
don't
that's
know
why
he
I
went
put that on there.
committing a felony.
But if they can't prove he was in the house, they can't prove that.
Well,
Exactly.
no,
Okay.
but that's just on there because of.
I remember on a video, and I don't remember whose video it was, that whenever they were coming out of his apartment, there was a bag with shoes in one of the ladies' hands. Hey, Protected, how are you?
Yeah, because they put it in the back of that. What was it? Like an SUV type of thing?
Yeah, it was a truck with a camper on it. Now, they do not have that listed on the things that they took out of his apartment, though.
I thought it was his parents' house.
Okay, I'm fixing to go check that one too. Hold on. Go. Oh shit! I accidentally exited off the whole dang thing. Hold on, y'all.
Dang it.
Now, did they find a knife at his parents' house also?
Yeah, they found 3 knives at his parents' house. They found just the first item they put was knife, and that was it. Then they found the Smith & Wesson pocket knife, and then the Taylor cutlery knife in a leather sheath. Let's see. And I know they took some shoes.
We got one cheese knife, a butter knife, and another one.
It was a knife, a Smith & Wesson knife.
They found a steak knife, and that could be what does them. Really.
Nah,
He's
no,
been
they
eating steaks
got the
in
knife,
closet.
man. Don't you know that they have the murder weapon? They have the knife.
They have knife, like Jake Jones.
The knife.
They got the knife.
Oh God.
Okay, now I know that
We don't know whether they got the knife.
What did you just said? They have the knife.
Oh, I was naming off
knife.
what was on the list.
Yeah,
that's what I said. I just said the, and you said the.
Well, the knife. I mean, either way, it's the, that.
We're saying the same thing. Is my point.
Ooh, careful with your choice of pronouns, there, ladies. Slow her down.
Yeah.
They have enough
I'm not
knives now.
saying they have.
Don't misgender the frickin' knife.
They have enough knives now to stop them making sandwiches.
Okay, so they took a pair of dark colored boots, a pair of brown boots, a pair of New Balance shoes, and then he had on, when he was arrested, a pair of black and white Nike shoes, size 13. I guess
They didn't even say the size of that latent print they found, did they?
They never have said the size of that either.
Like we said, that could have been there months before. Or
Well,
if
yeah,
they're
I'm
there
just
the
not-
day up.
Then why are they pulling it to corroborate a witness story?
It sounds good.
I don't know.
Exactly.
Why
It
don't you
sounds
call 'em up
good,
and ask?
doesn't it?
Can't
It
say,
sounds
but
good. It
if
sounds
they're
good
looking,
because, go ahead, Al.
if they're looking for red substance and they find red substance, that they're going to say that they found red substance. There's nothing to say how long that substance has been there.
Right.
That's what I mean. It was perfectly right in front of her door. Wow.
And the other
Well,
thing
that's-
that's got
yeah.
me puzzled is the unexplained DNA. They didn't mind going through a family tree and all this other mirage.
They have had to have checked that out.
I'm telling you, they have probably most definitely checked all that.
Yeah, I mean,
But
they're
you know
not.
how many? Do you know that every
They're
baby
police officers, yes.
has been
and
yeah, you told
is-
us.
The government has every baby's
Oh, I
DNA.
know that. I know that. But they're not gonna not test every piece of DNA they have. They're not gonna do it.
So
Because
that
that's
means,
their-
Well, I'll tell you
that
what,
means there's
I'll tell
more
you
of his
what.
That's
DNA in
their
the house
case.
then.
That's
If I'm
their
on the
case.
jury, then you just failed. If you're the lawyer, if you didn't test that DNA,
No,
you just
because
failed.
I'm saying
I
they
don't care. You
tested.
failed. Now you got a hung jury. That's
Yeah,
your fault.
I
Not
agree with you,
Riddler. I'm saying they tested it. I'm not saying they didn't.
Well, it's got to come to somebody.
Yeah.
They
All right.
don't have to report to us that they
might
got.
have that by now. Back then, when they said it, they didn't have that.
But if they test it and it can't be identified, that's an issue.
They probably already identified it. We just don't know that.
It's going to be interesting when that goes to court and they come out and say
Right.
that they went and tested it. But I think that if they did, it was after it was brought out to the public.
Yeah.
DNA
I'm
testing a
sure-
party house at a university has got to be a freaking crime scene person's worst nightmare.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
no.
Well, that's what I mean.
There's
If I
so
was
much
Dan,
DNA
yeah.
all over that house. It's not even funny.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I would do if I was Dan. I'd go in there
But
and take 50
Also,
DNAs.
if they got it off a cup, a plate,
Yeah,
we
because
don't
I want
know.
to know where they got the unknown DNAs from. Like, where in the house were they?
That's the $1 million question. We all want to know that.
Evidently, they haven't turned it over to the defense because the defense says, "Whose DNA is this?"
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
that
sure
was,
They couldn't give an answer. They could not give an answer.
and they haven't came back with anything on it either. But that document came out June the 23rd.
Right.
Maybe
So
they
here
don't
it
have
is.
it yet.
So
Maybe
And here it is, what, July 26th?
yeah, well, no, 25th.
Well, it's after midnight, so
Yeah, 25th.
25th.
26th, Tuesday.
25th.
No, Monday was the 25th.
Monday
Today's the
24th.
25th. Here it's 12:44 and it's the 25th.
25th, yeah. Unless my clock on my computer's wrong.
My
That's
watch
25th.
says
I
it's
got a
Hold on.
calendar in front of. I got a calendar in front of me. Today's the 25th.
Yeah.
Monday
Yes,
was
the
the
25th.
He's
25th.
living in the future, buddy, Joe.
6 p.m.
No, today is not, because Monday was the 25th.
No, Monday was the 24th.
Monday was the
You
24th.
be
Go
on these
Google
panels
it.
too
Okay,
Go
late,
whatever.
Google it.
Joe.
July.
I'm blind. You got to understand.
I
I'm
was
blind.
gonna say, lady, you know,
Yeah,
It's hard
y'all,
to see.
our days.
It's
Our
still the
days are
24th
She's
in a
funny.
couple time zones.
Yeah,
Well, yeah.
in 2 time zones, it's still.
Okay,
Oh,
so
man.
today's the 25th. So who's to say that they didn't hand it over or didn't hand it over? We don't.
Yeah,
feisty
yeah,
tonight.
as of since that document has came out, they could have tested it and got the results back since
Right.
then.
Betty Joe's feisty tonight. Watch out.
Well, no, I'm just because everybody wants him to be, oh, he's not in the house, so he's not this. Well, we don't know because we don't have all the evidence.
It's just
No,
the
but
facts,
they
though, Betty
can't
Joe.
put
It's just
him
the
in
facts.
the house.
It's the damn gag order. That's what it is.
It is.
Yeah.
They can't. We can't put him in the house.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean they can't put him
I
in
mean,
the
we're
house.
just going by the
I
evidence that they've
agree.
given us so far. That's all we
Okay.
can
You're
do.
going by the PCA, and that's nothing.
I'm just going
Exactly.
by what we have so
That is
far.
to get him arrested.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
That is, Willie.
And
It's
yeah,
That's
it is.
arrested.
Betty Joe, but we can only go by what we know
They still have to stick with
They
that
still-
timeline, Betty Joe.
And
The
what we
timeline
know,
still doesn't add
and
up.
what we know is nothing
You're right.
until court.
Right. That's what we're saying. We're saying the same thing you are.
Yeah.
All right, here is the picture of the shoes that they took out of Bryan's apartment.
Can't see them, but
I don't know if any of those are Vans or not, but
It
the
looks
van
like
would
the
have a diamond.
one right in the middle. Of
One of the
the one in the middle of the bag looks like a Van sole.
this one.
yeah.
Yeah, with the line on it.
Yeah.
What about this one down here?
I can't really tell on that one, but the one in the middle of the bag is easy to see.
Okay.
Yeah, the Vans would have a diamond on it because
Yeah.
I have a pair of Vans, and my granddaughter has a pair of Vans, and they have
Yeah,
diamond.
that's like the worst print they could have pulled too. It's Van. Every kid has a Van.
That is true.
So maybe they took them, and if those are Vans, so I don't think they would have put them in the same bag as all the rest of them. Rest of the shoes, it seems like they would have.
You
if
would
they
think,
thought
you
that
would
they,
think they would.
yeah, they would put them separate so they could test them.
You would think they would.
Unless the footprint wasn't a size 13.
Yeah. You would think they would, but
Sorry.
Poor Bryan. I mean, he's got to go barefoot and he's got nothing to butter his sandwiches with.
Oh my god.
he don't eat sandwiches. He's vegan.
Oh yeah, that's right. Wait, he can't eat bread, can he?
I don't know if vegans eat bread or not.
Does anybody know
Why
if
do they
vegans
eat
can eat
grapes?
bread?
I don't see why not.
I don't know. Just want to ask me.
Who the hell doesn't eat bread?
Vegans?
Yeah,
Some
I don't
vegans
know.
don't.
I don't know if vegans eat bread.
Well, because
Oh, well, Sis said there's vegan bread.
eggs.
Oh, so yeah, he
Wait,
can.
what
I'm
the
sure
hell?
they've got plenty of
What
vegan
kind of
bread in
meat-
jail.
What kind of meat is in bread?
Well, it's anything that they have to use like eggs or
Yeah.
anything
Oh,
like
geez.
that.
Yeah, he doesn't like-
He can't eat
Milk.
Yeah.
But
don't
real
like-
bread has not got animal products in it.
eggs.
Eggs, milk.
Eggs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he won't eat anything.
The hell
Yeah,
do they eat?
anything that
Nothing?
comes from an animal,
He
a
will not
vegan
eat.
doesn't eat. Yeah.
Yep.
You put eggs and pancakes and stuff. You put it in bread.
They
he
eat
won't
nothing
eat
but
it.
water. That's crazy.
So I think the only thing he
Okay.
eats is peanut butter. Maybe I don't know if he can even eat
You're
crackers.
still into peanuts.
Yeah.
He's still in protective custody. He's not eating meat yet.
Well, he's probably living on cabbage, but he's in solitary isolation, so it doesn't matter.
He's going to
he's
eat
in-
what they feed him.
He's in
don't-
isolation.
Yeah.
He's in a
And
cell
they
by
told-
himself.
Yeah, on the isolation side of the jail, there I think they said it was 4 cells, and to begin with, from what I understood, he was the only one on that side. But apparently there was another guy that was arrested like a month or so ago, and he also got put on that side. So I
They're
don't know.
doing it for his protection,
Yeah.
basically.
That's what I think, Roger. I've never heard of eggs in bread. It must be horrible bread.
Plus, if new inmates come in, they won't be able to discuss with him what they've heard about the story.
That is true. Okay, one
True,
second.
yeah.
Sally Mae. Yeah, because any new inmate coming in, they have probably there's no telling what all they've heard.
But
Right.
don't be surprised if the cops don't have his cell bugged.
Oh, you think?
Oh, everywhere he goes is bugged.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They
And if he
got
talks to any other inmates, they're going to be offering them the moon for anything they can tell him.
They got a
Mhm.
case here where an elderly man essayed a 5 or 6-year-old girl, and his cell is bugged. And he's bragging about what he did with her and how hot looking she was and all this kind of stuff. It's terrible. I'll send it to you.
Oh, and they
Right.
called it all. Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
well, that's just the he wrapped her up in a carpet and dumped her
Oh,
behind
damn.
the church.
Oh.
Yeah, he picked her up at a Walmart. And I blame her
Walmart.
mom. I blame her mom.
Angie, no, I can see you. That is crazy. Okay, so vegans can eat bread as it doesn't contain egg or milk. It's just flour.
Yeah, that's what I
Well,
thought.
you got to add stuff to the flour to make the bread.
But not animal products.
You got to add yeast.
Yeah.
It depends on the bread.
Yeah, I'm sure they would. I would think they would have vegan bread, though, huh?
If you want to be a hardcore vegan, yeast is alive.
Exactly.
I used to have a bumper sticker and it said vegan, Indian word for poor hunter.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tonka said that yeast is a living organism.
It
so
is.
I wonder if that would count, though.
That's so
as far as like the
plants are living
vegan
organisms, aren't they? Plants are living organisms, surely.
Yes,
Yeah.
they are.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't get that one.
I don't know. I've never made bread. I just buy it out of the store. So I don't.
I've made it.
Yeah,
before.
now
It
I'm gonna have to go
depends
look on the. I'm gonna have to go look on my bread thing now.
Depends on the bread.
See if it's got eggs in it. Because I'm just thinking it would have eggs or something like that in it, and you know if it does.
It
you wouldn't
depends
eat
on
it.
the bread.
Okay, so
Well, he probably eats like peanut butter and vegetables,
right,
that are grown. You know,
But
And they
not
murder-
alive.
You know, it's an absolute scientific fact that if you take a leaf and you cut that leaf off, part of it off, and
Yeah.
you put it under a spectrum, you can still see that phantom piece of that leaf, the veins and everything.
I've never thought about that. We don't have, now, what Vapor is saying, I have heard that where he says they don't have a face. What show was I watching? And there was somebody that said that they were vegan, and it was anything that had a face they wouldn't eat. And I don't remember
Eggs don't
what.
have faces. Milk
What
doesn't
does-
have a face.
Yeah, cows.
Milk comes from a cow.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I guess so, yeah.
Can we take a second just to remind people to be respectful and adults in chat?
Yeah, I've already put that in chat once.
This is
What's going
getting ridiculous, you guys. Knock it off.
What happened?
Seriously.
Oh, I'm not
Just too many people making too many rude ass comments. It's getting to be enough.
Oh boy.
Rude.
Yeah, because
Rude
I've
or funny?
seen.
What do you mean
Let me
rude?
look.
No, they're
No,
being
rude, disgusting.
they're being nasty.
Oh.
So y'all are gonna have to stop, or I'm gonna start blocking people myself.
I've seen
Because
that.
I've already seen the mods ask y'all to please stop, and I've done seen the mods remove comments.
Whoa.
So some of the stuff is just nasty.
Get them, Big Al. Get them.
It's the price of success on YouTube.
Sally Mae's doing most of the heavy lifting here, but I mean it's
I'm gonna
just
come
getting
up
to
on
be,
panel. You
Yeah.
got so
getting to
much
be
to
enough.
say. Panel's open. What's up?
What they're saying in
Hey,
chat
Tanya.
doesn't need to be on panel.
Yeah, it's
Not even
it's just,
that.
it's,
I've been
it's
looking. I haven't seen
disgusting
nothing.
stuff. Yeah, that's because it's already been removed.
They removed them.
Were they talking about vegans or something?
No,
Yeah.
Oh,
let's just say you don't want to know right this second.
Yeah.
Let's just say they're not.
Willie, while you're there, mate.
yo.
Sorry, excuse me. Willie, I just want to say it's very valuable to have you on panel, and it's quite refreshing to have a different viewpoint, and I appreciate you being there, mate.
Hey, thanks, brother. Not everybody can, take my
I
opinion.
can't say
but
I agree with
it
you
is what it
100%
is.
of the time, but I find you very likable, and you stick to your guns, and good on you, mate.
I appreciate that, man. Yeah, like I said, I
We
respect
like you.
everybody's
We
opinion.
like you, Willie.
Nobody's right in the situation.
We all
It's
like
just-
Willie.
Yeah,
I
we all
just I
like.
love the channel because we're open to everybody's
That's right.
viewpoints.
We
without
all
having-
love Willie.
Yeah,
Like I
well,
said,
mean,
the
nobody-
world would be boring if everybody agreed
Yeah.
on every single thing. We wouldn't learn anything from other people.
No, I can't. No.
I tend to get a little hyper because I'm Italian. So
Yeah, I'm Greek, so I got when I'm talking, I'm yelling.
Willie, are you Greek?
Yes, sir.
You speak Greek? Μιλάς ελληνικά?
Nah, see.
Nice. Okay, bravo. Excellent. Very interesting. We should hook up sometime.
That's right, man.
My father's Greek. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What island is he from? Oh, Mykonos.
We're from Mykonos. So,
Okay.
Ioannina, northwest.
Mykonos is beautiful, man.
Mykonos, yeah. Yeah, I'm not from that part, but yeah, it is beautiful.
You got to go.
All of Greece, beautiful. Sorry, I stole the chat. Go hard, guys. Talk about the eyebrows.
Oh, your eyebrow comments, they're epic. I can
So
tell
what do you think they're going to do with that comment that she made about the eyebrows? Do you think they're going to touch on that or not really?
Yeah, I think
I'm
it's going to
pretty
be
sure they
brought
will.
up.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be brought up, honestly.
It'd
Yeah,
be weird.
I do too.
Like, I don't know.
I mean, they're gonna.
I'm gonna be honest, y'all. What are y'all gonna do if Ann or one of the attorneys gets up and is like, the person that you saw walking past you, clad in black, as you say, with a mask on covering their nose and their face with bushy eyebrows,
wait
is that
for this.
person in the courtroom today? Can you identify them for me?
Can you identify those eyebrows?
Well, what they're gonna have to do is put a mask on him, and then ask her.
They're going to parade 50 men through the courtroom with only the eyebrows exposed and get it to identify
Right,
the one.
exactly. That's what I'm
They
saying.
have
Put a
them
mask
in.
over
Half
their
the
mouth,
men
over their nose.
here.
I can't wait to hear what Bethany has to say.
That's the one
Yes.
I hear.
The
I
dark
want
horse.
to know what she saw
Yes.
and why she was two
Because-
places at once.
Did she possibly hear something and maybe started up the steps? Because her being on the first floor, maybe she started up the steps to the second floor and heard something that didn't sound right and went back to her room. Could that have happened?
That's a good
I'm
possibility.
going to think it's more of what she saw and not what she heard.
You think you might have
Yeah.
seen something going on in the
She
house
might
that
have saw-
night?
She might have saw something that wasn't clad in black.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
but
What do you think, though, Riddler? What do you think that she might have seen?
Well, I mean, it could be anything. I saw a guy that wasn't 5'10". I saw
Okay.
a guy that was 5'7".
So it would go against what Dylan said. Or more than one person in the house?
Well, that could be the other thing.
well, now she was on the first floor. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now
Yeah.
is that where the front door is?
In the
Yes.
basement.
Yeah.
Right, that's where the DoorDash we would think would be.
But
But
dropped
that door was open. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah, because where the front door is in the basement part,
hmm
when you first go in the front door, to the right is a bedroom door, and that bedroom was empty. And then to the left, right there, is the stairs that goes up to the second floor, and you have to go kind of like past the stairs, down to the left, all the way down to the hallway, and that's where Bethany's room was at.
And Bethany could just also say, "Well, I didn't see anything."
I
Yeah.
noticed her. Michelle, have a good night.
But my question, the question I'm having, do we know how cold it was that night?
I think
It
somebody
was
said 28. I
28
believe.
degrees.
Okay,
below freezing.
so pretty damn cold. So again, I don't know if you're trying to, if you're kind of getting what I'm trying to get at here, but if,
Yeah,
if
no.
the door is open, it's freezing cold in the house,
Right.
especially when you have the second story window or door open and the first, and that it creates like
It
a
creates a draft.
it creates a draft
creates
throughout the
a
whole home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nope. So see, I didn't know about the front door until you guys said that. That's crazy.
And then when Dylan goes back into her room, I'm sure her door has a lock on it. Is she texting the other residents, members upstairs and across the hallway? Or is she texting friends? Hey, somebody come over here now. Is she
Yeah, but the
doing
problem
that?
I'm
Is
having,
she,
though,
is she
Riddler, is
texting Bethany?
the
Or
problem
is she
I
just
have
doing
with
nothing? Or
her.
is she just doing nothing?
That's what I mean. The problem I have with like her being involved in anything is like they probably checked all her stuff. You know what I mean? Like I'm still curious to see what if her and Bethany had communication or who she was talking to. But I'm assuming what she said and who she called wasn't alarming because they didn't she's not obviously in custody. I don't know. I don't.
They got their phones, so
Yeah, because it does say in the PCA that that downloaded both of their Dylan and Bethany's phones plus Dylan's statement leads them to believe that the murders happened between 4 and 4:25. So I'm wondering if there was maybe some texting going on between Dylan and Bethany, maybe asking each other, "Did you hear that? What's going on? What's that noise?" Something like that. But I also thought that whenever Drunk Turkey had said that he had talked to Kaylee's mom, didn't Kaylee's mom tell him that Dylan had not called Kaylee's phone that night or text her phone?
yeah.
So apparently she
Yeah,
didn't
I
call
think that's right.
her. Now, we don't know about Ethan, Xana, or Maddie's phones, but
Right.
that's what I thought I had heard that Christy had said, which is
Yeah, I
Kaylee's
think
mom,
you're right.
that she did not call or text Kaylee that morning. Rich, have a good night.
Well, see, going back to the PCA, everybody pretend you're the judge right now. That PCA just got thrown in front of you. We saw a white car. Are you going to say, is this his white car or a white car? What's in the PCA is what the judge has to go by.
I don't know, man. I don't know how they. I don't know
The
how
only
that
thing,
PCA
the
made
only
it
thing
through.
I can see that judge saw a reason to have him arrested was the touch
was the
DNA.
DNA.
That's right.
Was
Yeah.
the touch DNA on those
Yeah.
shoes? Nothing else
It's a
shows.
bad call.
The pings don't say he was in the house,
No, it just says,
so
well,
he can't be arrested. So he can't be arrested off the pings.
Unless he took his phone in the house and we don't know about it.
Well, have to be in the PCA. He can only arrest what's in the PCA.
okay,
Well,
and
the
doesn't
same-
it say,
yeah.
because I don't think, hold on, I'm going to have to search on the PCA real quick, because I don't
If
think
they-
it even says anything about pinging.
No, I
Okay,
don't
wait.
think so.
Nope, it doesn't. But it does say that it used cellular resources.
So
did they
everything is on
consider-
video then. So everything is the video or what?
Well, they're claiming that his phone used cellular resources in the area of 1122.
And which judge signed the PCA?
Hold on, let me go back to it.
The magistrate.
I think.
Like you
Hold
said,
on, let me-
brother, you take that touch DNA out of
That Megan signed it.
that PCA, they don't have an arrest, in my opinion.
See,
No
Yeah,
way.
Willie, when they came out and I saw the PCA, I said to myself, if that DNA is all they have, they're in real trouble. And
Yeah.
they haven't come back with any more DNA.
But people think they have. But people think they have a whole bunch of his DNA in that house.
What I'm trying to get at, what was in the PCA that judge was willing to bet their reputation on? That was
I think it's just
worthy of an
the
arrest?
volume of circumstantial.
Yep. They put it all
There's a
together.
huge volume of circumstantial evidence in that.
I
and
think it was the touch DNA.
I'm thinking it's the DNA. I'm thinking it's going to be the DNA.
All right, so you got a car riding around the neighborhood. Is that against the law?
Nope.
Do I arrest you? Because if they do, there's a bunch of them they need to arrest around me.
But
Yeah.
I mean, there was a lot of people up
2
at that
o'clock in the
time.
morning.
Yeah,
Right,
driving
we
out.
saw that. I mean, if
Yeah.
those Linda Lane videos are legit, look how many people we saw walking around in the parking lot.
And that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Ann Taylor's going to be able to put other people there, other people around there. Like, she's going to be able to do it. It's not, if she can, she is going to be able, because there was people. Like, there's more DNA in that house than 2 people's DNA. I mean, she's going to bring all that
Right.
reasonable doubt to the table, all of it.
Yeah,
So-
and it only take. I mean, the state has a burden of proof. They have to convince all of the jurors, where the defense only has to convince one of reasonable doubt. Summer, I agree. It's already got some of this crazy
Well, I'll
already.
still go back to my original statement the other day. One of the best things I've ever seen on any of these crime channels happened right here.
Uh-huh.
And that was having the defense lawyer. And I would love to have a prosecutor on here too, but a defense lawyer
Mhm.
Yeah.
explaining to everybody that even if you know the guy's guilty, you're going to make sure the state went through all the correct procedures and constitutional guidelines, because if they can get away with it on one of these people that you know for sure is a creep, then they can get away with it on anybody.
You know, I
That's why
don't
it's
remember
there
seeing him in
protecting
here
us.
before or after here. I would
Who,
like
the lawyer that was in here
yeah,
up on panel?
Michigan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was in
He was in the
here
chat.
last night
Yeah.
in the chat.
It was too late though. I think it's a little late for him to come up by this time. But yeah, like I said, after speaking to him, like, you know, I already have my
That's very
answers. Like, you know,
interesting.
we're just reiterating everything again. But I already got my answers from him, so my mind's not changing. He feels the same exact way, especially about the timeline. That's one of the biggest things he had a problem with. That's one of the biggest things I have a problem with because of the 420 and 425. That's not a good thing to have.
No, and all of us feel the same way about it too. It's like it doesn't make any sense.
And I feel like this: if they had that trial today with just the PCA, that city will find him guilty if they're picked in Moscow.
That's right.
But if those are people from other outside the area, and I'm talking about way outside the area, like Boise, then you might have a different outcome.
Right.
Yeah, I believe that.
Because if the trial is held in Latah County, and that's where they pulled the jury from, which I know what Riddler's answer to this is going to be. Do y'all think he would get a fair trial? Because in the end, we want him to have a fair trial because we want the kids to get justice.
But they don't just pull from Latah County.
Well, no, it comes from that district, but still.
I don't know. I mean, if they can find people, I don't know. I mean
would they be able to?
Everybody
They're
knows
gonna get it out of
that.
there, in my opinion. It's not gonna
Right
happen.
now, if I was a news reporter, especially some of these people on YouTube that are in that area, I would like to stand on public property off of the campus, even though that's public property too. I would love to stand out there on the sidewalk and ask the students, do you think BK did this? Would you find him guilty right now?
I think most of them would say yes.
Absolutely.
I
If they don't follow up very
Nobody's
closely
looking
and
into
only
this
the
like
media
us.
beat up the politics.
And then I would like to stand on the sidewalk before you get to that, what was that, the corner bar, the corner club, whatever it's called.
But most of those kids are going to be out of state, so they're not going to be the ones on the jury pool.
Well, they don't let any, I don't think students can get exempt from jury duty.
Yeah. So it's going to be people who have actual residency there.
And we just all assume, since we're in all of this true crime business, that everybody knows everything about everything. But the thing of it is, I mean, there's been cases that have come along where I live that I didn't know a doggone thing about it until it was like done and over.
Yeah, I was reading stuff on Newsbreak, on that Newsbreak app on my phone, about stuff that happened just a parish over that happened last month that I didn't even know about until I read it today.
Yeah, so I mean,
well, they have some things around here where
that there's people don't know about it.
Well, this one here is going to be highlighted in that town because everything's driven off the college.
Well, the problem is when they go
the front
home.
page of their paper is always about the college, something to do with the football game. Anything about that college is going to be on that front page of that news.
Yeah.
Now, if they'd have waited 5 years to arrest this guy, now you might have had people say, "Oh, now I kind of remember what happened." But this happened, and then a month later, he's arrested. It's kind of fresh in their mind, just like it was in Gainesville. It's kind of fresh in their minds.
Link for
I'm getting it. I thought I still had it copied, but I forgot I'd copied that other link that was in the back chat.
And I got to admit, the guy they got, and Willie will testify to this, the guy they arrested in Gainesville, he fit the description perfect.
Oh, yeah.
Had knives, carved animals.
Yeah, I remember that case well.
Wrong guy.
And students were pointing fingers at him. That's where the police got it from. They said, you need to go check this guy out. He's real handy with knives, and he talks stupid. And they went and followed him, and they said, oh, we saw him push his grandmother.
Yeah.
And so they put him in, and then it was more like, we got our man, and everybody was all happy. And when the DNA test came back, nope, you got the wrong guy.
Criminology TA with a white car. That's your guy.
That's your boy.
Red, you're slipping.
No, he didn't listen.
Riddler's sleuthing.
I say this
We
shit the
both got-
Riddler wants to say, but Riddler says it in a nice way. I can't say it in a
No, I
nice
think
way.
he's down to 87%. I think he's down to 87 now.
Yeah, I think it's a little lower than that.
Hey, Willie, where are you on the Riddler scale?
Me, listen, I'm like 44.
44. I'd say I'm about 50-50.
Yeah. I was like I was at like 49, 50, and then I said that if there was no DNA in the car, I had to make a serious trial.
But that he didn't do it. You're at 40% that he did it.
No, I'm at 44%. No, I'm just saying like if we're talking about percentage wise, as if I think he did it, I'm at 44.
Okay, yeah. You're half a Riddler. You're half the man Riddler is at
think he
this
did
point.
Yeah.
Or was involved. I mean, I think he was somehow involved.
I do too. I just still think that there was somebody else with him.
And maybe the state's going to bring all this to light later in the trial. We'll see it.
Yeah. I'm just going
And that would change my mind. But they're going to have to explain to me who that other DNA is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
They're going to have to explain to me whose white car that
I'm
is.
95%. So
Because
So
they brought it up. The state opened it. Now they got to close it.
Yeah.
They're gonna
Otherwise,
put all this evidence in, and they're saying it's good enough to have you arrested. Well, let's see if it is.
otherwise, to me, that right there's reasonable doubt, and I couldn't, especially on the DP, I couldn't
Right.
say I couldn't convict him.
No, remember these guys have to convict him, and they're going to shoot him. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
So you're imagine being an unbiased jury member, and you have to make that decision, and you have possible other people
That's
who
what
are
I'm
in the
saying.
area around. You know what I mean?
I couldn't convict him if they don't find out who those guys, who the other male DNA in the house is. To me, I wouldn't be able to convict. I just couldn't.
Because if they haven't, and let's just say they haven't tested them when this goes to trial, or they haven't gotten the results back, and this trial starts with no results on those 3 unidentified male DNA sources, and she's gonna throw that all up in the
Oh
jury's
my God.
face.
Yeah, and they probably, I'm sure that they've had it tested. Whether they got it back or not yet, I don't know. But apparently they've had it tested, but they still don't know who they are. If they cannot link that DNA to somebody specific, I wouldn't be able to
problem.
convict them.
Yeah. If they're, like I said, if they're not on CODIS or their family or themselves have not taken any kind of genealogy, they're not going to be able to match to anybody. It's just, you can't just make a magical tree out of nothing. Like you need somewhere to go. And if they have nowhere to go, then it goes unidentified. And then you have to bring that to trial, I guess. I
But
don't
it
know.
also depends on where they found it too. That's a big thing. Well, I mean, but that's why I say I don't care how much I feel like something happened this way and something happened that way. I'm just saying, when it comes to me, if I were sitting on a jury, everything that I know is going to go out the window, and I'll sit there and I'll judge as fairly as I can.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do we know of everybody who has volunteered to give their DNA?
No. I don't know.
They haven't
all
told us.
all those Jacks, the Adam.
I know that Jack D has given his DNA, according to Christy, Kaylee's mom, that he gave his. Now, I don't know about the rest of them.
Now, Jack D's the boyfriend, right?
Yeah, Kaylee's ex-boyfriend that he now
they were
has
probably
Murphy.
getting back together.
Yeah, I would assume. Okay, so like I said, according to Christy, he did. I would assume that Maddie's boyfriend Jake gave his. You would think Hunter, Ethan's brother, and Ethan's best friend Hunter, because we've seen him on 2 body cam footages. So we know he's been in the house. So I would assume he would willingly give his. I don't know who else though. I mean, I would think that if these kids that have been in these parties at this house would come forward and give their DNA.
I would.
Just,
if I had nothing to do with it, I would. I'd like to know who didn't want to give it.
I'm sure they did come forward.
Yeah, that way, they come forward and say, okay, look, yeah, I've been in the house multiple times. It's
just so they can clear their name.
Yeah.
Oh, I would just hate to, like, because I mean, obviously you want all those DNAs identified, but if they can't identify them, it's a bigger issue than if they can identify them, because you now have to tell the jury we have an unidentified source of DNA that we weren't able to identify, and then where do you go from there?
Also, it depends on where it was found. Like if it was found on a cup.
Well, let's say it was on the glove. Let's use the one on the glove for instance. Okay.
That was outside.
Yeah, that one was outside.
Okay, so it's still a glove. I mean, it's still at a crime scene, and a glove is kind of odd at a crime scene.
Yeah, but you want the two that's
in the
basically
house.
in the house.
Yeah.
Yeah, around. Well, they're saying in the house around where the victims are located. So is that around where they were?
Yeah, back in that tree line. So that glove, is it a regular glove with a rubber glove inside it with?
I don't know, because they just said it was found November the 20th outside of the house. On a glove.
Say where outside the house.
Well, they were found down in that tree line.
What his name is? Chris Madonna, the whistling crime guy.
Right. Well, that's not the one that he found though, because the one that he found was on the 24th. Yeah, it was on the 24th. The one that he found.
Okay, sorry, my mistake.
Because that was to begin with. I thought that it was the one that he found also.
Yeah.
And then it came out that he found his glove on Thanksgiving Day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's wild.
But he also tells you the one he found was closer to the trash can on the outside of the crime tape.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Here's my opinion. It's gonna be a hung jury. That's what I think's gonna happen. Absolutely.
It depends on what they have.
Even if they have a ton more stuff, the holes she's already able to poke. Yeah. Look at this Melly dude. Like, he did that shit. And and now look at this. This is, I don't know. They better have a lot more. Everybody better be right. They better have a lot more.
We'll find out on October 2nd if it starts.
I hope it does. I'm gonna be honest.
She's gonna lose her mind.
Yeah.
If it don't start October 2nd, I'm done watching it.
You are not.
Because I smoke a pack a day, and I never smoke a pack a day.
Yeah.
Yeah, but see, all these other cases are boring. They've already got.
They are. You're right.
It was. Yeah.
This right here has got mystery in it. This right here has got so many angles and coincidences.
Well, that's why everybody's here. Even the people that are like, "Oh, they 100% did it," they're here because it's not adding up.
Well, it's just like Kylie
deep
Rodney.
down,
There's just things in there that just grab you because it's so strange.
Yeah.
It's the rush to arrest that makes it interesting. They hadn't dotted their T's, they hadn't crossed their I's, and they got it. I think they went too early, too hard, under a lot of pressure, and that's why there's a few holes now.
Yep. They're gonna have to explain the holes. I just wish they would have said between 4 and 5 and kept it at that.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
I don't know why they had that. Like, I don't know why they had to deduce it down to
maybe something came back on the autopsy.
Well, see that 405, I think, to 425, they might just be quoting Dylan what she saw.
Right.
That might not be the actual police timeline yet. They might have a different timeline come out, but they're quoting her clad in black. Evidently, they're quoting her. If they put it, is it in quotation marks?
What?
Clad in black.
No.
I think
so that's their word.
That was just LE. Yeah.
But
it sounds like something from a rap song.
He had on.
What about Frozen Shock? Is that in quotation?
Yeah, that's from a rap song as well.
I don't think so, but hold on, I'll pull it back up. And Tonka, I seen somebody else was in here just a little while ago saying that their comments were dropping too for some reason. One upstairs,
Y'all put comments sometimes that say error.
Yeah, I get that too.
Tonka's saying hers are dropping for some reason.
Wow.
Yeah, then you gotta leave and come back.
Vapor said, I hope one of the kids that came over that morning went upstairs and could place the sheet at the scene before Ellie was called. But I wonder if they would be able to see it. If they're saying that it was under Maddie and under the comforter, I wonder how good it would have been.
Well, hold on a second. Wouldn't they
Visible.
have body cam footage on of them walking in and seeing the sheets?
They only have body cam footage where they want to have it.
I know that one of them did have it.
So it should be on the body cam footage when they walk in the room, the sheath under her.
Yeah.
Should be.
Okay.
So,
The frozen shock phase is in quotes. Where's the clad in black? Hold on. Let me find it.
Okay, so
Clad in
frozen
Black.
shock phase is in quotation
Clad in
marks.
Yes.
Black. That was a song by AC/DC.
That's
Clad in
what
Black.
I
Glad
said.
to be
Now
back.
you're late.
back in black.
Yeah. Excuse me.
I said it sounded like an AC/DC song.
Okay.
Dead on Noose from the Noose. Kept me hanging around. I heard it before.
All right. So DM stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. Described as being 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. So that is the only part that is in quotes. And then it says the male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in the room after seeing the male. She did not state that she recognized him, and this leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene.
Murderer left the scene.
That's defamatory.
That's a very
So-
no. To me, that's a very important wording right there, because that means that she knew he was a threat. He was.
Well,
I
not
mean,
some-
They
that's
said
the
murderer.
way. That's the way I'm reading it, is that whatever she saw, this person that she's seen walk past her, she's seen something, and it could be a combination of seeing this person with a mask on that she doesn't know who he is. I'm pretty sure she knows most of the people that came there and partied, whether it's with her, Bethany, or the 4 victims. She pretty much knows everybody that comes in there. This person, she didn't know who it was. In combination with what she heard and seeing this person could have scared her, and that's why she went in her room and locked the door. I still don't get the 8 hours though, but she had to. This person walking by her, there had to have been something that caused her to be scared and go in her room and lock the door.
Well, no, she opened her door, she wiped the shoe print real quick, and then closed her back door, and then she just hung out.
It's going to be interesting to hear about the shoe print, honestly.
Well, yeah, and it's going to be interesting to hear whose voice was that you heard. I'm here to help you.
And yes, because I would like to know if that's Ethan saying that, or if it's this person that she saw in the house
And
saying
the
it.
steps.
That I would also like to know whenever she heard what she thought was Kaylee saying, "There's someone here."
Yeah.
How was that said? Was it screamed out like she's
There's someone
warning
here!
somewhere?
Someone
Yeah,
here!
like she's warning the people downstairs that there's someone in the house. Was it a scared holler? Was it her trying to warn them, or was it just a casual like, "Oh, there's someone here"?
Yeah.
There's
But-
someone.
But I
here.
want to know. But I want to know if she heard somebody go up and down the steps. That's, to me, that's really important because of where her room is.
Where her room is. Yeah, because this person had to, I mean, if they went upstairs one time, then that means they were on the stairs twice, once up and once down. But they had to have walked by her room at least 3 times.
Yeah.
At least.
yeah.
If not more, but at least 3
Never tried to go in. Never
that we know
once.
of. I'm
Well,
wondering
what
I wonder if she had her door locked
Did it say
before
something?
she got up.
Did I mishear something about crying in that? She heard
Yeah.
someone crying or moaning or something. Did she hear
No,
someone crying?
She said that she heard crying coming from Xana's room.
She heard crying coming from Santa's room, so it's unlikely to be Ethan crying. Am I wrong there?
You're right.
I'm just being sexist, but it's unlikely Ethan was having a little cry about something happened to him at school. So that would mean it was Santa crying. Doesn't make any sense.
I don't know.
She's
I wanna
crying
hear,
because what?
I want to hear
Because
that she
Ethan
heard screams.
out.
Yeah, that's what I want to hear. I want to hear that
I don't.
she heard screaming.
And hopefully, once the trial starts, hopefully she will be able to give all of that information. And I don't know if there's any explanation that would make sense for the 8-hour gap.
Well,
between
I did.
that and the
I
phone,
was
but-
listening to somebody's channel yesterday, I think it was, and they said that yes, she could have been in a shock phase for 8 hours. My problem with that is if you're in a shock phase, can you text and do all of this stuff?
Well, she was able to text somebody because somebody came over.
Exactly.
So I ain't buying that.
Yeah, I don't understand why. Even if she was okay, let's give her the benefit of the doubt, and she was in a shock phase for 8 hours based off of seeing the sky and stuff that she heard. Now, why, whenever you're able to call someone, why not call the police?
Right.
Yeah.
That's what doesn't make sense. Even if you think that, okay, because we don't know if she was drinking that night, so I'm not going to say that she was, because we don't know if she had been or not. But she could have been thinking, well, maybe maybe it was a bad dream, maybe I didn't really hear that, or maybe I really didn't see someone.
I don't.
But is it better to call the police and have the police just call and say, like, look, okay, I heard these noises, I've seen this person in my house, Tony, can y'all please just come check things out, because I'm still scared, instead of calling over teenage kids or young adults to come and find.
I want to know if she saw something that caused her to call somebody over. Because if she didn't call anybody for 8 hours, why that time did she decide to call somebody? Did she see something?
No, they used her. It said that they used her and Bethany's phones.
Yeah.
Yeah, to download. And Tony, thank you for that super chat. He says super chat cheaper than fake iPhones.
Just to encourage other people to help you
They
out.
used one of the roommates' phones to call the cops. They didn't say whose roommate phone they used.
Yeah, just one of those.
Whether it was Dylan's
roommates
or Bethany's.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But see, I want to get back to that latent print. It was only latent means it can't be
seen with the naked eye.
It's hidden, right? So they're not seeing it, and they have to put that chemical on there to find it, that amino black. So does that mean somebody cleaned it up?
Don't know.
That latent print?
You would think so, but
that's what it seems. But if they cleaned it up, then it would have, to me, just me thinking about it, if you clean something up and you're wiping it, then you're smudging it. You're smearing it. How
unless
can you get...
unless you dab it, but that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but even then, unless whenever they cleaned it,
or is it just a partial?
Yeah, they could have
it partially, but not clearly.
Right, they could have left a small part of like just the edge of it or something like that to show just enough of the sole of the shoe to be able to tell what kind of.
They're saying if this is the way I'm interpreting it, if it's in that PCA, they're referring it to the suspect.
Right.
This can't be something that belonged to a party a week ago or last night. This has to be something that directly to the crime.
Yeah.
I just don't know how, if someone stepped in red fluid and then walked past Dylan's door, how it got to a point less than 24 hours that it became late, if it wasn't.
And they had to do it twice. Am I correct?
Well, they said that they called it on the second processing.
Yeah.
But the first processing of the crime scene could have been a totally different thing that they done, and then the floor could have been the second.
Right, they could have went with luminol or something like that.
Something like that.
And see, I'm trying to think if the bad guy or guys stepped into the red stuff at 4:18. They're walking by Dylan's door. I'll go ahead and say 4:20, 4:25, whichever you want to say. They're stepping right there. Then all of a sudden they can't see it at 11:50 at noon. They can't see that same print.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now this was given as a reason to look into him closer, right?
It was given as a reason to arrest him.
Yeah. Yeah, but at the time that they did this, did they have his DNA? Because if they didn't have his
At the
DNA,
time they did this, they did
thought,
not have.
I was
Yeah,
going to
exactly.
say they might have
Well, I'm not
thought
saying
that
I'm
it
not
was
saying
his DNA.
they could have done. They could have done a million things. This was done to get him arrested. It's in a PCA.
Right.
It's
I
not.
understand
It's not. It
that.
wasn't written the night that it happened.
Mhm.
This is all written. We know who. We got our guy now. Let's write a PCA.
Yeah, it was wrote on the 29th of
This was
December.
done to
So they
get him
used
arrested.
some latent
Yeah.
shoot print that had nothing to do with that to arrest this guy. It's basically
He had-
what they're saying.
They've written it on the 29th. They arrested him on the 30th.
Right.
That's where I'm going at with this latent print. It's got me all confused.
No, I understand what you're
Yeah,
saying.
that
but
it's.
makes
I've
sense.
said that from the beginning. It's.
I'm basically saying the same thing you are. I just.
Hold on, y'all. I'm answering.
Because once he gets arrested, he's in jail forever. They're not
Mhm.
giving him a bond on this. His life is screwed up. He can't make payments now on a vehicle. He can't buy a home. He can't travel freely. He can't eat the things he wants to eat. He can't watch television.
Ain't
His
doing
life
shit.
is screwed forever. Once
No,
they
he'll
put
be
it in
fine.
that PCA. Exactly.
He'll be
That's why
fine.
they
He'll
treat
be
you.
fine.
Once he's exonerated, he'll be fine. He'll be fine.
He's not
They'll
going to be
rename.
exonerated.
They'll
but
rename
okay.
the Elantra the Escape.
Oh
They'll
my god.
everything will come up roses for him. There'll be a new kitchen knife set.
Well, let's put it this way: if it ain't him, and he does get found not guilty, he can sue.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, he'll be
and
fine.
if it's not,
Absolutely.
that's a scary thought. If it's not, if he had nothing.
Well,
to do
only
with
if
I'm
they
saying, yeah.
violated his civil rights.
Vapor, thank you for gifting that membership.
Exactly.
That was very nice
Police
Well,
of you.
officers
true.
have immunity. They
True.
all have
Yeah.
immunity.
I'm not talking about whether he sues or not. I mean, that's between him and all of that. And I'm just saying, if it's not him, that's like God, that's a really scary thought.
If it's
I'm
not
I'm
him,
95% sure it's him.
but
If it's not him, you may as well close the university now.
Right?
Yeah.
because a lot of people are going to leave if it turns out to not be
Yeah.
I'm telling you right
Well,
now, if it's not
we
him,
say that, but they went Florida grew bigger. And just like this university has grown bigger.
Yeah, but they put somebody in jail, Riddler.
Well, it don't
It
matter.
might not have been the right person.
But once they found out that they didn't have the right guy, things got back tight down there again. You don't let one idiot determine your destination in life. You got to show
No.
you're bigger than him. When women get SA, they show they're bigger than what he did. They go in the courtroom and testify. They stand strong, hopefully, and they testify against them and they move on with their lives. Everybody should be doing that. That's how you let these idiots know that we're bigger than you are, and we're not going to let you define the rest of our lives.
And honestly, I think that is what the Chapin family is doing. I think that's what they're doing. They're not going to let Bryan see them upset. They're not going to give him that satisfaction. And I think that's the reason why they have chosen not to.
And people have rallied around. And if you're scared that your kid's going to happen there, that can happen at any university.
Oh, yeah, it can happen anywhere.
It can happen at Florida State. It can happen at Florida.
Oh, yeah,
especially with no motive, no connection.
It's happened at Texas.
Yeah.
It's happened here.
And that was actually my next thing on my list is we don't know the motive, which I honestly don't think we will ever know the motive.
Oh, yeah, North Carolina had the big DEA came up there and got Duke and North Carolina, two major universities.
Well, hold on, yeah. Well, they don't need a motive.
Okay, guys, look, let's be serious about this. The DM said she heard crying, but you didn't hear any screaming. Come on.
We don't know that.
Yeah, we don't know that
they didn't
because
put that. Yeah,
it wasn't put in the PCA if she heard screaming or not.
Wouldn't they want the drama?
No,
exactly.
No.
Just
they knew they didn't have
somebody's
to.
Here.
They knew they didn't have to.
Yeah, because they had the. I think that because the DNA was just as far as the PCA is concerned, the DNA was probably the biggest thing in there, and then they threw in there about the data and all that, and the cameras and everything that caught the car. So the saying that Dylan heard screaming going on, that probably wouldn't have helped anything, I don't think, on getting an
It
arrest.
would have helped with the media narrative of going after the accused and
I mean,
making it seem more aggressive and more nasty and getting everyone's emotions all wound up.
but would
Which
you
is
want
what-
the drama in your?
I don't know. Look at the PCA from this list guy. I mean, look at that PCA and tell me if that doesn't cause an uproar. Look at that PCA compared to this.
Yeah, I haven't even got to read that one yet.
Well, wait till you do, and you can say
But
it's
it's
New
a
York and
bigger-
Idaho all you want, but look at that PCA compared to this. It's night and
Does
day.
it give details?
Yes,
Like,
I mean,
Yeah,
you
it
can't
gives
even
details,
believe,
does it?
Scarlett.
But it's also for decades. It ain't just from.
Yeah.
Well, once again, how many M1s, when I say M, I read run backwards,
Mhm.
how many M1s PCAs has this detective written before this trial?
He's got like 4 years experience, what it says in the PCA.
So he has no,
Sure, nothing.
so he has
Yeah.
nothing.
Because they
Yeah.
have
That was
that
written by
many.
Santa. I'm sure Santa wrote that. I'm sure a guy of the detective's age doesn't write like that. It was weird. Clad in black, frozen shock phase. Come on.
Yeah. And
TikTok.
another thing I don't like is the state is the one that's prosecuting this case, but why hasn't the DA, like Thompson, why has he not gotten up and spoken at some of these court appearances?
Yeah.
Because he
He's
lets
letting
his
these
co-counsel
other
do it.
people. He's letting these
And he
other
can't
people
get the
do it.
words past his beard.
You think that's what it is?
And
I
once
don't know.
again,
I
It
think
seems
I
really
think what's
weird.
going to happen is he's going to talk when they start the trial. That's when he's going to.
The DA?
Yeah, the lead DA.
I think when in the trial, when they have a moment where they need the jury to sort of snooze a wee bit, he'll get up and have a bit of a chat.
He might do the open.
Opening statements.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would
Like
think
I
opening statements,
hate to
closing
be on that
argument.
jury.
It's going to be very interesting. So whoever ends up on this jury for this trial, they are going to hear a lot of interesting stuff.
well, they would hate for me to be on the jury.
Yeah, they would not want me on that damn jury panel. I'll tell you that.
And me.
Because I'm
It's-
not
it's
going to
definitely
take just
hung.
what they feed me and say, oh, that's
No, I wouldn't either.
No, I would want to know everything. I want to know every little detail of every little thing that they
And
have.
once again, who signed the PCA? Who was the judge?
Well, the judge at the time was Megan
Megan
Marshall, the
And she's a
magistrate.
magistrate. And
Yes.
she doesn't even try these type cases.
Yeah,
So
ridiculous.
it
So
doesn't.
I wonder.
I love
It does. It don't have a judge's signature on it. It only has Brett Payne's signature on it, and it was
You
signed
guys-
on December 29th.
Do you wonder if maybe some of they have some of these jury trials now where the jurors can actually ask questions?
Yes, they did in
Fitness?
Letitia's.
Really?
Yes, I've never heard of that until I watched Letitia's.
I wonder
weird.
if it was really fascinating. Some of the questions they asked was better than what the lawyers asked.
Yeah, because before each, like whenever they were finished being questioned and was before they allowed them to step down off the stand, the judge would ask the jurors, "Do y'all have any questions for this witness?"
Yeah. Well, it's
And
kind of
if
like
they
here when we
did-
have 9-10 people on panel. We're all like, bouncing off each other. Like somebody says something and then somebody's like, wait. And then we all learn something new.
Mhm.
That's, I think,
Right.
what happens.
I
with them.
watched Letitia's trial from the day.
No,
it
they
started
can't talk
till the
about it
end.
during the trial.
until
What
she.
is it, Betty Jo?
They
I said
can't
I watched
talk about it.
Letitia's trial from the day it started until the day she got convicted.
Oh
I
yeah.
watched like 3 days. That's all I could handle.
I
watched
I would catch some like here and there. I would catch a clip or so, but I couldn't
I
handle.
liked it when the judge told her about flipping people off, the witnesses,
Oh yes.
and he made her. Then the next day she comes in, she's sitting right between her lawyers.
And you can tell.
Mhm.
So it was like the lawyers just was like, I don't
Yeah.
want her sitting Bobby. I don't know if they were scared of her,
you
but then
know, no.
her and the one lawyer's watching something on the computer and they're laughing.
Yeah,
What?
what it is
Yeah.
they knew she confessed. Actually, she confessed because
Yeah.
her defense was
But By reason of insanity.
Yeah.
Mhm.
She did it. She pled,
I will say this: she does have a room for appeal because she did not get a fair mental evaluation. If you're telling
Yeah,
me Dr. Lewis gave her a fair mental
Oh
evaluation,
no.
no, she
I'm
was
Abraham
evaluated
Lincoln.
by the other ones too.
Yeah, she had other
She wasn't the only one that evaluated her.
They
Oh,
just brought
good,
her
good.
in there as a last ditch
They
effort.
brought her in there thinking that she was going to get her off.
Yeah.
Was
Anybody who kisses Ted Bundy should never be able to go in court.
She was brought in to say she was insane when she did it, and she
now
was.
Letitia put into like a state hospital when they were doing an evaluation or anything like that?
When they did the second evaluation, I think she was brought over to the hospital to do it.
Because like with Lori Vallow, they found she wasn't competent to stand trial, and then
Yeah, she
they
was
put her in the
in.
hospital, and they
Yeah.
kept her in there. I think 10 months total.
Yeah,
And
no.
throughout those 10 months, they would reevaluate her, and they kept coming back saying she wasn't competent. She wasn't competent, and then finally she was. So I didn't know if Letitia was in something like that, like a hospital
but
long
only
term
for
like that.
I think it was only for the amount of time that they evaluated. Like,
Oh, okay.
See, I don't
Okay.
get why why like some people try to plead insanity when they're not crazy. I'd
But
rather
that's
be
what I'm
in
saying.
prison than that freaking nut house or
Yeah.
some wherever they go.
She tried that because she thought that she was
There's
going to be put into a mental institution, and then 10 years down the road, or 20 years, I can't remember what it is, they reevaluate you.
Oh, okay.
Baby.
Willie,
And then
I used
try
well,
to
as
get out.
soon as she would have been cleared as being fine, they would have let her go. But with
Yeah.
Lori Vallow, the thing of it was she was actually having some mental breakdowns and stuff. Letitia didn't have that. They were just evaluating her.
Okay.
Willie, I used to deliver to the canteens at all the correctional institutes up here in Northeast Florida, and one of them was a mental hospital. And I was more worried in there than I was.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That's what I'm saying,
Hi,
dude.
sweetie.
I'd rather be in general population than a freaking psych ward.
They
Yeah.
just let them roam loose out there in the yard and have fun
no,
at it.
dude.
And it started raining. This guy started bouncing up and down because he thought the rain was burning his feet.
No, I watched too many movies, dude. No
And
way.
you talk about cuckoos. My
One
gosh.
flew over the cuckoo.
One flew over the cuckoo's nest. I watched it the other day too.
These people are nothing like that Letitia. They're nothing like that. These
Well,
people are
Letitia
out there
tried to play a
whacked.
whole lot of games.
She couldn't deny that she did it, so
No.
she was trying to get off by saying she was crazy when she did it.
Yeah.
So didn't the businesswoman, she pled not guilty by reason of insanity, right?
You know, I don't know what she.
I don't know.
I thought that's what I had seen today, but I don't remember if it was her that I seen that on.
I didn't get a catch all of it, the beginning or the.
Some of it. I didn't see all of it.
What is
I
her first
don't
name?
know how they release these Manson.
Taylor.
Okay.
I don't know how you release a Manson nut. I mean, you're talking.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't know how many people they took out, but to me, it's the same thing as a mass.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know, but well, see, the only reason why
Actually, be more like cereal.
Idaho is because they don't have that.
I agree, lady.
Let's see what she.
And they let the guy that shot Reagan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never would have thought that would have happened. And see, he never went into prison. He went into a mental institute. They said he was insane.
Yep, and as soon as he was deemed all right, they started letting him go out, and then they released him.
Yep.
Exactly, and his daddy was a rich boy tied up with all of them.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to find out what
Reagan didn't follow the narrative.
Does anybody in chat know if Taylor Shabusiness, if she pled not guilty by reason of insanity? Okay, Sweet Misery said that's what it was. I thought that's what I had.
Yeah, I didn't catch the beginning of it, so I didn't.
Yeah, I knew Christy would know. She's streaming it.
Has anybody heard when the trial starts in Savannah?
For
Letitia, is that her name? Or
Leilani.
Leilani?
Oh,
That's it.
Leilani. Oh, my
no, she's
Lord.
trying to get the charges dropped.
Well, naturally, but I'm trying to figure out. They all
Yes,
are.
they're still fighting with it.
They're
Yeah.
still, they haven't set no trial, no nothing.
That could be kind of hard to try to prove it was her that did it when there's other people in the house.
Well, they have her on camera throwing them into the dumpster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. Now what about that? What do you guys think about that? I don't know if she was 18 or 19, but she went to the hospital with back problems.
Oh.
Are you
that
talking about the
girl.
one that
her
put the
lawyer's
baby in the
her
trash
lawyer's
can?
trying to say now that the hospital knew she was pregnant and they were giving her all kinds of drugs and stuff, morphine, all kinds of stuff.
No, yeah.
I
No,
don't
they
believe that.
didn't give
Give
her.
some pain medication.
You're talking about, is it Alexis Trevisio?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Her mom's a nut job.
yeah. Well, so was her
Yeah.
daughter.
Yeah, I saw the video whenever they came in when she was in the hospital after she had given birth to the baby. And the mama act like she didn't know she was pregnant. And there's
Yeah.
a video of this girl big and pregnant in a cheerleading suit
Yep.
at school,
Yep.
He
cheering at a
said,
ball game.
Lexi, we talked about this.
Yes.
But did
Apparently,
the
you
hospital
didn't
know
talk
she
about
was?
it.
But did the hospital know she was pregnant? Is my question.
They did not know until they gave her a pregnancy test. What it was is she came in and she told them she had back pain. What she was having was back labor. Okay, so
Tony, your mic is on.
Sorry, darling.
Okay.
they asked her, "Are you pregnant?" And she said no. Well, they gave her a pregnancy test because that's what they do when you come in for back pain and stuff like that.
Mhm.
And it come back that she was pregnant. And they told her, and then she went into the bathroom, and that's when she did what she did.
Yeah, did what she did.
So no, they did not give her anything to hurt that baby.
No, if there was and somebody just said in chat, hold on, I gotta find it again. It was morphine in diet pill.
Yeah.
Was
So
in the-
her
She was
attorney.
she was taking diet pills.
Yeah,
her
the baby
attorney
had
is saying
morphine
that
in
the
a diet
baby had
pill.
morphine in its system.
No.
So she would have.
When the autopsy came back, the baby didn't have nothing in its system except for air in its lungs and air. The baby was alive, and she killed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what she did is still sick, regardless of whatever they gave her. I don't care.
And when
If
you
you-
can sit there and say it wasn't crying or that wasn't crying,
Bullshit.
you deserve to be punched in your face.
Yeah, especially where she put in the trash can. It's like she obviously tried to cover it up. She didn't
Well, yeah,
yell.
what she did was
She didn't yell and say, "Hey."
Well, the thing of it is, too, I mean, she had to gnaw that cord. There, I mean, that thing
Yeah.
is not
Here's what I would tell a
easily
jury. I
cut.
would say, listen, if we never found that baby in there and somebody threw out that trash, guess what? We wouldn't be having this conversation today, and there'd be a baby in the trash somewhere right now. But
Right.
instead, we found the baby. She tried to cover it up, and how do you explain that? Like, how do you?
what she did.
And like Liza said, because the nurse didn't follow her to the bathroom, they had 2 patients and they lost 1.
Yep.
Mhm.
But my thing is, I blame the hospital too in some point because you're right. You're not supposed, when a pregnancy test comes back positive and you can see that she's pregnant, you do not let them go to the bathroom by themselves. Whether you stand at the door and turn your back towards them, you know, what she
I mean,
did.
not everyone's as sick as that woman. I mean, honestly, you'd have
What
to.
she, yeah, what she did was
You'd have to
put that
mark
baby.
everyone, wouldn't you?
She put that baby in a bag, like twisted it, folded it under, put it down in the bottom of the trash can, took paper towels, put it over it, put another liner in the bag in the trash can, and then threw paper towels in that.
Hang on, pal. Hang on.
All right, y'all. If y'all haven't hit the thumbs up, please do so.
But it's a
So
We
hospital.
only have 170 likes.
But it's a hospital's fault.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Altered soul. She
Oh,
named the baby.
watching her, but
King Scarlet, I agree.
I wonder how many cases the FBI has never solved, like D.B. Cooper and Escape from Alcatraz.
I watched Escape from
Later.
Alcatraz.
Thanks, man.
I wonder how many are out there like that.
Zodiac.
Zodiac, there's
I've
one.
watched that too.
Oh, yeah, I gotta watch that movie again.
Zodiac.
Yeah.
Okay, do y'all remember? I don't remember who sent me the video, but somebody had emailed me the video of this lady that's claiming, and I haven't had a chance to watch it, but I sent it to Fofa, that is claiming that Bryan isn't really Bryan, he's somebody else, and this lady was married to him. Well, she's claiming that she is also the Zodiac's daughter.
Really?
And yes, and
Oh my
that
God.
she helped her dad, the Zodiac dude, write some of his letters, and that she was oh shit, what did she call it? Hold on, I have to go back to Twitter now to read
Does
it.
she read tarot cards?
Yeah, she a nut job or what?
There's another one that's called The Town That Feared Sundown. It's down in Texas.
Oh yeah, that was a great one. They got a movie on that one.
Yeah,
What's it
that was
called?
a really good one.
The Town That Fears Sundown. And where's that? Texas or Arkansas? Somewhere.
I think it
Is
says
it
Texas.
a true story?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's Texarkana.
And then and all the unaliveds went away.
The Town That Fears Sundown.
Okay.
Yep.
It's either the town that dreaded sundown or the town that fears sundown.
Yeah, one of the two, but it's like
Got
I
my
think it
documentary
had
for the
I want
night.
to say it
year.
happened like it was like a 1960s or 70s movie.
Yeah, and it's like they just every once in a while they'd like play the movie out there in the open for everybody, like that's a weird thing too, but
Okay, she was saying that at age 9, they classified her as top secret, and that her declassification is due to take place any day in 2023.
what?
This was, and now I don't know if this lady
The MK
has
Ultra or what?
this lady that's claiming that she is the Zodiac's daughter.
Oh.
I don't
Well, that'd
know.
be something.
I haven't had a chance to watch the video yet. I don't know if she has any type of mental health problems going on.
Sounds like it.
Or what?
Anybody who says that they did something like that really didn't do it. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like if you did something, you're not going to say it. That she helped her dad write the letters. Like, that's incriminating herself, no? Like, isn't that accessory or?
Yeah, it's
No.
a cry for help.
Yeah, but it's a
It's
cry
a
to
cry
get
for
arrested.
help. It's like, here I am. I'm
Yeah,
completely
yeah,
twisted,
it's
making
accessory
things
to the
up. Okay.
fact.
Stupid.
It's
in my opinion.
15 minutes.
But she's not related at all, Scarlett? Or what?
I don't know if she really is or not. Like I said, I just thought about the video. I haven't even had a chance to watch it, but that was the description that she had put.
She'll be getting a visit pretty soon.
Yeah, right? The hell's wrong with her?
Possibly. She's saying that she was her dad's confidant and helped write the letters and all that.
They'll check her out for sure.
She brought it upon herself now. It's like Sarah Boone handed over her phone. Here, check out this video.
God.
Yeah, I don't think she remembered putting that on her phone.
She's stupid.
Yeah, and now she's going for the battle voice.
Yeah, what's up with these letters she's writing? What's her deal?
Yo, she's
She's
a trip.
narcissistic, man.
Jesus mighty.
Because
Who are we talking about? Sarah Boone.
she swears up and down her lawyers are not talking to her.
Who would?
Oh, the Sarah Boone lady?
She's only
Yeah.
her 16th lawyer. Of course. They
She's
probably
mad.
She's
don't wanna
at
deal with her.
16?
No,
No,
she's
no,
on her
no,
seventh.
no.
I think
I'm
her
It
seventh.
exaggerating.
was 7 at the last count.
I think she's on her 7th lawyer.
Oh,
But
sorry.
she's mad. Yeah, it
Letitia's
was
out
7.
on steroids, man.
But it might as well be 16.
16's
Yeah.
coming soon. Shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
In the corner.
She's already at 7.
And
That's
now
crazy.
she wants the state to pay for a forensic something specialist.
Oh my god.
another one.
Does she understand how this shit works? Or is she
Is
just
why
in
her
there?
court date got pushed to October the 2nd. Because she's fighting that. She wants them to pay for another something.
Did she
Okay,
forget that she did the video?
Tara said that her current lawyer wanted to be removed from her case, but the judge denied it.
Mhm.
Poor bastard, poor guy.
Every one
Because-
of them have been from a reconcilable.
I mean, can you imagine though, if you're an attorney for somebody that you don't want to be an attorney for, but you still have to do what you're supposed to do because that's your job?
Yep.
Well, not
That's
the first
ridiculous.
one that happened to.
I wouldn't want
And-
that person as my lawyer. Maybe that's why she doesn't want. She wants a new lawyer.
She's got no choice.
The judge ordered him to take.
Yeah,
The
the judge
judge- yeah, he
denied
denied it.
It wouldn't let him off the case,
So I
so
wonder
he
if he's
has to
gonna
do
like
it.
slack now because
No,
Well, I
he's
mean,
gonna.
if he
They're
does
not allowed
that,
to do
then
that.
yeah, if he was to do that, then she can come back and say she didn't get adequate counseling.
yeah,
So
but how?
He
Yeah, but
can
he
get
can
in
still
trouble.
slack off without
Well, they
Really
go to
slack him
court
off.
on. They go to court on September 18th to see if the state will pay for another forensic specialist
Jesus.
or whatever it's called for her, because they already paid for one. I guess like it's an evaluation type of thing.
She should
Schaefer,
ask
thank
a
you for
psych
gifting that
evaluation.
membership.
It's for a battered spouse syndrome something, and she wants another one,
Did she forget?
which
Did she
they already
videotape?
paid for one.
She was.
So she wasn't satisfied with the first one that gave the
I
report
guess
or
not.
whatever.
I guess not. So now she wants another one. Is why her
The thing of it is, they were both DVing each other.
that's why her court date got pushed to October 2nd. But I guess they can't come to an agreement, so they go back September 18th to see if
The
the
jury's
state
gonna
will
see that
pay for
video.
another one.
She's done. As soon as the
I don't
jury sees that
I don't
video,
understand why she even wants another one. The first one should be good enough.
I think she's
The
just buying
state
time.
shouldn't have to turn around and pay for another.
Right.
She's just buying time.
Yeah,
She-
well, you already been
Playing
in jail for
games.
what? You already been in jail for what? 3 years?
Get rid of
It's been
her.
that long. It's been that long.
Yeah. I think it was back in 2020 when she did this.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. I mean, if hers and Bryan starts at the same time, I'm just gonna have to figure out how to stream on both of my channels, and I'll do Bryan's trial on this channel, and then do
Wow.
Sarah Boone's on my other
You
one.
know damn well one of them's not happening that day.
I don't know. It's
No way.
Oh,
they may both kick off on the same day.
yeah.
Boone might happen, but Kohberger, no way.
You don't think it will?
No.
No.
That's
We'll
what I
see.
thought it was gonna, but the more I think
Okay.
about it,
Where
Unless
is
it's
Sarah Boone
exonerated,
located?
it's not happening.
Florida.
Okay, so she would be
She's in
3
Orange.
hours. She would be 3 hours ahead. So her trial would start 3 hours before Bryan started. Then.
Yeah, she's
Each
in
day.
Orange County.
Okay.
and how long do trial days usually last?
They usually, I don't know, depending on
I
the
think
judge.
they said hers would last.
What's the average daily?
They usually try to 5 to 8 hours.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But I think hers is supposed to last. I don't know if they said 4 weeks or 6 weeks.
Hmm.
Okay. So it's like
Right.
I know with Lori Vallows, like whenever they would start in the morning time, if they had a full day, they would start in the morning. They would have a mid-morning break. They would have lunch, and then they would have a mid-afternoon break, and then they would break for the day, and then come back the
Right.
next morning. So
Why would they need 4 to 6 weeks for Sarah Boone's? I already got it figured out.
I don't know. I don't know.
Because she's going to throw a whole lot of stupid witnesses in there.
I
Yeah.
bet you.
He's
as
gonna
long-
do some, yeah.
I think it should be.
Was this the
Representative.
one that Sarah? Now let me get it straight. Is this the one that put her boyfriend or
in the
Yeah.
suitcase,
in the
yeah.
suitcase? Well, there
Yeah.
can be any witnesses. The telephone was the witness.
That's what I was saying.
Right.
I don't understand. It should only take a week.
She'll
If I
get
was her
people
lawyer,
from-
if I was her lawyer, I'd walk up and says, "I think you're best off pleading and see what we can get it reduced to."
Well, I guess they wanted her
Right.
at one time.
I
to
bet
plead.
you it's going to cause it to go longer.
I think the lawyer
she
before.
can.
I think the lawyer before, because this is her 7th lawyer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't remember. One of the lawyers wanted her to plead,
Easy.
and she said, "I'm not pleading." But you're on video.
Exactly.
You
Because
recorded
didn't
it.
she admit, or is it on video of him getting
It's
into
on,
the
it's on
suitcase?
audio, not video. It's on audio.
Okay.
No, it's on video.
No, it's on video.
It's on video.
Well, she videoed the guy in the suitcase.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
videoed it because
He-
she would sit
real.
there and taunt him, and he said, "Sarah, I can't breathe. Let me out." And she said, "Well, you should have thought
That's
about
audio.
that." No, it's a
That's
video. I
audio.
watched it.
No. There's video, my man.
Video.
You've watched it.
There's video.
Really? Wow.
I've seen
Oh
it.
my goodness.
I watched
So
it.
That's what I mean. She
screwed
handed
him.
her,
Thank
she
you
handed
for
her phone
correcting me.
over.
She's-
I'm
she's-
so ignorant,
She
but I
screwed
represent the
him.
ignorant in
She's-
chat.
She literally, there's video of her saying that she's
Mhm.
screwed. Like,
Hang on.
There
When you
is.
say this video of her saying that,
There's
you guys
video.
have seen this.
And she handed
Yeah.
her phone over
Yes,
to the
sir.
cops with the video
She-
on it.
Hang on. Video. So she's
Yes.
pointing the camera at a suitcase
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
in the video.
And
Yeah.
you can see him trying to get out.
Yes.
Straight up. Is that on the web somewhere?
Yes. All you
Oh
gotta
my
do is,
God.
all
Type
you
in
gotta
Sarah-
do is
type
put
in Sarah Boone.
Boone
Type
suitcase
in-
video.
Yeah. Type in
Oh.
Sarah Boone suit. Yeah. It'll come up.
Oh,
He's
no.
like- Yeah, she's
Oh,
like,
no.
Sarah,
She
she's
handed her
"That's
phone
funny,
over to the
don't let her
cops.
out."
she screwed
That's on
him.
video. I thought there was just audio. Wow.
No,
that's
it's
just
And Tony,
video.
Tony, as
It's
he's
so
begging for
frightening.
help, she goes, "Well, now you know how I feel."
I've heard the
Yeah.
audio. I
She's
haven't
like,
seen any
"F
video.
you. I can't
I haven't
breathe.
seen any
F you."
video.
No, there's
And then
video.
she's claimed she
There's
went
video.
to sleep,
Yeah.
and it's just a little mistake.
Wow.
Yeah. But
Because
you know,
Liza's
Don't let him
saying,
get out.
Liza's saying in chat that they were both intoxicated out of their minds. But I
Yeah,
had
they
asked
were.
Liza, was it one bottle of wine that they had drank, or was it
Yeah,
more?
that's what she said it was.
She's lying. She's
one or
lying.
two, I
It
can't
was
remember.
two.
Well, at first
Those
she
two
said
were out of their
one.
minds 100% of the day.
But
You know,
she
They're
also,
probably on crack as well.
the neighbor, when they questioned the neighbor, he said he heard a big thud. What she did is she took that suitcase and she pushed it down the steps
Yep. And she also beat it
He
with a
said
bat.
it
Exactly.
shook his apartment.
and hit it with
So-
and hit him with a baseball bat.
Yep.
Yep.
That's terrible.
And he's only
And-
5'4". I thought he was taller.
No, he's little.
He was he was
110
small and
pounds. I heard.
skinny.
Yeah.
Boy, watch her interrogations. You
Oh,
wanna
yeah.
just reach across
She
the
is,
desk and
yo,
pop her
she's off the
once.
wall.
And then she's like, "Here, look at my phone."
I mean, what grown ass adults play hide and seek?
Exactly.
Nobody.
It's so
She
much,
ruined it for
so
me.
much worse than I thought it was. I
Tell
used to
me-
think she was a little bit hot, but not anymore.
Okay, well, here's the thing. Even
Tell me
if
what
you play
grown
hide and
adult
seek,
gets in a suitcase.
even if you are playing hide and seek, what kind of hide and seek is it for somebody to get in the suitcase? You zip them up in the suitcase. I mean, are you
And
waiting
you're
for the
around
cops
her.
to find him or what?
Basically taunting this man.
Yep.
While she's videoing it.
Yep.
Yeah, and she said even when she was in the interrogation, she even said at one point, maybe make him squirm for a few minutes.
KK, I think they're both on crack, in my
Well,
opinion.
I'm not gonna lie. I would have got out of that suitcase. Like I would have got the
Well,
hell out of that suitcase.
he was. You could see it where he was pushing up on it.
Yeah,
He's
but
trying.
I don't know. My instincts would, my like survival instincts would kick in. I'm getting out of that thing.
And then what she says is she left it open a little bit for his fingers to get, so he could push it open. That's a lie.
Exactly.
Yeah, so
It wouldn't
they're going to have an
suffocated
expert from the Zip Factory, an expert from Samsonite, or the maker of the thing.
Well,
But
I'm curious to
she's
see his
got no
autopsy.
way out of this.
Why,
cur-
in my
I'm curious to see
opinion,
his autopsy.
that's why.
I think
in my opinion,
she has one way out. Her way out is she
Bleeding.
didn't intend to kill him.
Yeah.
in my opinion, I think a suitcase should have a zipper on the inside and a zipper on the outside.
In case your boyfriend or girlfriend locks you in there.
Well, just in case any,
But
like,
he had to have got
Yeah,
in.
even if kids get locked in, they're
He
playing.
Yeah,
had to have
yeah.
like got in the suitcase, right?
But once
Red
again,
bought some reason
America,
there.
Rather
Well,
she knocked him out.
America is
unless, yeah, I was
reactive
getting ready to say, unless
and
she
not
knocked him out and put him in there.
That's what I mean.
I mean,
So
he
that's
does
why
have-
I want to
he
see
Summer,
does-
the
hold on, and I'll put it in the
autopsy.
chat for you.
Head.
Hold on, I gotta find the thing that Willie.
I really don't know.
I think this is it.
Brother, how many
But I
juries
do
have you
know-
been on?
I do know she should be cooked.
3.
3.
Yeah.
Have you returned a guilty verdict on all of them, or?
Well, one was civil. The other 2 were. Yeah, we returned guilty. Sure.
It was unanimous.
Well, one of the guys we let loose, and we had to do some pleading back in the back room. I mean, we got this thing on video where a police officer gets shot right through the neck.
Oh, Jesus.
And people are saying, well, I don't think he meant to K him. What do you think he meant to do?
What the?
Yeah,
And I'm like, I said, if you shoot a police officer wearing a gun and a badge and a uniform, you'll shoot me.
Exactly.
You're not
Yeah.
safe to. My whole theory is, if you're not safe to be in public, either pin you like an animal, or get ready, or just take you out of population.
Right.
It's the only 2 things we can do with you,
Mhm.
because there's no cure for this stuff. They come out worse than they go in.
Good night, Soma.
So the yeah. So you sit in the jury room and there's deliberations, but the news media makes it sound like you're in there forever. They only got like 1 bathroom in there for 12 jurors. So, and I was the only male, so I'm going to let all the females go use the restroom first. And we've been sitting out there for about an hour and a half. The judge had to read us everything from M1, M2, M3, manslaughter, petty theft, armed robbery. He had to read all that to us in court.
Jesus mighty.
And then we get back in the room, and now they let them carry the definitions with them back in the jury room. From what I'm told, we weren't given that. And one of the jurors goes, "Well, I'm confused. What's the difference between M1 and M3?"
River, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
I asked this the other day, but I'm not sure I ever got an answer. Let's say that you're at manslaughter and you feel like they should have like M1 or something, or M2. Can
Right.
you suggest to the judge we think they should have a harsher sentence?
No, that is decided by the prosecutor. The judge is to make sure that the prosecutor doesn't overextend their boundaries. In other words, it could be M1, but the prosecutor's only going to give them 12 years instead of 25. The prosecutor can do that, but a prosecutor cannot go out there and say, okay, the law says you only get 12 years, but we're going for 20. They can't do that, but they can go under the law.
No, I'm talking about the jury itself.
No.
So they can't say even a lesser charge.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to ask.
What they do is they give you the charges on a sheet of paper, and they'll even read them out to you while you're out there in the
Right.
court. But they give you the charges, and we had 2 individuals, so we had 2 of them we had to go over, and that's what we have to put on there. Now, on ours, they had everything from M1, M2, M3, manslaughter, armed robbery, petty theft. It was all the way through there. There was about 8 charges they had on them.
Oh yeah, they stack them up, man.
So we had one set was for the attempted. We had attempted M1. Let me put it that way. It was attempted M1. That's what we ended up getting. One guy, we let the other guy go.
Damn.
Both these guys were repeat offenders. We didn't know that, but I kind of figured it out since we were in rock court, repeat offenders court.
Right.
When we were being questioned, when they were questioning the jury, the jury pool to figure out who the jury was going to be, both of them were in there. They were in chains and shackles.
Oh wow.
Right. Now, the day they came in, they looked like 2 different guys. They had haircuts. They were wearing suits and ties. They weren't acting like tough guys anymore.
I don't know.
They're not putting you on your best behavior.
Hold on,
Right. They were acting humble. real
Well, that's
humble.
what they do to dress them up to make them look like.
But
They
I was
really
the
commit
wrong
crime.
guy, and nobody can believe I got picked on that jury. I didn't care. I went ahead and did it anyway. My patriotic duty, so I went ahead and served on it.
Wait, does anybody? Is Tanya said if she's in her car?
The other ones were insignificant stuff.
Who didn't know? There wasn't anything that came out today. There was no documents that dropped. Nothing has came out about the alibi or anything like that. So I'm hoping tomorrow something will come out about it.
We're hoping something.
And when we were picked for that jury, I'll say this: it was all of our first time serving on that serving on a jury. They did not want anybody who had been on a jury before. And the judge doesn't ask the questions; the lawyers do, and they either put a strike or a circle, and they got to come down with 12 jurors at the end of the day, and 2 alternates. I think we had 2 alternates, 2 or 3, but anyway, when they came down to they couldn't agree on it. That's where the judge will step in, and they'll go back and forth on it. But it's amazing. See, what a lot of people don't figure out, and we won't see it here, what the judge will allow in the court.
What is going on?
Because some judges will allow videos, some will say no, some will allow expert witnesses on audio, and the judge will say no. In another courtroom, judge says yes. You go in courtroom A, you're found guilty. You go in courtroom B, you're found innocent or not guilty.
Hold on one second, y'all.
Willie.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
All right, good.
All right.
I was whispering to Willie. You ruined it.
I'm trying to find out what's going on with Tanya. She said that she had an uneasy feeling and that she thought she heard something outside of her car, but I don't know if she's in her car or
Get out and
where
start
she's
swinging.
at.
Okay, get the hell off of YouTube.
Well, she said that she called the
Back
sheriff.
out and drive the hell out of there.
Or come on panel and throw your video on.
Yeah.
That's what I would
Come
do.
on, panel, put the video on, and we'll talk you through it.
Yeah.
So, Tanya, are you in your car, honey?
What's going on?
She stopped answering.
No, she's in here.
No, oh, there she is.
Yeah.
Unhoused.
Tanya, go somewhere where there's other people.
Nobody is in the
Right.
empty lot. Just take off.
Where's she at?
She says she's across the road from a truck stop in a motel.
What's she doing?
She was gonna walk over across the street to the truck stop, but she got this uneasy feeling and heard something outside of her car, and asked if we would all pray for her. And she said that she was gonna call the sheriff's department.
Yeah,
Good.
tell her to call 911.
Or take off.
And drive to the truck stop with these other people.
Can she leave?
I don't know. I don't know if she's in her car. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Is she in a motel or something? Or at her house?
I can't see either, Lisa. We need a live stream.
Is she walking?
Tanya, do you want to come on panel?
Yeah, come up here.
Well, let me put the
Post
link
the
in the
link,
chat.
bring her up.
Be safer.
Let's see what's going on.
Yeah, this is recorded.
She said she was walking to the truck stop. Well, where's her car?
She's walking?
Where? Tell her to come up on panel.
All right, Tanya, I just dropped the link in the chat if you want to come up on the panel, honey, until law enforcement gets there.
What state is she in?
I don't know. Somebody asked her that too, but
She's
hasn't.
on the phone now with dispatch.
Wait, where do you see that at?
Right there. She just.
Yeah, I just moved somewhere
Thank
with
you,
these people.
Summer. I'm on. Oh, there she goes. I'm on phone with dispatch. Okay, good.
Well, they need to hurry.
Come on, panel. I'll start screaming.
Hey, Willie.
Where is her car? If she's by her car, where is she at? Like,
I guess I don't know. She just said that she was across the road from a hotel and a truck stop. So I don't know if she's in a parking lot or what.
Tony.
Yeah, okay, bro. No, it's sort of like, it's getting pretty exciting now, so I better let it go live, It's going to ask you some other stuff.
I hope she gets back with us after she's.
Yeah, after she says she's on there with them.
Yeah,
she will know if she's safe.
Oh, Max says she's in a parking lot. Okay.
Well, is she in her car?
I guess she is now, but she said a minute ago she was going to walk over to the truck stop. So I don't know if she was going to get out of her car and she heard something or what.
I wouldn't get out of that car. I stay in it.
I'd
keep
keep it
quiet.
locked.
I just like to
I drive it to the brightest
crank
spot
it up.
I can find.
Yeah.
Can we qualify this situation? Is this lady a regular person on our chat?
Yeah, she's been in here several times.
Okay, right. Well, we need to reach out then.
She needs
Not
to
some
lock her
random troll
doors.
who's coming.
Okay.
She needs to lock her doors, start her engine.
Yes.
Drive to the motel and park in the car park. Drive to the reception area or go to the truck stop.
Buy a gun.
9 out of 10 truckies are not bad guys.
You see how scary it is in some of these states where they're defunding the police.
Yep.
People are calling 911 and they're on there forever.
Yeah, like Chicago. Yeah, like Chicago.
I don't know what state she's in.
Yeah, well, I saw the USA defunded the police over some freaking junkie guy got wiped out by the cops. Ridiculous.
Yeah, we're stupid over here, man.
Okay, KK, thank you. I got it.
Nice shot.
Okay, I'm gonna get back on subject. Y'all just watch the chat. And let me know
back to the eyebrows.
Okay, so on the rest of the stuff that I have on my list, and I do have an article that I want to pull up tonight also, and read before I end it. So let's see, we talked about the no timely 911 call because there's like an 8-hour gap. So hold on, I gotta mark that off my list. All right, so they said that there's no connection to the victims.
Who said that?
That was said in Jay Lawson's document that he put out, that there was no connection to the victims, but it's never been said that there's no connections to Dylan or Bethany.
Okay.
Only no connection to the victims. We know that there's no confession.
Right.
Which I don't think he would ever confess to anything, honestly.
Not if I saw that PCA. I ain't confessing to nothing.
Do what?
I said not if. I mean, from what he knows about like the law and the system and stuff, he's not going to confess. He knows he has a shot at this.
Yeah, I mean, even if to get a lesser charge, if he knew that he couldn't get out of it or didn't think he could, I don't think he would confess.
Yeah, but
honestly.
But would a lesser charge be life at this point?
Yeah, life without parole.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be the charge that he gets.
Yeah, that would be his sentence if he was to get like if he took a plea deal or something like that and confessed, and then I don't see him doing it though.
Right. No. If they came to him tomorrow and said, "We will take the DP off the table, and this is what you're going to get: life without parole."
No,
he ain't taking it.
I don't see him.
He didn't take it before.
The plea deal.
He ain't taking it now.
No, I don't see him.
No.
He's going too far.
Yep, I don't see it either. And then the last thing, I only got like 13 things when I was just thinking of these earlier. The whole crime scene is completely contaminated.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Especially if she called people
completely.
over. I mean, You can say
Right.
whatever you
Well,
want. It's contaminated.
we know for sure that there was at least one person extra in the house, and that was the person who called 911,
Oh,
other than Dylan and Bethany.
oh,
Scarlet.
Lady Claymore, hold on. Lady Claymore, I'm really sorry I timed you out. I didn't mean to, love. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get to the bottom of the chat.
Lady V's playing up.
Scarlet,
Uh-huh.
I want to go back to when people claim, or the family claimed, that other people knew that there were people in that house as deceased before the families were even notified.
Right.
So how were they getting messages, and who was sending them to these other
Well,
people?
They're saying through
know-
Snapchat.
I know Christy and Steve, their niece.
Yeah, Chrissy's
She
niece, I believe
goes-
it was.
She goes to college or something.
Yeah, that she called Christy. I want to say Christy said around 1-ish, I believe is
Yeah,
how she
I
put
think
it.
it's like 1-ish, 1:30.
So, yeah, something like that, and said that she had asked Christy if she talked to Kaylee. Christy said yeah, like last night, and she said okay, well apparently there was a party or something, and somebody came in, shot the party up, and Kaylee got shot,
Right.
and
Uh-huh.
that kind of sent them into panic mode, obviously, and they start trying to call. Christy says she called Kaylee and she didn't get an answer. And then she said that she knew that if something would have happened to Kaylee, that Maddie would have called her. So she called Maddie and she couldn't get in touch with Maddie. And I believe she said that she was trying to call Jack D and she couldn't get in touch with him either. But the reason why she couldn't get in touch with Jack D was because he was being interviewed at the time that she was trying to call. And then I think Steve was trying to call the sheriff's department and get information and all that also. But as far as like the kids in the
Okay.
area knowing about it, from what I have heard, it was on Snapchat.
Okay, what I'm getting at is, okay, so sooner or later the public's going to see that area's roped off or taped off.
Mm-hmm.
Now
Right.
people are just going to be sending emails out, because I saw one of them said that they thought there was an overdose.
Yes, that's what I had heard too. That
Yeah.
they thought maybe it was an OD.
That 2 people had OD'd.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And so now words are getting out. Definitely, if you see there's tape around there, there's a crime.
Right.
But somebody's got to release it officially.
I'm.
That 4 people were stabbed.
I mean, it would have had to have come from either Dylan, Bethany, or the friend that was in the house that we know of that found them and called 911. But law enforcement is claiming that dispatch, when the 911 call was made, that dispatch talked to multiple people. So how many extra people other than Dylan and Bethany were in the house? So that it had to have been someone that was in that house that sent that first message out, if it is true. And then but what I don't understand is if it was sent out that early in the morning, like they were claiming, how did they keep Ethan's brother and sister from finding out that several hours before the 911 call was made? Because you know that if one of them had heard about it, they would have came to the house, realized something was wrong, and 911 would have been called way before 11:58.
Yeah, I don't think it was true. I don't think it's true that it was out that early.
That's why I have a hard time believing it, because it's, you know what I'm saying? Like Ethan's brother and sister, they're right there on.
But they go.
Yeah, like Hunter's literally just across the street, basically at the
Yeah.
Sigma Chi house. I just don't see how they would be able to hide that from them. If all these other people knew about it, what was it, 9:30, 10 o'clock, or whatever time that they were saying?
Supposedly 10 o'clock.
I just don't see how.
Now, are the neighbors, are they students or employed by the university?
Okay, so the neighbors that live on the corner of King and Queen, those are college students. The little blue house is next door to them, going up King Road, is students. And then the house, where they had the body cam footage of the girl that says somebody had gotten into her car and took her suitcase out.
I remember that.
All of those are students. And then across the road from that house is the house that Jack D lived in. So we know all of them are students. I don't know about the other houses though. I don't know if it's students or
all right,
people.
the creepy neighbor that's a chef.
Mhm.
He lives with students, or he lives by himself.
He lived by himself in the apartments that's next door to the girls, the two big brick building apartments there. And like the little road goes between the apartment buildings and the girls' house. He lived in those brick apartments.
And the guy that was out there, I don't know his name, but he says, "Oh yeah, they have parties over there." And
Oh, it's Ian.
Yeah, Enon's the one that said that.
not Enon.
You talking about Jeremy?
It could be. If you said, I wouldn't know if you said it, but I know it's not Enon.
Okay, so Jeremy was the one that in the very beginning people were saying had something to do with it. He's the one that was walking his dog and all that. He lived, I don't know exactly where he lived at, but it was somewhere around either the Linda Lane apartments or the Queen Road apartments that Enon lived in.
Right.
Yeah. In the beginning, everybody was blaming everybody.
Yeah, and I meant in
And
Enon.
I mean, you could really tell who the amateur channels were.
Mm-hmm.
Because I would say the person
So
that did
who's
this.
who's the guy that Dylan called over to the house?
Well, they haven't released his name, but they're saying that it was Hunter Johnson, which, from my understanding, lived right next door to the girl's house.
Okay, so that's another
And
person.
he's the one that, if you watch the body cam footages when the police showed up, and earlier in the one night, and they had to end up getting Maddie on the phone because they said that nobody that lived there was there. They were just having a party at these girls' house. Well, he's one of the guys that came to the door. And then he's also the guy that came outside with Kaylee whenever the police showed up, on the other body cam footage. And he came out, sit out on the couch outside when Kaylee was talking to the cops.
He's probably got nothing to hide.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's somebody else that Anne can put at the crime scene now.
Yeah, which we know that he's been in the house. Like, there's proof. We've seen that he's been in the house multiple times. And his girlfriend is the one that answered the door. And everybody thought it was Bethany that had answered the door, but it was actually his girlfriend. I think her name is Emily, I believe.
Huh. The blonde-headed girl?
Yeah, remember whenever the cops went and knocked on the door and the blonde-headed girl answered the door and it was like, oh, nobody that lives here is here. Everybody swore up and down it was Bethany, and it was actually Hunter's girlfriend, Emily.
Now, who were the two boys that answered the door one night when the police came over and they said there's nobody?
One of those was Hunter. I don't know who the other guy was.
And they said everybody that lives here has gone off to another party.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one of those was Hunter. The other one, I don't know who he is.
Do you think Anne's going to show this, like that footage in court to just show what kind of house it was?
If it causes doubt, she'll show it.
Probably, just to show that it was a party house and there was a lot of people there.
Well, yeah, they're saying that the owners weren't even home and they have a whole party going. That's kind of weird.
Oh, that house was great. See, that's
if the judge lets the evidence in.
Mm-hmm.
And if he lets it in, she's going to make it look like it's Grand Central Station.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
And Huda, thank you so much for that super chat. She said even Ethan's brother Hunter came to the house. He did come to the house, but from what's being said, and this is coming from sources, so you kind of have to take it with a grain of salt, that whenever Ethan's brother Hunter showed up, that Hunter Johnson didn't let him go in the house because of what had happened, and kind of like kept him out and wouldn't let him go in to see it. But
how did they know? How did they know what happened?
Well, because Hunter Johnson is the one that they're saying that Dylan called and went in and found him and said to call 911.
So he actually put his hand on the door and pushed the door in?
Yeah, he's the one that had to push the door open. But no, we don't know if that's true or not. That's just what has been said, that the girls couldn't get the door open. They thought somebody had passed out. They called Hunter. Hunter comes over there, pushes the door open, sees it, allegedly feels a pulse, and comes running out saying, get out, call 911, gets Dylan's phone, or whichever one of the girls' phones, but one of the surviving roommates' phones, and calls 911.
Yeah,
So that guy must have been
definitely
really
contamination.
Mr. Onto it, Mr. Action,
That's
because
if he did
everyone
that. We
else there
don't
was
know.
just fanning around doing nothing,
Hey, Sniper, how are you?
and he
And-
went in there and did it.
That's if he did that. We don't know how true that is.
Which again, I hope he didn't do it
You
because
don't know.
every step he took in that house was a contamination. Every single one.
Sniper.
Yeah, but you can't really help that. You know?
Hold on. I got to pull the PCA back up for just 1 second because I can't remember if it's in the PCA, but I do know it's either in the PCA or one of the press releases that they said that they summoned friends over before
Some friends
911.
over. So they, it's crazy.
Okay,
No,
so
it's
the whole
just
thing's
Sniper on
crazy.
here tonight.
Sniper, so that it wouldn't have been in the PCA. And Summer, thank you so much for gifting that membership. But Sniper, it wasn't in the PCA, but it was in one of the press releases by Moscow PD that they had summoned some friends over.
Moscow PD, unreliable source.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not trusting the PD. Yeah, I'm not trusting them at all over there.
I want to give a shout out to
Until
Sniper.
they come
He's
out with a
warrior
press
brother.
conference or some kind of information on what happened to Brent Kohberger, I'm not trusting anything they say.
Right.
Nothing.
Well, that's home, and that ain't Moscow.
Well, the whole area over there.
Washington is different than.
Willie's covering the whole area.
I'm just saying, Washington's different than Moscow.
All right. But Riddler, what was you saying?
I was going to give a shout out to Sniper.
Okay.
He's a good
Sniper's
warrior
been in
brother.
here.
Yeah,
He's
he's
been
got a lot of
for a
valuable
while.
information he could provide us.
Hoorah.
I think he was a combat medic, but I'm not sure. I'll let him explain what he did.
I want to say something now to my mate Roger, who was very kind the other night. I sort of saw the comments flying by, but you can't, when you're in the live stream thing, you can't really reply to the messages. It's difficult for me anyway. But Roger said about Chef Dizzy, Chef Dizzy.
Yeah, that's Enon.
Yeah. Well, he's only dizzy because he don't eat enough. You know, a skinny chef. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, Elton, listen, I don't.
No credibility.
I trust
no
police.
credibility. If you're a chef and you're skinny, you got no credibility.
I don't mind calling police,
you're
but
taking too many drugs.
when they start doing
eating
shady
enough
shit
food.
like that, I don't know. It's like you gotta keep your eyes open. Wiping somebody's phone, no bullet holes. It's just too odd to me.
Glowbug, thank you so much for gifting that membership. That was very nice of you. Thank
No
you.
press conference. Officers back to work. The whole thing stinks.
And I don't see Tanya in here, so maybe she's with the police right now.
Yeah, what happened to Tanya?
I don't know. I just asked if she was still in here, but I don't see her. So maybe she's
Just
with
been
the
in here
police
for a
right
while. It's growing up. Yeah, she hasn't said something in a while.
Hold on, y'all, 1 second. I had to answer something. Okay, let me grab this. I gotta get my email. Hold on. I had this article in my. Where did it go? Here it is. In my email for tonight. I'm gonna grab it real quick. Let's see. I hope she comes. Lady Claymore, I do too. I hope she lets us know something and that she's okay. Max, you think she will? Okay, so this was it came out on the 24th, and it's about Bryan's alibi. Just deadline has now came and gone, but I'm still gonna. Still kind of don't want to leave. Yeah, the amazing tip. Hopefully she'll come back in soon. Lady Claymore.
Lady Claymore, you let me know if that Lady V bothers you again.
Is Lady V still on? Okay, yeah. She's
No, I'm
up.
still here.
Okay. Just making sure.
You don't bother my mate, Lady Claymore. She's good people.
I know. I adore her.
Meta Mom, no, I don't know where
She's
she's
going to be
located
picking
at.
on me for a while, though. I can see that.
Okay, and did Tanya say? Did anybody see if she said that where she was from?
No, I haven't
Nope.
seen anything. But I think they're saying that she might live in her car.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I did see that. Okay. All right, let me read this real quick so I can. All right, so it says Idaho murder suspect Bryan Kohberger could reveal today whether he has an alibi for the night of the brutal slayings, as his defense team suggested the DNA on the knife sheath was planted. Now, I have seen multiple people on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, going absolutely bonkers over them saying that it was planted when that was not the word that was used.
Yeah, why? I don't understand why they.
There
split
has
that word.
been several articles that has came out, and they're all saying that they're claiming it was planted when they clearly said placed.
But
not
planted isn't even a synonym for placed.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's a different thing. It means
Right.
an outside source put it there.
So, like,
and I
placed means
think
what? Put down.
I have always had a
Right.
suspicion about that.
Laid down. So, I
Yeah.
understand that.
And place is the word that they use. They never
Yeah,
said.
but that's cop talk in their thing.
Elton, I
Was it
get you.
planted?
I feel the same way.
Was it planted? It's a different story.
Yeah,
We don't know.
it would be two different things or whatever, and they never said planet. It was.
I mean, it's like, you got this guy likes to roam around at night time. He's a bit of a weirdo, alleged incel, although he's not really, but it's the narrative. And then they go and, they have a police stop. They hand him a sheath. He gives it back. Next thing you know, he's up on the quadruple thing.
No.
Okay, so
I don't
it
think
says.
No, so far-fetched. The whole thing is.
Okay, so it says Idaho murder suspect Bryan Kohberger has until the end of the day to submit an alibi accounting for his whereabouts on the night of the quadruple murders. As his defense team suggests, DNA on the knife sheath may have been planted. The alibi would feature evidence placing Kohberger elsewhere at the time of the murders and is considered one of the most important elements to a strong legal defense. Last week, Kohberger's team filed a separate defense suggesting that the DNA linking him to the knife sheath found on one of the victim's beds may have been planted by someone else during an investigation that spans hundreds of members of law enforcement. I'm telling you, it's a place. The 28-year-old is accused of fatally murdering students Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Xana Carnodal, and Ethan Chapin in their home in Moscow, Idaho, in the early hours of November 13th. His trial is currently set for October, and in June, prosecutors said that they were seeking the death penalty. So the first deadline for the submission of an alibi to the court was in June, but Kohberger's public defender, Ann Taylor, requested an extension on the grounds that they had not had enough time to review the prosecution's evidence. His defense team could now either not file a response at all, or they could again request more time, in which we don't know if either one of those things happened at all because nothing was dropped today. Former FBI agent Jennifer Coffindaffer told Newsweek that it was unlikely that an additional extension would be granted, and that it was unlikely that they would make a submission at all. Coffindaffer told the publication that she thought that if Kohberger had a reasonably strong alibi, that it would have already been submitted to the court and may hinge on witness statements or digital evidence. We didn't see any of that, she told Newsweek. We see the opposite. Although Kohberger, who was a criminology teaching assistant at Washington State University prior to the murders, was initially tied by law enforcement to the using DNA, further evidence has been submitted to support their case. Evidence presented by prosecutors suggests that Kohberger's phone was either off or in airplane mode on the night of the murders, and a 2015 Hyundai Elantra linked to Kohberger was allegedly spotted in the area. It's very hard to prove an alibi when your alibi options prove that you were there, Coffindoffer says.
Coffindoffer. Eat my Coffindoffer, Coffindoffer.
I'm trying not to laugh, y'all. Detectives found a K-bar knife sheath on the bed where the bodies of Mogan and Gonzalez were. The sheath was partially under Mogan's body and the comforter on the bed, according to court documents filed on June the 16th. A sample of the DNA left on the sheath is at least 5.37 octillion times more likely to be seen if the defendant is the source than if an unrelated individual randomly selected from the general population is the source, prosecution said in a filing. The defense has revealed in its last submission to the court that it will contest the notion that Kohberger's DNA was left at the scene on the sheath by him. What the state's argument asks this court and Mr. Kohberger to assume is that the DNA on the sheath was placed there by Mr. Kohberger and not someone else during an investigation that spans hundreds of members of law enforcement and apparently at least one lab that the state refuses the name they wrote. That is what was said, placed, not planted. The defense also wants more information on how the FBI used the DNA to create family trees that led them to Kohberger and his father. When DNA is found at the scene of a crime that does not belong to the victims, the first thing the police do is run it through their own database to check if it matches the DNA of any previous offenders. This process is referred to as short tandem repeat, or STR, comparison, and tests the samples against 20 DNA markers, enough to identify the person if their own DNA is already in the system, or in some cases, if the DNA of an immediate relative is in the system, whether it be a parent or a sibling. A criminal affidavit that was filed last January, shortly after Kohberger was arrested, says that the DNA matching the suspects was found on the knife sheath recovered at the crime scene close to the bodies of Mogan and Gonzalez. Investigators later closely matched the DNA on the sheet to DNA found in the trash taken from Kohberger's home, or Kohberger's parents' home in Pennsylvania, where he was arrested in December 2022. A traditional STR DNA comparison was done between the STR profile found on the K-bar knife sheet and the defendant's DNA. The comparison showed a statistical match, a filing read. K-bar, the company that made the knife believed to have been used in the murders, has said that it has no record that anyone named Kohberger bought such an item from them, but they sell to both retailers and directly to consumers. Now, I was wondering why or how K-bar has said this, because there hasn't been any additional search warrants or anything like that after Bryan was arrested. They could have called the K-bar company and K-bar could have told them that information, because I have not seen that information stated anywhere else where K-bar has said that nobody with that name bought anything from them. Sources say the sheath was found at the scene belonged to a 7-inch utility knife, which is traditionally used as a hunting tool for chopping firewood or cutting wire and rope. All right, so that's the end of it. But that was like the main thing I was wanting to read was about the
Scarlett.
Uh-huh.
What does the defense mean that the sheath was placed? The DNA was placed.
Or I'm wondering if they're
saying planet. They're saying planet.
Yeah, without saying the word planet.
Right.
I'm thinking that they're trying to come out and say that it was placed there by someone else and not Bryan.
And why?
Nice, William. Nice, William.
Who in their right mind would try to frame somebody that nobody knows?
A killer.
I don't know.
No. Nobody in Moscow or Washington, besides the college in Washington, know this man.
And the local PD.
Yeah, because he was stopped on August 21st.
Right, but they did not search his car. They pulled him over for turning on a red light. or
No,
running a red light.
The one in Moscow was a seatbelt violation.
Right.
And then the one in Pullman was for the red light thing.
And neither time did they search his car or take anything.
Right.
So who's going to plant something against somebody they don't know?
I don't know.
A
That's
killer.
that's apparently, if there's
someone who wants a patsy, someone who wants to carry out a murder and have a patsy, who looks like the perfect profile, criminology student,
someone not from the
whatever,
area.
Someone to frame, perfect guy to frame, perfect.
Huda, thank you so much for that super chat. She says, I can't help but wonder if it was a coincidence that BK and his dad was pulled over after Brent Kohberger in the SWAT incident, and BK his father, his dad had mentioned it.
Yeah,
I've seen a lot of people.
Right?
Huh?
Well, they kind of got like an alert, kind of like an Amber Alert from the school.
Yeah, they got an alert that something had happened, but it was weird that was, if I'm not mistaken, that was like the first thing that his dad said.
Yeah, it was.
There was didn't he say it was like a mass shooting or something? And then Bryan was like, well, we don't know if it was mass or not.
Yeah.
And Huda, thank you for that super chat. But it was kind of weird how the dad said
like a deflection.
That's kind of what it seems
like.
Well,
I'd like to know why BK was, when the cop asked him where he was going, and he said, going to get Thai food.
Why not just say we're on our way home back to Pennsylvania?
Exactly.
Yeah, because who does that though? Someone says, "What are you doing?" I'm not going to tell them what I'm doing in a day and a half. Tell them what I'm doing in 5 minutes.
But they asked him specifically where he was headed.
Maybe they're going
to eat. He says Thai food. He says Thai food instead of saying,
So you never stopped somewhere to eat before when you were driving somewhere?
I'd have been like, I would have
straight through.
I would have been like, I'm on my way home. I would have told him straight up, I'm on my way back home to Pennsylvania from Washington
for Christmas.
And we're about to pull over somewhere and grab something to eat.
Yeah,
so don't talk to the cops too much. That's a problem right there.
Yeah, but he's a smart man.
I don't commit murders and get pulled over by cops.
Well, I don't give him any.
He's very smart. He's not going to say what he's doing the next day.
Yeah, the least you say to him is the best. What he should have done is says, "Why am I being pulled over?"
Yeah.
Did he even ask that?
It's not the cops' concern. This is Nazi Germany when they want to know where you've been and where you're going. Yeah. It's no concern of theirs.
You tell them. You ask them, why am I being pulled over?
Why am I being pulled over?
Yep.
And then when he asks for your ID, you give him your ID. And you stay professional and cordial, but you don't get rude, but you do ask.
You're being pulled over because we're traveling across the country following you because we think you unalive 4 people.
Yep.
Exactly.
But we're going to let you go.
There's no honesty there, is there? No honesty.
No honesty.
But did he even ask the cops why he was being pulled over? Do y'all remember that?
No.
We're going to let you go and take the PA and then take your trash.
See, he's not that smart on the law like he thinks he is. That's what you ask a cop when a cop pulls you over. Say, why did you pull me over? He has to give you a reason why.
A reason.
And
he didn't he say tailgating?
As a matter of fact, you really want to make the cop mad, ask him to identify himself. I want your name and
or
badge
ask for his.
I want your badge. I want your badge number and your
name.
Supervisor.
Okay, Sniper said, I don't believe that the FBI had anything to do with the stops. The highway is a major corridor for drugs, and they were stopped by 2 different jurisdictions. One was county, I think the other one was state, and the cops told him tailgating, which I know the cops said tailgating both times.
Yeah.
And KK, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. I do remember that.
Those 2 white boys, though, they looked like drug travelers, didn't they? Those 2 white boys looked like they were trafficking drugs in the Elantra.
Yeah, never know.
Okay, hold on. I gotta catch back up in chat now.
They could traffic drugs in a golf cart.
Yeah.
No, they can't.
You want to make a
long time.
There's a we have a neighbor down the road. We have a neighbor down the road that drives this golf cart up and down the road every day, like 5 times a day.
What's he doing?
half of New York supply.
Probably going to give his drugs to his buddy down the road.
Jesus.
I'm just saying.
It's the worst place to hide a freaking golf cart.
I mean, why would you drive up and
Right,
down
so
the road?
let's go back to that. Can we go back to that question? I thought it was a good one. I don't like talking about the late Mr. Kohberger because I think it's disgraceful. I think it's got nothing to do with it except the fact that he was named
has
in
nothing
that
to do
stop.
with it.
And I think it's very distasteful that people made money off his death.
Yep.
And I think it's very distasteful that one creator, Riddler's mate, with makeup on his face, doesn't say his real name. His name sounds like a symptom of a venereal disease. Defamed his friend. He went after his friend. Didn't just defame him, then he defamed his friend.
Yep.
That's all right. A couple of days later, I talked to his friend, and his friend cleared everything up. And then, everything he said during that live was all speculation. All of it. All the horror movies, the machete, Buddy's collar, all that stuff. None of it was 100% fact. None of it.
Sweet. It's sweet. But, to do speculation, implicate someone and make a connection between someone and what we're talking about, a horrific
makes no
thing.
sense. Makes no
That's
sense because if Brent was alive, nobody would ever bring his name into this. If Brent was living right now, he would not be a suspect.
Yeah.
Nope. He wouldn't even be talked about. He wouldn't even be talked about if he was still here.
So just because of proximity, that's why his name is brought into this.
And
But
another
again,
thing, people putting all that stuff, claiming they're Bryan K. from Moscow on that man's obituary and leaving comments, or what was it, the other one? Emma.
When they put Emma. Yep.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
what the fuck is wrong with people? Excuse my language, but Jesus.
No, they're disgusting.
What is wrong with people?
Pagan, yes, you can ask a question. And y'all realize, okay, so Bryan was in Washington from June to the middle part of December. So 5.5 months. Y'all realize that man got pulled over 4 times that we know of in 5.5 months?
I know, that's crazy.
Really?
He is just like the worst driver ever.
They're after him.
Well, you're supposed to wear your seatbelt. Anybody knows that.
Yes.
Except for he thought he was above the law. And
I think he had a seatbelt on both times.
when you go through a red light like he did, I mean, come
I'm
on.
talking about the
Well,
traffic stop.
I have to say I'm guilty of when there's a green light.
I do it all the time.
Yes,
Well,
I have
I've
been
been-
hung up.
I
in
ran a
a-
red light once.
I don't
I've
wear a
been
damn
hung up
seatbelt.
in the
Willie.
trying to get on a bridge, and I've gotten hung up in the intersection.
Here,
Scarlet.
if you,
I'm not saying nobody has done that. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
Yeah, I put it
Scarlet,
on.
Yeah, well, look, he's never going to run a driving school, is he?
No.
No.
What you say,
here,
brother?
if you're out in the
Riddler,
if
what
you're
were you
out
saying?
I was
halfway
going to
in-
ask you and Willie, y'all would know, Brent Kohberger, did he work at the University of Idaho?
I
I
No.
think he was something there.
was
Wasn't he?
it something
No, it
to
wasn't.
Security
do?
or something?
Was he?
Yes, it was.
Wasn't he a retired vet with PTSD
Yeah.
on the
Purple
board
Yeah.
or something?
Yeah, but he worked at the at U of I don't want to say in the data department. That don't seem right.
Tony, his Humvee was hit by IED, and then everybody around him passed away except him.
KK
Oh.
was the security at the college.
Yeah, that'd really mess a person up. And,
well, he
Yeah.
also had a traumatic brain injury too. So.
Yes, that was.
And, he
It was an
he
IED.
was, as some people would say, fighting for democracy, and as other people would say, stealing other countries' resources.
Welcome to America.
Well,
We get in
All I
everybody's
know-
business.
all I know
What I
is
was trying to get at also, I don't know where is he from, Brent Kohberger?
Illinois.
Okay, so
Brent
he's from
or-
Illinois. Brent.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know
I
Darren
think
doesn't know.
somebody said Illinois. I'm
Okay,
not
so he's from
mistaken.
Illinois. I'm trying to figure out. He goes to war. He comes back home. Somehow he winds up in Washington.
Well, he's lived different places
Yeah.
throughout.
Yeah, brother. If you
Well,
go watch his friend talk about him, like he kind of explains all of
His
Pennsylvania.
friend Darren. Sorry to interrupt, but his
Yeah.
friend Darren, he lacks eloquence.
well, what I'm trying to get to before I get cut off
He's
again.
mad.
He was pissed.
Lacks eloquence. He can't
Okay.
say more than 3 words without an F word.
He's mad.
Go ahead, Riddler.
Yeah,
Thank you, Scarlett. Thank you.
He's got issues if he
Hold
swears
on.
that much.
Wait, hold on, Tony. Go ahead, Riddler.
All right, he's gonna live all around the place. It's just like I did when I was in the military. You're gonna get bounced around North Carolina,
Right.
Illinois. What I'm trying to figure out, he goes off to war. When he came back, was he going to Washington to get help at a specialized VA clinic, or is he just picked Washington for what reason? I mean, he can go to any state he wants to.
I don't know,
I'm just
Darren.
trying to figure out why he went to Washington.
Darren explains why he went there. I just can't remember
Okay.
the specific reason, but I'll send you the live that where he's asked a bunch of questions.
Huda, thank you so much for that super chat. She said that he was security in Pennsylvania in 2020 or 2021.
Who?
Brent Kopaka
Security where?
at the university.
Oh, I think it's in Pennsylvania. I'm like,
Oh,
what?
wait. Did she say? Hold on, wait.
What are you
She
talking
said
about?
Pennsylvania. Okay,
I thought we looked it up and we can't find any time where he lived in Pennsylvania.
I thought Bryan was some kind of something in Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
then-
Bryan was security in Pennsylvania for the school district there that he went to
and they
school
saved
at.
somebody's life or something.
Yeah, I think one of the teachers or something like that was at the school. Okay, Avery's saying Brent didn't work. And I haven't got to watch the interview with
That's right. He didn't work because he was collecting disability.
Exactly.
okay. So where did him working at the University of Idaho come from then? Oh, Huda said no, she was talking about BK, Bryan Kohberger. Thank you, Huda.
That's what I figured.
I don't know where that came from because I remember it being brought up that he worked at University of Idaho, but I wanted to say it was
Somebody said it on another channel that he was a maintenance worker at the
yeah,
University of Idaho.
something like
Yeah.
that. I just
Yeah,
don't remember
but-
where I heard it from.
His friend Darren said he didn't work because he collected
Like it.
disability.
Okay. So that makes sense then.
Now, he had roommates that he lived with.
hmm
Did Darren say how many roommates he had?
No,
I thought it was like 2 or 3.
Okay.
something like that. Yeah, didn't say exactly.
Yeah, see, all that's making sense now. Okay.
Yeah. But I mean, he could have, because I remember Riddler when me and you were talking about the VA and all that, and I think I had looked it up, and I want to say that there was a VA hospital in Spokane, I believe.
Yeah, there's one in Spokane, and it specializes. Well, I don't know if it specializes, but it's known for people who are suffering mental illness.
Okay, so and I want to say that there was one that I found in, was it Boise, Idaho? I believe was the other one.
Yeah. And by
I
the
can't
way,
remember.
all the roommates were outside of the home, so when they were saying that he took hostages and stuff like that, it's a complete lie. He
Okay.
did not, they were outside the apartment.
Okay.
He was
Yeah,
he was
because-
like barricading his
Yeah,
room.
because I had read also that there were hostages, but he released them.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
what was.
exactly.
put
And
out
then they
there.
still shot him.
And they said he
Right.
fired a shot. I don't know which way he fired the shot. He fired a shot, and after 5 hours or whatever in negotiations, that's when the sniper returned to fire a shot.
Yeah, but they said there were no bullet holes in there.
Exactly. I'm not buying any of that sniper. He was in his room. Where the hell did a sniper hit him?
That's. I mean, you would think that someone that's in the
Where's the
military.
bullet hole if the sniper hit him? Like, it's
Where's his
doesn't
bullet
just-
hole if he shot?
Exactly.
Well,
unless he did it himself to end the
They
suffering.
didn't
They're
say
not
that.
saying that. They didn't say that.
Exactly.
Yeah,
We're not gonna. I'm not running with no narrative to cops now.
Well, no,
Yeah.
I'm just saying. You
They're
know,
gonna tell the truth.
It said that SWAT is the one, but I mean, what I don't understand is he's military. I don't remember how many years exactly they said that he was in the military, but usually someone with military experience is not going to put themselves open to where
no.
someone can get.
And then they call his best friend,
You
which
see what
is
I'm saying?
very odd because I want to know, number one, how they got his number, and two, why they called him and not his family or any, and why they didn't let him speak to Brent. Like, why call him
And-
just to call him?
Yeah.
And why his phone was totally wiped.
Well, yeah, I
Okay.
don't want to get.
Now,
I don't
when
want to
they
get to that
shot
part.
him,
Yeah.
when they shot him, did they have a clear open shot or did it go through a window to hit him?
And King Scarlett said he moved to Washington to be close to his mom.
All right, see, that makes sense.
Oh, he's a good boy. He's a good boy. Good, sweet boy.
And yes, he did have Purple Heart.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a lot with that.
Is
that doesn't
case
make
So
still
remember,
open?
the day before this happened, he was texting and calling Darren, his best friend, which means Brent was using his cellular phone that was working perfectly fine the day before this happened. Then he gets shot, and then his brother goes to retrieve his items. Nothing in his room except his DD-214 discharge papers and his cell phone sitting on the counter, wiped completely clean. That.
Now, did his brother live in Washington too?
Huh?
Did his brother live there in Washington as
Don't
well?
know where his brother lived, but I know his brother was the one that went there to retrieve his stuff, and
Okay.
that's, what he observed.
Yeah.
Willie. Let's just get this clear. Are you saying he is possibly got something to do with this, or not?
No,
not at all.
no, hell no.
You're saying his
I think-
murder was suspect.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Are you
Yes,
saying that his murder was questionable?
yes. 1,000%.
Okay, but it's not connected to the other thing.
Yeah, that's why I said I have a problem with the
Okay.
LE in the
I'm
area,
with you
not
there.
yeah,
with you
not
there.
him. Yeah, no.
Oops, I can't say that word.
Yeah.
You can't say that word. I'm so sorry I said that word. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, YouTube, Google.
I just
I
find
didn't
it
hear what you
interesting
said.
that
I didn't either.
he supposedly shot at them.
The
but there was
N-word.
no bullet hole.
Yeah, well, that's
No,
what they
say
say. He discharged his weapon. So I'm just imagining him discharging his weapon and then them unleashing, fire on him, and then there being some bullet holes in the wall. But his brother said there was none.
No bullet holes.
No bullet holes.
Elton, I agree. I don't think he had anything to do with the Idaho 4 stuff.
No.
Oh, absolutely not.
I think it's very disgusting what people are leaving on his obituary as Brian K. from Moscow. And there very well could be another Brian K., but they literally spelled Brian the way Brian Kohberger spells his name.
Yeah.
But it
doesn't make sense why people are trying to connect him to it, because if he is involved, that's such an easy way for LE, like I said, to solve two cases. They went there and they took out the person that murdered 4 people. Bang.
Right.
Now they've 2 cases closed.
Well, whenever the guy, oh shit, what was his name? The Leonard guy, he was arrested right after. Well, not maybe not right after. Might have been a week or 2 after the murders happened.
What guy?
Is it James Leonard? I believe was his name.
Yeah,
he got arrested, and they tried to say that he had something to do with it, and
oh boy,
all that
fell through, and now Brett had something to do with it, and it's all a bunch of bull.
But if Brett has something to do with it, they would have said that, and then we all just would have been like,
It would have been an easy fix.
It's all a bunch of bull.
Yeah, it is a bunch of bull. Again, I don't believe it, because it's if they were able to do that, they would have. Is what I'm saying, because they don't want, now you have people breathing down their necks in 2 cases now.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead of just closing both of them. So.
And honestly, I wonder what kind of help Brett Kopaka was getting whenever he came home, because there is a lot of veterans that come home that have PTSD and other injuries and stuff like that, and they don't get the help that they need.
Exactly.
So I'm wondering what type of help he was able to get. Because the one thing I can't stand, that's like a huge, if you want to make me mad, mess with a veteran. that will make me mad very
Yeah.
quickly, because I have both of my grandfathers, my dad. I have a lot of military people in my family.
I have my dad and my uncle.
And a lot of our veterans in our country don't get the help that they need. A lot of them are homeless, and it's ridiculous. They go out and they fight for our country, but whenever they come home, they don't get what they need.
Exactly.
And it's almost like they
we
are
send
very
billions of dollars. Yeah.
Yes, and it's like they are very underappreciated in our country.
And that's what it makes them feel that way.
Right.
Yeah.
And
we
my
treat it that way.
grandfather was a POW for 3 years, and he received 2 Purple Hearts. And he died when I was 5, and I never understood why he would never talk about what he's seen during the Korean War. Now that I'm up older, I get it, but it's still, he didn't get the help that he needed either. And there's a lot of other veterans that are the same way.
Well, that's what I mean. We send billions of dollars to other countries to help them out, but yet we don't.
But we
invest
can't.
billions
But
of dollars
our
into.
vets can't. Yeah.
What the hell? We're ass
My
backwards.
grandfather was a POW. He was captured by the Germans.
Mm-hmm.
And when he came back, I can remember Dad and I going over to the house, and he'd be laying on the floor in a fetal position.
Yeah.
And all they would do is they put him in Veterans Hospital.
Mm-hmm.
They give him Valium. And after a couple of days, say, okay, you can go back home now.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was the end of that. I just don't know how you can treat it. I just don't know what the remedy is, because my buddy that I trained, his name is Bruce, and I'll just leave it at that.
Mm-hmm.
An IED hit their vehicle, and he had to watch his best friend just burn up because nothing he could do about it.
Yeah.
And he's, I trained him, and it was and when he came back, he wasn't the same guy. So I took him out to the gun range, and I bought him after we got through shooting, I bought him a steak dinner. And I could see his demeanor was all different than it was. He was all silly and laughy, like that type. And then when he comes back, he's Mr. Serious, and he's mean. He'll cut you off in a heartbeat with his talking to you. And he said, I'm getting ready to go through a divorce. I said, you don't want to do that. You got a beautiful wife and kids. He said, well, we don't get along. He goes, look, I got PTSD. He starts going through all that. And I says, but he ended up finally, last time I talked to him, he said they were still together, but I don't know.
Yeah.
He went down to Tampa when he came back. Now, he didn't get out of the military. He stayed in. That was a good thing. But he went down to Tampa, and and I haven't heard from him since. That's where your special forces are. Now, special forces isn't the same thing as SEALs. That's the difference.
Mm-hmm.
But he's in an elite group that has a different mission.
It's very upsetting how they treat our military. It makes me very mad.
Well, what gets me right now is, and I was just talking to a general from Korea, we can't fight 2 wars. I mean, I was talking to a colonel. He's a colonel. We don't have enough people.
No, we don't.
Now, the people who are making money off the military, and it goes back to Eisenhower and Kennedy, are the people selling the products to the military.
Yep, exactly.
I think we need to get back on top of it, because it's going to get ugly.
Right. So that's where the money's going. They need more people in the military, because they're getting ragged out, especially on the ships. You can only work 16 hours so many days in a row. You can't work at 180. You wear down.
Yeah.
And that's what they're doing now to people in the military. They're working 16 hours, and they're having to do double duty.
Hey, one of the real ones, how are you?
Screw that.
It's
all right,
a
I'm
very
gonna hop
sad
down.
situation.
It's 4 o'clock. I'm gonna hop down. Yes,
Okay.
You guys have a
All
good
right.
night.
All right, you too.
Really?
Thanks for coming
All right.
up.
See you guys. Sleep well.
Good
See you,
night.
Kat. Have a good
All
one.
right, you too.
Good night, Willie.
Has anybody heard from what's her name?
No, not that I've seen.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything in chat either.
Was she living in her car?
Yeah, I think that's what she had said.
Gotta hook
Because
the
I
phone up.
thought when she said she was across the road from the truck stop in the motel that she lived over there, and she said that she was unhoused at the time. So
I hope she comes out okay in this.
hopefully hopefully the cops can help her out somehow.
Those streets out there are terrible because that's where the sharks are lurking.
Yep.
Yeah.
She's still in chat. Let's see. Yeah, she still got her chat pulled up. I can pull her name up whenever I type it in. So maybe she's talking to them. Hopefully they can help her get somewhere to stay for the night or something. So, and I had another question. Hold on, I gotta grab my notes again because I had another question I was gonna ask y'all about something. I don't remember what it was. Well, shit. Excuse me. And I'm really trying not to cough in y'all's ear. If I do, I'm sorry. Do y'all think that things, and I kind of know what Betty Jo's answer is going to be to this, but does anybody think that things in this case have been kind of like pieced together to make it Bryan, or do y'all really think that it actually Bryan Kohberger really does have something to do with it?
50-50.
50-50, okay. What about people in the chat? Riddler, Lady V, what do y'all think?
I think he did it. Now, how they're going to prove it, that's a different story. Because, I don't know, I'm kind of like that defense lawyer. I want to hold their feet to the fire. How do you tell me the guy's in there at 425, 420, he's speeding off? Just don't give me sloppy police work. Don't insult me. Don't tell me I got to sit on this thing for 6 to 8 weeks and find out we got a sloppy police department.
I couldn't have said it better, Riddler.
And that's all I'm asking. I'm not saying the guy's innocent. And there's just where there's smoke, there's fire. There's too many coincidences where he's in the area. He's interested in serial killer SKs. He's we got now DNA on a sheath. We got him inside. We got phone records. Okay, we got all this, and the guy's weird as can be.
Yeah.
Look at the books he's reading.
Glowbug, so I was wondering if you think, based on the stuff that we've seen, like, do you think that this case has been pieced together to make it look like Bryan is the one that did it, or do you think that Bryan really did do it or have something to do with it?
95% he had something to do with it.
Okay. Let's see. Elton says he thinks it's BK alone based on what I've seen so far. Okay. I've seen somebody else. William said he's 80% innocent, 20% guilty. I still think he has something to do with it. I'm still thinking that there's someone else involved, and I don't know why. They're not looking at somebody else. Maybe I'm completely wrong, and there really is nobody else. But that's from the very beginning. I've had that feeling that I can't shake.
I know. I go back and forth on that, man. Sometimes I'm 100% sure you're right, and sometimes I'm 100% sure that I'm like my first instinct is right.
Always go with your gut instinct.
And that's what I'm doing with this.
Risky.
I can't get over that feeling that somebody else is involved. And even Huda says, I refuse to believe it took 8 hours to call police. 4 people were unalived in a couple of minutes. Somebody else involved.
That's not what's got me on somebody else is involved. It's the car.
Mama always said, go with your gut instinct.
The cars. Lady V's the cars. The cars.
If they're going to bring out video of this car, I hope they have better video than the one that we saw in Linda Lane.
Yeah.
Because
I'm sure
that one, which I'm sure that they do have other video. I'm just wondering about when they're claiming that he came back to the area of the house at 9:00 the next, or like later on that morning. It's daylight. They should be able to have a perfect view of the car.
Well,
at least a partial plate, at the very least, and possibly Bryan Kohberger sitting in the car driving it.
Let's see. Also, theirs probably hasn't been altered and sent to 50 million people on YouTube and
yeah,
been run through this and run through that.
start. I'm going to.
Yeah,
Summer.
I'm wondering that after this trial is over, that the governor is going to fire the coroner.
I'd fire her right now. What you talking about?
No, I'm being serious because we had a case similar to that here in Florida.
No,
where
I'm
the
being
medical
serious.
well, you want to wait till after the trial because if you do it now, you tainted the case,
Well, yeah, I know.
and now you really swung it for the defense.
Yeah.
But we had a case where the medical examiner was just incompetent, and it hurt the prosecution. And as soon as the case was over, but then we had Governor Rick Scott. He fired him right off the spot. Says you're done.
Was that the medical examiner or the coroner?
There was a medical examiner.
Yeah, I think she talked the coroner. I think she talked way too much.
Yeah.
Honestly.
After the case, I would fire her.
Yeah. She talked too much. She should have never told the Gonzalez family's daughter about the stuff that she told her. That
She
should have been
never said
that should have strictly been for Mr. and Mrs. Gonzalez. None of the kids, none of those, only the parents, because Kaylee was not married, so there was no spouse to go to. She had no adult kids, so the person that should have been talked to or the people would have been the parents.
Yep.
Right.
That was completely disgraceful what she did.
And when her sister said, no, you can tell me, I would have said, no, you are a minor. I need to speak to your parents.
Even if she wasn't a minor.
Yeah, even if it was Olivia that would have answered the phone, I'd have been like, I'm sorry, but I have to talk to your parents.
Well, I think Olivia probably would have handled a little better than her
but
little sister. But you're right. You're right.
All she had to do was say, I have something I want to tell your parents.
And
Can
if
you
they're
get them to
not
call
home,
me
have them
urgently?
call me back.
That's all she had to do. But instead, she's got 3 or 4 jobs. She just wanted to, vent her thing, get it out there, get it out, take off a box. It's disgraceful.
Yeah.
And I would.
Go ahead, Betty Jo.
I said I would fire her after the case.
Yeah,
I would. I think she should be.
I would have fired her then.
Well,
Well, now you taint the case.
Yeah, she needs to stay there at least until after the trial's over with.
That buys her another 1 or 2 years of employment as a coroner there.
And just
that's how.
I don't know if would they use her as a witness.
I'll use her.
I would think that
probably
they
the
would.
defense. Probably the defense will call her. She's a disgrace.
See, it's going to fall into that sloppy police work again. You're saying 4 people are in bed sleeping.
Yeah.
Now what do we find out?
Well, if they have to choose between the coroner and the medical examiner, I'm thinking they're probably going to choose the medical examiner to testify.
Yeah.
Unless they want to bring the coroner in to maybe see.
Unless they have both, I don't
what
know.
was going on at the scene when she got there. But I don't know. Has anybody been keeping up with the Long Island SK guy? And
I
what's
have.
going on?
Yeah.
Okay, so yesterday it came out that there was a soundproof room.
Yeah.
Down in his basement. Well, now law enforcement has came out and said that it was not a soundproof room, and I know I said that last night that was brought up. So I want to correct that. Law enforcement has came out and said that it's not a soundproof room, that it's actually a vault, and that's where they brought out like over 300 firearms was in this vault.
Yeah, I heard that.
So
a lot of guns.
Yeah, I've been trying to keep up with it a little bit. I need to get some information. What is going on? Okay, so Liza, that's as of right now, that's the only thing that I remember that came out today was about the vault soundproof room or whatever. I know that they're still digging in the backyard, and did anybody see if like the cadaver dogs hit on anything? Because I never saw anything about that.
Well, they're having to dig down like, what, 18 feet or something?
It's, pretty far. Hey, Agape Love, how are you? It's a soundproof. Let's see what the news was like. It's a soundproof room. Yeah, they came out with it like it was the soundproof room, and they think that he had unalived one of the girls there, and all that. And then police come out today and say that it was just
Well,
a
if
vault.
it's a vault, it's still going to be hard to hear.
Oh yeah, didn't they say it was like 18 inches of concrete? The walls
Something like
were.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, so you
like-
can say it's soundproof. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
but-
like a vault. So
it was that the 18 inches of concrete. I want to say came from the neighbor of his
but
that
how?
had brought it
What I
up or
don't
whatever.
understand. I get his wife and his kids were out of town most of the time, but how you not going to know that your husband has a vault in the basement with
She
over
might have known about that.
300
We don't know.
firearms? How you not going to know?
That's what I'm saying because
And it's
I mean,
locked, and you're not going to ask questions?
I mean, did she never go in the basement? I wonder. And somebody in chat earlier said though that they found his wife's DNA on one of the victims. Did anybody else heard that?
Hair. Found
Okay,
her
so
hair on.
The
Yeah.
hair was on the burlap or something.
oh, okay.
And
Yeah,
I
I
think
heard
it
that.
might have been 3 victims.
Lady V, didn't BTK have like a garage or a shed out back?
He had a shed.
And he forbid his family to go in there or something?
Yeah, he kept it locked all the time. That was his private special place.
That was
and
his man
nobody
cave,
questioned. Yeah.
Well, I can see if it's out back and it's locked because it's your man cave or whatever.
I'm still going up in there. Be like, why you need a locked door on a man
Yeah.
cave? You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
Tell me
Yeah,
why you
that
got
would
this
be
locked.
too.
I got female dancers in here. See that ball light? See that stage? Come on. You know,
Riddler, Riddler's got jokes tonight, y'all.
Say, look, listen. If you have the reason you have this door locked because you got something going on in here, you better pack your bags and move on.
That's more reason that I need to go in there and look around.
Yeah, my husband, there's no way my husband would put up with that at all.
I mean,
I wouldn't either. I'd be going, what you got down there?
yeah, right.
That's
I mean, come on.
Why you need locked doors in the house now?
I'm not saying she didn't question him. I'm just saying, you know.
Well, I wonder if it was one of those things where she knew that maybe something weird was going on, but she was scared to question it.
It's a possibility. I mean, look at him. I mean, he's psycho.
It's like, what, 6'4"?
Yeah, the troll.
That. And she could have been scared of him. She could have thought that something weird was going on, and she didn't question it because she was scared of what the answer might be.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
And I did see somebody say that his brother, like him and his brother, were super close, and that they're thinking that there's no way that the brother didn't even know.
Yeah.
About something going on.
Well, they were both pretty much. Oh my gosh, I lost the word. Preppers.
Yeah.
Doomsday preppers.
So she might have just thought, you know, that he was getting that set up for that. I mean,
that's probably why he had over 300 firearms.
Oh, I'm sure.
And that could have been what was going on in the basement. Like he could, you know, a lot of those people who do that, they keep a lot of food.
Yeah.
Storage and stuff like that.
So,
and it,
you know, she might have just thought that's all it was
right.
For him
he
to
must
keep
have been
all
a very
this.
wealthy man. He must have been very wealthy.
He was an architect.
Yeah, he was an architect.
When he lived in New York, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think didn't he also use his mom to buy some houses too, have her buy, and then he kicked her out of them?
I don't know.
I mean, I don't know what kind of guns he had. They might have been collectibles, which makes them even more expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't know if in the PCA it names all the guns or not.
I do remember it being said that they were all legally bought.
Yeah.
So.
But when you come out in an interview with your friend or whoever was doing the interview, and you say you use a claw hammer for the job, yeah, okay, I'm running.
And they said that he's got the property down, was it South Carolina, down somewhere down in there. That he was, whenever he retired, he was supposed to move there. And what I've seen from pictures of it, it looks like a lot of cars on the property. And I
Well,
don't know if they're like just cars that don't run and they just haven't moved them off the property or what it is.
and it was just going to be he and his brother that moved down there.
Yeah, that's what I had heard. So it was Somerset, Chester, South Carolina.
Yeah,
so
that's
Low
a little
Country,
too close.
Low Country, that's where Alec Murdoch was from.
Yeah. A little too close for my comfort.
Oh, so you're close to there?
I'm only like 2 hours, an hour and a half away from Myrtle Beach.
Oh,
and then that's not even far from there. So,
wow.
Yeah, no, that's too close for comfort. He can stay right where he's at.
Oh, I can't type tonight. His brother is down in Low Country too. Yeah, there's, I think, Nerdy on YouTube did some drone footage over the property down there, and I want to say that they called his brother on the drone footage outside the gate or right at the gates. Did we lose somebody?
No, Tony just turned his camera off.
Oh, okay, that must have been what it was.
Do we know who the first officer was that arrived at the scene? At Beat Case, the Idaho.
Yeah, I've got it wrote down. Hold on.
Because Payne doesn't come until later, right?
She's got it wrote down in her 50 notebooks.
Yes, I would have to go. Hold on, let me grab the PCA.
With post-it notes.
That first one,
or the post-it notes.
That's the body cam I would want to see.
Yeah.
That first guy that walked in.
Okay, so I know Officer Nunez had the body cam footage, or that's what Brett Payne says, that he went back and watched his body cam footage, Officer Nunez's footage, and that's where he learned about Murphy being in the road, in the room.
He was in the road.
Yeah, it's like 3:30 in the morning here.
I mean, do you reckon the first officer walked up those stairs, or just the second floor was good enough for him?
I don't know. I would think he would have went all through the house just to kind of like do a sweep of it or whatever. And Jamie and chat saying that they believe it was Nunez that got there first. I want to say that that's who it is, and I think that once he went in and he probably, he found Ethan and Xana, he more than likely would have asked if there's anyone else in the house. They would have then probably said Kayla and Maddie on the third floor, and then he went up there.
Because I'm picturing him as soon as he got in and saw the two on the second floor, the male and female, that he would have right then holler for, hey, bring the cavalry. And start.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They might have.
I need somebody to get over here and rope it off things. I need this. I need, for instance, I need an officer in charge.
Yep, more than likely that's probably what happened. And he might have did that, like you're saying, as soon as he found Ethan and Xana, he probably called for backup, and then might have. Then again, he could have waited for somebody to go up with him to the third floor, or he might have went on up there to check on them.
And not that I'm trying to make a mockery of anything, but I would like to see what the reaction was when he came over there. And here's Bethany and Dylan. I mean, do they just look like they're shocked out of their mind?
It's going to be interesting when that officer gets on the stand and he's asked, how was Dylan and Bethany acting?
Yeah.
Because if I was a defense attorney, I would want to know that.
Yeah.
Well, see, when you first look at it, I mean, it's like forensics 101. We don't see prints leaving the house. Not that we can see up close, but from what we can see, what's the very first thing you're going to think? It was done on the inside.
Yeah,
The
definitely.
bad guy never left.
Mhm.
Right.
The butler did it.
Right.
It's like one of those type stories. But then as we progress, we can start seeing, well, okay, now we're starting to put two and two together. We're starting to see this car riding around, and then we're seeing evidence upstairs of where we believe a K-bar was possibly used.
Mhm.
You were starting to see other evidence turning away from but I want to see, does it look like the place was cleaned up, or is this look like a butcher house? I want to see what the conditions of the walls
Well,
look
they
like, the
said
floors.
they said it was a bloodbath.
Yeah.
This is the worst scene I've ever seen.
Well, yeah. Of course,
But
they've never
that's,
seen one that bad.
yeah, that's
because
coming from,
somebody don't have that much experience in
and
it.
if I'm not mistaken, didn't Chief Fry say that some of the officers that went in and seen the crime scene that had never seen anything like that before? Like
Right.
they had never experienced a scene like that.
Yeah, because the last
Well,
time
yeah,
they
because
had
they're not in the
anything
big
like this
cities.
was 7 years.
See, they're not in the big cities. Every night there's more than 4 people getting stabbed in my city.
That's how it is in Louisiana. Like all the big
Right.
cities, it's
Right.
you turn on the news the next morning or just go to the internet and it's like 4 or 5 murders.
Right. Yeah. Every night it's almost one here.
Yep.
Just like in
Yeah.
New York.
Chicago,
Mhm.
New Orleans, Detroit. Well, Detroit's gotten better because everybody's moved out.
Mhm.
New York.
Yeah,
New York's a
like
big city, so
it's just Shreveport. It's every single night there's at least 3 or 4. I'm
Oh,
pretty
Baton
sure.
Rouge is real bad.
Yeah, Baton Rouge is bad. New Orleans is bad. Don't really hear a whole lot about Lake Charles or Alexandra. Monroe, don't really hear a whole lot about it either, but I'm pretty sure it's bad over there too.
St.
But
Louis is real bad.
yes, when my daughter was up there, they were across the state line in Illinois from St. Louis. And I told them, I said, don't y'all dare go to St. Louis after dark. If you're in St. Louis, you leave before dark.
I wouldn't even go to East St. Louis.
No, it's very, very dangerous. Lady V, before I forget, I need to ask you a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, last night we were talking about BTK. And didn't you say before, excuse me, before that someone in your family or your husband's family or something was,
Yeah, my husband's.
okay, that they were a victim of his or something like that?
Yeah, it was not a real. It was like a second or third relative away.
Okay. All right. Because we had something was brought up about it last night, and I couldn't remember exactly who it was, but I remember you talking about it before, and I wanted to ask tonight before.
Yeah, I'd rather not say who, but
yeah, no, that's fine. I just couldn't remember if it was your family or your husband's family, but
yeah, it was my husband's. And
okay.
How many known did he take out?
BTK. Did we
God,
look that
I
up
love
last
I
night?
think it
Yeah.
was 10, wasn't it?
Let's see.
we see Charlie all the time on his bike. He's always riding his Harley. I feel bad for him. My husband sees him in the grocery store all the time. Otero.
I thought I looked it up last night. I want to say 10.
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, whenever I looked it up last night.
Yeah, I don't actually remember that, to be honest. Out of everything I remember, that's
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, there's an article on here, and it has a picture. It says his early victims, and it has a picture of 10 people.
Yeah.
they're lucky they stopped him when they did, because he was getting started again.
Yeah, because it has 4 of the Otero family members on here. That's sad.
It is.
Because we were, and I want to say Riddler had already gotten off for the night last night. And I think it was me, Betty Joe, and Willie was still up here. And we were talking about different cases and stuff like that. And something was brought up. And I was like, no, we got to wait till Riddler and Lady V is up here together, because they're the two that knows more about a lot of those cases from way back then than I know about.
Yeah. Because we grew up with that, man.
Yeah.
You know, most of those SKs, at least 25 of them I can think of, were veterans.
Yeah, because you had sent me that.
Millions
that
and millions of
article.
veterans have become very productive in society.
Mm-hmm.
But you always got that 1%.
Yeah.
Well, and it's no secret and it's no conspiracy theory that, our government has used men and women in the military to test crap on, too. I mean,
the military are crash test dummies.
Well, why is my thing not tagging people now whenever I type their name in the chat? Gigi, how are you, honey? I was trying to type you a comment, but it's not. I don't know why it's not letting me tag Gigi's name now. Okay, now we was also talking about Kylie Rodney's case last night.
Oh Lord!
And we were telling Willie about it because he didn't know a whole lot about it. And so next month on August the 6th, it'll mark the year that they announced that she was missing.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think they got Debbie Collier's wrong too.
Yeah, I did. I think 1 or 2 lives on that. I remember when it came out what they said happened to her. I
don't believe it.
I don't believe that.
Mm-mm.
I don't think anybody does.
That was.
I know her son doesn't.
Yeah, that was a little weird what they said happened. Yes. But next month on the 6th marks the year since they said that Kylie Rodney went missing. So I'm going to be working on, when I can find the time, putting together a video, like a tribute video to her. And during the day, I'm going to let it run, and I may loop it to where it'll just continuously run for several hours, and people can come in while it's running and leave comments. It'll be set as a live, but people can come in and leave comments and stuff like that on it.
Wow, that'd be amazing.
I don't know how many pictures of her and stuff like that, but I mean, that was like my very first huge case that I covered on this channel after I started doing lives, and I just feel that it's right.
Yeah, I agree.
I think there's still a lot of stuff that's not right with that case. I don't think that she got justice, and
I agree 100%.
I feel like that it's the right thing.
There's been so many more with weird circumstances around her age group too there.
Yeah. Yep.
What's the latest on JonBenet Ramsey case?
I haven't heard anymore.
Didn't a guy confess to it or something like that? But somebody say that they think he was lying about it?
They were supposed to be doing a DNA test on him. I don't know.
He's definitely obsessed with that girl. I was listening to a phone call between him and his friend, and his friend was actually asking some very leading questions on the phone.
Now, let me ask you, I want to go back on that case, just on something on the grand jury. Did a grand jury indict any of the family members?
No.
A lot of people thought that Patsy, her mom, had something to do with it.
Right.
But she has since passed. I believe she had cancer.
Right.
Yeah,
She
they
had cancer.
she-
It came back on her and she
Yeah.
passed away.
Yeah,
I
and
believe
then
he's
they thought her
remarried.
dad did. They thought her brother did, but
Did,
no,
right.
they would never indict.
I'll go to my grave saying it's an outside source that did it. They broke into
Oh
the
yeah,
house.
Yeah.
I mean,
I never believed it was her family.
No.
They had just too much invested in that girl. I mean, time, money.
well, there could have been something that accidentally happened, and then the family covered it up differently. I can see that theory, but it's going to fall apart when you go look at the downstairs room.
Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly.
It falls apart.
Right.
Because she was known for wetting in bed, and
Yeah. See, a lot of people said that they think that was the reason why they thought Patsy had something to do with it, because she had wet the bed and it got Patsy upset.
Patsy
And-
might have spanked her, and she
Yeah.
slipped and hit her head on the tile in the bathroom or something.
Yeah.
There's 100 theories on that, and then they thought the little boy. But when you go look at that stick with that special choking device,
hmm
and then you see a suitcase where someone could step up to step out,
Right.
because evidently they were going to put her in that suitcase and take her out with them.
Mm-hmm.
That was going to be a kidnapping, and something went wrong.
Callie, I agree. It doesn't feel like it's been a year.
And
Yeah,
then
he said
and
she
then the
dropped
grate on the
her.
outside.
Yeah,
Yep.
and he said he dropped her and she hit her head.
Yeah, because she
Yeah.
probably was fighting him.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, I
Well,
remember when
there was
that case
neighbors
first
saying they
came
heard a
out.
girl screaming that late at night. They just didn't know where it was coming from, or if it was from a bad nightmare.
Right.
People leaving the windows. I don't know. And they heard the sound of the grating, and then you see that metal grate right there by the window.
Mm-hmm.
And Dr.
But how
Oz,
did,
Dr.
like-
Oz did a great job with it.
like Laz was saying though, how did he get in the house though?
Through that grate.
So
Through
he
the-
came
the
through the
base-
window, and that's how you got out as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
That case was another weird one.
I see the police failed there, right? As soon as that police officer got there, first thing they should have done, or at least when the detective got there, was put the tape up.
Yeah.
Yep. They never
Nobody in it, nobody out.
Yep.
They let family
The
members.
family
in.
found her. The dad found her.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
saying,
But they let family members in as
yeah,
well.
they let other family members come in.
Well, the police went through there and looked first, and the first set of policemen that got there, they said, "Well, we don't see any forced entry from the outside, so it had to be done from the inside."
Yeah.
The detective gets there, that female lady, she gets there and she says, "I know who did it." And she said, "I kept my pistol close to me too, because the murder was in that house." She's going like that. I saw the interview of her. It's on YouTube.
Yeah. I've
And
seen it.
I remember it.
and I went
That's
by.
ridiculous.
That's another police department that has no experience.
That's Colorado for you.
Well, Boulder's, it's pretty secluded, very influential families there.
Well, I can't say all of Colorado because the police department in Letitia's case, they did a great job.
Yeah, they did.
I don't know. That case, I remember when that case first happened, JonBenet's. And then, like, little Summer Wells and Michael Vaughn. Like, Summer
Yeah.
was 2 years last month, and then Michael's is 2 years this month.
Yep.
And it just don't seem like it's been 2 years. And like I said, Kylie's next month will be a year. It's just like time is passing, and it's like these kids are not getting justice. And JonBenet's is what year was hers?
It was back in the
90s,
90s.
96.
96, 95, yeah. Somewhere in
So
there.
all this time, there's still been no justice for her.
Yep.
And her mom has died,
Yeah,
and
that
her
breaks
mom
my
never
heart.
got to see justice happen. Her dad is up older. There's a chance that he could pass away and never get to see justice served for his daughter. And then you have the brother Burke, who somebody said he had gotten married.
I heard that.
But he may be the only one that ever gets to see justice served. Now, I do believe she has older brother and sister, if I'm not mistaken. I know one older sister died that her dad had from a previous marriage.
Right.
But I think she has another older brother and sister, I believe. So, maybe they can. I don't know. It's just sad that the mom never got to see the justice.
Yeah, I think that, and what they put that woman through was you could just see her deteriorating with her health. It just broke my heart.
Has
Susan
anybody
Morphy, 3
followed?
years now.
Has anybody followed Summer Wells' case from here?
I've followed on and off. That
Okay.
one,
I did, but I
I
will
have a-
say,
I have a question.
okay.
Do you think the mom and dad had something to do with it?
Well,
I mean, they say Don was working, but I don't believe that. But anyway,
I do in a way, and in a way I don't, and I'll tell you why. And that's because I came to YouTube when the Lori Vallow stuff happened, and started watching YouTube. Well, when Summer's case broke, there was one YouTube channel. I'm not going to mention the name, but there was one channel that I was following,
Right.
and
I probably know whose channel that is.
I got to the point where it was drama between that channel and a bunch of other channels.
Mm-hmm.
And then it got to the point where I was starting to realize that she didn't know what she was talking about, even though she claimed she did.
Mm-hmm.
And there was times that she would play audios and you can clearly hear what was being said, but she would like back it up and play it over and over and over again and telling you what was said.
Mm-hmm.
And knowing that that's not what was said, and she was trying to push it off on people. And I just got to the point where I came to the conclusion that everything I heard about the case from this YouTuber, I don't believe.
Right.
And I never.
And then it's a lot of drama around her case too. I mean,
yes, a huge amount of drama.
Still drama with.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And so, in a way, yeah, I think it's weird how Candace. She even told Chris McDonough this, that Summer went over to the house. She watched her go in the house, and then she went over and helped her mom, I believe was with her knee brace or something like that. And then like she came right back to the house and Summer was gone.
Yeah.
I always thought in the beginning that something happened at the water hole where they took her swimming. And maybe Don didn't have anything to do with it. And Candace freaked out and all this and that. Well, then as it progressed, I thought, well, maybe Don might have had something to do with it. So I'm kind of on the fence with that one. I kind of in a way do, but in a way I don't.
Right. Yeah, that's how I feel. Same way.
Yeah, Sally Mae, it's that whole case is just one big, huge drama fest.
How I found out about Summer's case is I got a Amber Alert across my phone.
Uh-huh.
And it said 5-year-old missing little girl out of Hawkins County, Tennessee. And I thought, let me go on YouTube and check this out. Well, as soon as I did, there was like a couple channels that had it. And it's like, then they had where the mother didn't want to give an interview. And then the father gave the interview. It's like, come on now. When you have a missing child, you are going to do everything in your power
to
either search for that child or be on the news about your child. And it's like, they said, oh, they won't let us search. I'd be damned if somebody stops me from searching.
Right. Hold on, I'm going to find Summer. John Ramsey dated Beth Holloway, mother of Natalie Holloway.
Oh, I remember that one.
Okay, now he is married to. Oh, I can't remember the lady's name now. I remember when he did an interview, him and the lady.
Yeah, I can't remember her name.
And I know they were dating. I want to say they did for sure get married.
Yeah, he remarried.
But I mean, and the Natalie Holloway case is another one that's never been solved.
Oh yeah.
They never found that girl. And now they got Joran Vandersloot over they got him in the States now for facing an extortion charge and all that.
Yeah, he unalived her, and
And
I'm
you want to
sure
know
she's
the
in the
bad part is
water.
when he did that. After he did that, when he was in prison, and where was it? Where they extradite him from?
They had him in. Well, he was in Aruba when she went missing, and then he went to Lima, Peru, where
Right.
he murdered the girl, the
Yep.
Stephanie Flores girl at the
Yeah.
hotel. Huda, thank you for that super chat. She said, "I would believe the parents if they searched." Yeah, and they didn't. They do anything in Summer's
I'm
place.
not gonna tell you my theory on that one. If she's not dead, then
When Casey Anthony got off, I said, I believe in anything now. It can happen.
Oh yeah,
Another
anything
sad
can.
one.
Of all the cases I saw, she was the most guilty, and she came out not guilty. Other than lying to law enforcement.
And I don't think any of them jurors ever gave interviews.
Oh, on the Casey Anthony one?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Oh, they're paying hell now, those jurors are.
Oh, I'm sure they are. Because they really screwed up.
Thank you, Summer. Her name is Lucinda. That John Ramsey married.
Well, I mean, he did, you know.
I had every right to get remarried.
Oh yeah. I mean, you can't.
Life doesn't stop.
You can't just put your life on hold. I understand he's lost a child, but you still gotta live your life.
He's gotta carry on.
Right. You still gotta go through life.
But
one day at a
Patsy,
time.
she adored that baby girl.
Well, Scarlett, I'm going to jump down from here and head to bed. I want to thank you so much for having me tonight. Thank your panel guests and all your members.
It's always nice, Riddler.
And the chat and the participants. And there's so many things I learned from being on here. That's why I ask 100,000 questions.
We like
everybody loves your questions.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we love your questions.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I love your insight.
Yeah.
Because that's why I want to. These are the things I want to know as a juror.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. If I was on a jury, I'd question everything.
Oh yeah.
Like they would hate me
to.
Because I would want to know every little thing. Jamie, have a good night.
Yeah, because now's the time to be open and honest.
Yep.
And if you say we didn't find anything and we really tried, okay, I'll believe you.
Yeah. Especially on a DP case.
But show me where you tried it. You exhausted every resource on something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But anyway, thank y'all so much for having me, and I enjoyed it, and I like meeting all the new people that we get coming in here.
Oh, for sure.
And I hope everybody hit a thumbs up. Remember, to hit a thumbs up, it's free, and it's one of the best ways to support the channel.
Yeah, well, thank you for coming up. I hope you have a good night.
All right, thank you. And I'll see you. Gonna be on here tomorrow night, same bat time, same bat channel.
Yes, yes. I'm gonna try to be back at 10:30 Central tomorrow night.
I saw real quick, Riddler. I saw Burgess Meredith on a show the other day. I was sitting up in this balcony area that I'm in all the time. My husband was watching some show I don't remember, and I heard his voice, and I'm like, "Oh, there's Penguin."
You know, I'm that way as a little kid because I remember watching Batman.
Yep.
And well, so now when I see a Burgess Meredith, it could be an old black and white. I go, there's the
I know.
And Cesar Romero.
Oh gosh, yes, he was a great.
People don't realize that he was going to be the biggest movie star ever, but a war broke out, and he already signed all these deals with one of the big companies because he could dance, he could sing, he could act.
Oh yeah, he was amazing.
And you know, Frank Sinatra wanted to be in the Batman movie.
Yeah,
and of all people, I'd have thought he would have got to be in there. I would never say no to that guy, never. And
good time.
He wasn't. And then Julie Newmar, she was an actress.
Yeah,
I still see her in some movies. I go, there's Catwoman.
Yeah.
And of course, Vincent Price was Egghead, I think. And
yeah, I remember that. Gosh, I had forgotten about that.
right, and there's just so many different, and of course they had different movie stars show up in the movies. They're going up the buildings, climbing.
Yeah.
But I like watching. Of course, Batman's no longer with us. Adam West,
Adam West.
Yeah.
right? But
He
all
was,
those
he was
stars will tell you that he was an outstanding actor, and he never
Yeah.
got what he deserved.
He was actually from what I understand, a very wonderful human being as well.
Right, right. And Hollywood is crooked. Excuse me, is very crooked, and it's very
oh yeah.
political for you to climb the ropes. But yeah, I enjoyed it, and you know, and I liked. Of course, I love the Riddler. I thought he was wonderful, Frank Gorshin,
Oh gosh, he was great, man.
and you know, he was all tied in with that other group with the Rat Pack. Even though he wasn't
Yep.
a Bat member, but he was always with Dean Martin.
He was always around him, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, I know we're clear off subject, but my husband bought all those tapes when they used to do the roast, you know,
Mm-hmm.
the Dean Martin roast things. Oh my goodness.
Don Rickles was the star of that show.
Yeah, it was
That's
crazy.
funny.
He assaulted everybody,
He did.
and he doesn't care. But he was another connected guy, and you couldn't touch him.
No, and I'll be honest with you, later on in life, I think he was just a smart aleck. just it just turned into him being real like that. But yeah, I remember all of those that were so good. What was her name too? The other lady that played Catwoman, the one
Eartha Kitt, and then
Eartha Kitt.
And there was the other lady. She played on Barnaby Jones.
Yes, I forget her name.
There. Yeah,
All these people are before my time.
Eartha Kitt. Eartha Kitt was the best Catwoman, in my opinion.
Julie Newmar did it for me.
Yeah, she is pretty gorgeous.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and jump down to Scarlet, and
I'll see you tomorrow night, Scarlet.
Okay, Riddler, have a good night.
And I'll see you tomorrow night too. I love all you guys. Thank you again, Scarlet. Bye.
Oh, you're welcome. Have a good night. And Huda, thank you so much for that super chat. And she said that she respects California for getting, was it Jacqueline and Trezell? Is that their name for the West Boys?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did they ever get it? Is their thing over with? Did they get a sentencing or whatever?
No, it got postponed.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know when it's supposed to. Yeah. I thought the same thing. It's like, man, I guess they postponed it for like 30 days or something.
Yeah.
To see if the prosecution's going to come back to try them on them other two that was found not, the other two charges where they found them not guilty.
Yeah.
Or couldn't come to the decision or something. Where it was a hung jury on 2 charges. Something like that.
Okay.
I don't remember.
I wonder why people's stuff is not changing on Twitter. Mine's done changed over. I've got the X and everything on mine. My little icon on my desktop changed from the bird to the X and everything.
If they're checking on their phone, it might take a little bit.
I haven't even checked on my phone. Mine's on the computer. Now, on my phone, I still have the bird.
Yeah.
But on my computer, it's the X.
It might just take a little bit on the phones.
Yeah. Hey, Debbie, how are you? I think I'm about to get out of here. See, on my laptop, the X is above the bird. Oh, mine, I don't even have the bird anymore on my computer. Hold on, I'll pull it up and show you what mine looks like. It kind of looks a little different, but not a whole lot. But see, I have the X up here at the top. And it's done changed on my desktop too to the X.
I don't know.
Maybe everybody's will eventually change. I don't know.
But I'm going to go to bed since the little pipsqueak went to sleep.
Oh, she's asleep now?
Yeah. Yeah, after fighting with me. I'm surprised you guys didn't hear of my mom.
Yeah, I heard her a little bit earlier when she was. I think she was saying hi to
Yeah,
everybody.
she said, "Hi, Scarlett."
Oh, I didn't hear her say Scarlett. I'm sorry. I heard her say hi.
Yeah, she said it real low, like.
Oh, okay. Oh shit, I missed it.
And I told her, I said, "You need to go to sleep."
Well, I think she just wants to have fun. That's all.
Yeah, she's crazy.
So yeah, I
She
think
keeps me going.
I
But
think
yeah, I'm gonna go to bed.
okay. Yeah, I'm about to get out of here myself. I gotta get up at 8 o'clock, and that's like 4 hours from now.
Well, have a good night, and thanks for having me up.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for coming up, and I hope you have a wonderful night.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, I'll be here.
All right. Good night.
Have a good night. All right, y'all. So yeah, I'm about to get out of here as well. Like I said, I got to get up in 4 hours. So I do want to say thank you to everybody who has subbed up. We are past 5,000 subs. You guys are awesome. Thank you to everyone who sent super chats and super stickers and donated memberships and joined the membership. You guys are all awesome. Like I've said multiple times, the channel wouldn't be where it's at without all of you. I love you all. If you haven't hit the thumbs up, please do so on your way out. I'm going to get out of here so I can go to bed. I think I'm going to go eat some ice cream first, and then I'm going to go to bed. Roger, have a good night. So I love you all, and I will talk to you all tomorrow night. Thank you, Huda. You're awesome as well. So y'all all have a good night.